Okay,
Let's do it.
so the topics that I had for this was the Discord bullshit, which Finn just brought up. So we'll go into that right away. Sorry, hold that thought, brother. I apologize. Um,
Hmm.
and then next topic, I thought I'm just gonna go over a couple of them, and then we'll go straight back into this. Is community? What do you think of the main problem being right now? Is it the game or is it the community? Because I feel like it's the community. The other
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, other thoughts on like rank inflation, changes that you still hope to see, and what are the top five characters in the game right now, in your opinion? And then I got some other shit,
Okay.
like more dramatic bullshit, but we could start with that. But
Start with that shit.
the yeah,
Okay.
the Discord stuff though, like I called that shit like day fucking one, the day that like it's all just gonna be fucking bombarded with just the dumbest fucking morons in the goddamn
Sure.
community giving their dumbass fucking opinions that are they don't have a fucking clue what they're talking about. So the devs are gonna have to sift through all the bullshit to find the gold. And no, this is a bad idea. I think I just genuinely think it was a bad idea. But that's what I'll say for now. What about you guys?
Mm, I again, typical Chad, the fucking man of hope, Superman of Batman. This isn't a new problem. Like I feel like there's always been idiots talking about the game. I include myself in that as being occasionally, or perhaps more than occasionally, the idiot who says something that ends up being wrong, or like I get a little bit better at the game, maybe after a few months, or maybe even after a few years, and realize, oh, actually, that thing that I thought was dumb actually totally makes a lot of sense, right? Like this happens all the time. This isn't a new problem. I think the in some ways it might be good that we can see what the developers have been seeing since fucking however much long, right? Because they've always have to put up with this shit. Now we can see it because we can realize how difficult it is to quote unquote address the player's desires when you're like, okay, but like half of you are idiots. How do we please the player base when half of our player base are idiots,
Half?
right?
Damn, you're generous, man. Holy shit.
I just think it's tough. I just think it's tough, right? Like this is my point is, let's say that the Discord thing didn't happen. All right, but these people are still on Twitter, and even if that Twitter argument wasn't there, okay, but even if you go back to what was it called? What was the classic Tekken bulletin boards called? Um,
Zabatsu.
Zaibatsu. Like, there's always been people having opinions, and some of them are very knowledgeable, and many of them aren't. And obviously, because the barrier to entry to making messages has gotten easier and easier, so the ratio has shifted for sure, right? In order to be on like the Zaibatsu, you had to be committed, right? Whereas now, any idiot's on Twitter. So the percentages of dumb takes has probably gone higher and higher and higher. But at the end of the day, the dev's job has always been to have their own vision of the game, which comes first before what the fans say, but take what the fans say with a grain of salt. Try to look at the notes behind the notes. That's always been the difficult task, and I don't think it's gotten any more difficult now that there's a dedicated Discord. I think the only real difference is that now we can see just how bad the ratio of good input versus bad input is. Do you know what I mean? But it's always been like this.
But
Yeah,
I've
that's my take anyway.
I personally, though, I agree. I was on the Tekken Zaibatsu forums back in the day. I'm dating
Mm,
myself now here too, but the yeah, Tekken Zaibatsu and Tekken Tag Tournament 1 and all that was when I pretty much joined. But
mm,
um, the well, no, it must have been Tekken 4. I think it was Tekken 4. Anyways,
mhm.
the amount of opinions, kind of like what the video that Finn just made, discrediting that moron that was so fucking set in their ways. They would refuse to admit defeat. They would refuse to say that okay, maybe I just misstepped, maybe I misunderstood the game, maybe I just need to educate myself more on the mechanics, right? No, they double fucking down on their dumbass bullshit every fucking step of the way. They'd be shown a very specific example of how they're wrong, and then they would say, no, it's actually, oh fuck, it was about stances. It was the dumbest shit. Finn, it's your video. You should break it down. But that fucking guy he's one example of about 1,000 now. It's just so
Yeah,
much more abundant. That kind of fucking mentality is
yeah,
so much more abundant now, in my opinion, than it ever was back in the day. Because at least, like you guys just said, at Tekken Zaibatsu, if you were a member of that forum, you were a diehard. You were like
yeah,
investigating frame data every fucking day of your life. Because there was no frame data available, right?
yeah.
So, so we had to find this shit out on our own, and a lot of the time was just us giving fucking feedback to one another. We didn't actually know that jabs were 10 frames and a lot of them were 8 frames. You know, we didn't know that fucking Kazuya's down back four was +7 on fucking hit. You know, like all shit like that, right? Uh, we had to investigate this stuff and test it slowly over time. So they were die-hard fucking people. Now you got everybody and their goddamn grandma online who has no clue what the fuck they're talking about and is quote unquote passionate about this game, and they're all spreading their opinions. So these idiots exist in they don't no longer exist in their own little echo chambers anymore. They exist abundantly throughout the whole fucking community. And it's like it's channels like Finn's that I respect the most right now because you're doing fucking amazing work with what you're doing right now, Finn. Just tearing these idiots a fucking new one and making them actually learn something. It's so
I
nice.
mean, you know, for me, it's like it's not it's the problem, and I hope this. I always try to make this really clear. I always try
Mhm.
to make this really clear that my problem is not that someone doesn't know something or someone is asking questions. Like that is not the problem.
A
But the
hundred
thing is,
percent.
that's not what these guys are
Yeah,
doing.
no,
Right.
Like
no.
these guys are going in there, and I
There are
think it's a
certain things as
two-factor thing.
yeah,
I
there are
think
certain things as
honestly,
fact.
this is maybe already jumping a little bit to the rank inflation topic, but it is a bit of a dance here. When you play a game where the game's ranking system is so soy that you can basically be honest to God, you can basically be a beginner or slightly better than a beginner, but the rank system calls you king of this game. The rank system calls you king of Tekken. That's a problem.
Yeah.
In my opinion, that's a problem. And if that combines with the very stubborn like Reddit mentality, where like Buff Guy said, the guy literally got proven wrong. Like people multiple times explained it to him in the Discord, and he says, "Well, actually, I didn't make a mistake. I just misunderstood, but it turned out to be, quote, a non issue." Like, my guy, if you think it's a non issue to not know if you're like plus 15 or actually only plus 7, like that is not a fucking non-issue, my guy. That you like, what are we talking about? It's like not knowing that, you hold back to block. Like, I mean, what the fuck? And the mentality is my problem, right? Like, my goal is, I am not nice, I am evil, I want a climate of fear. I want that, yes,
Yeah.
but only for people like that. I
Yeah.
want these people to be afraid of talking shit,
Healthy
so
fear.
afraid, yeah, so afraid that they go into the lab to better test the shit they are talking, to better test it.
Yeah,
That's all I want.
which they most of the time won't even do. A lot of the time they'll just not play the game, or they'll just exist in their own little world of ignorance and stay that way. But channels like yours really do shine a light on those people, which adds pressure to them. So I would expect that would give them some kind of incentive to want to laugh things more, and maybe stay a little bit more often humble. But the issue is like people like that. The guy, you're literally given the frame data. It's a visual
Yeah.
fucking thing on the screen. You can see the goddamn number, and they reject it as if it doesn't exist. They say, "No, I'm not actually plus 15 on hit. It takes 8 frames to go into stats." So they're no. That's not how the fucking frame data works. They already do the work for you. The number is what the number fucking is. There are very, very, very few cases where that's not the case. Like what I pointed out with that when Alyssa move down 3 is really confusing on the frame data when you block it because it's -10 on block. I don't know if they've actually fixed that because I deleted Tekken, but there are cases where that is stupid, where the frame data is wrong. But very, very fucking few cases, and especially like I've never
It's few
seen a
cases,
single
and
fucking
in
case
his
where Lydia's is wrong. Lydia's frame data is
and
perfect all across the board. I've never seen a problem or an anomaly where her frame data is incorrect. So
yeah,
it,
and in his particular case, it is like trivially easy to test his assumption.
yes,
That's
you
the
did it.
crazy part.
You
It's
even
so
did it in the
like,
fucking
just make
video.
someone press something against you in stance, and he didn't do that, and had the audacity to say, "Oh, someone made a mistake while labbing." Like, I was actually crashing out while reading this because he knows, right? He even posted in there, "Oh, just if what did he say? Oh, a brainstorm avenue for the developers." Like, he's completely aware that what he types in there could have an influence on this whole shit. Like, it could.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're
And
right. I mean, you're right. But the thing is, the three of us, between the three of us, we all have opinion. Well, I think our visions for Tekken are mostly the same, which is why it makes our disagreement so interesting. But we all have disagreements about the game. And the thing is, it's like every one of us can produce a take that another one of us could be like, that's a dumb take. like, that's a bad take, right? Every one of us can do it. And obviously, this is an egregious example because this is like legitimately just bad objective stuff. But to go back to your initial question about like, is this portal, a problem that now every troglodyte gets to make an opinion? I'm like, I one of the things that we all know as we get older is like many times there is no solution, right? Do you want an environment where the devs take no feedback? That doesn't work, right? We all agree that wouldn't work. But then, of course, like, okay, but then whose feedback do you take? Do you need to have won an Evo tournament before your feedback matters? Do you need to have gotten a certain rank before before your opinion matters? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's a tricky one, and I think you're screwed either way. I think for me, I don't worry about this because I think the real test is the developers themselves. The developers should know to dismiss this person's opinion. If they don't, then we're fucked. Whether this person made this comment or not is irrelevant if the person who's deciding what is relevant and isn't smart enough to know that this is a dumb opinion. Do you get what I'm saying? That's the real test.
But this is where, and this is why I'm not saying that is the case. What I'm now going to lay out, but this is why I am worried, because the developers, where we still don't know, like actually what member changed to what member of old, and what Harada said, we don't know what actually happened. But what I do know is that we in season 2 had developers that thought it is a brilliant idea to give Kazuya up forward 1, which is homing, and to give Zafina back 1+2+4 homing. And to give whatever, like June Miary 1+2, which like,
motherfucker, dude, that
like,
fucking move.
Yeah, like we have developers that thought that is a good idea. So I'm like, I was really confused from the get-go with this feedback portal pitch that they did, because I'm like, okay, either you want to, it's dangerous because, okay, you want to listen to people. I take you serious here. That's one thing. But the other thing is, could it be that you are so out of touch that you actually have no vision, idea, and concept how to even balance this, and you really need people to tell you what to do? And honestly, I think that's not that crazy to think. You know what I mean? It's not that crazy to think that they actually need people to hardcore tell them what to actually do.
So you think that the purpose of the portal really was a sense of like, hey, we don't know what to do. We just need to crowdsource it. To get everyone's opinion, and then try to make like the average of what everyone says. That's your concern, right?
The main goal in my mind with this Discord thing was to they were getting complaints all over the place and critiques all over the place. We had Reddit, we had YouTube comments, we had fucking even on the Facebook page. Obviously, the Discords all over the place. So that what they did was they took all that nonsense, and Twitter is probably the biggest one. They took all that and they consolidated it into this one area. And I think they did that partly to maybe get the advice they needed. But a lot of it was to, hey, we don't need to be exposed to this so much, this negativity so much. It was kind of to take the heat off of them a little bit, because now it's just, if they really wanted to, they could ignore or just outright dodge a lot of the heat that's getting onto them by just avoiding the one area that everyone is now complaining in, right? So if they didn't, you know what I mean? They don't need to necessarily worry about Reddit and Twitter anymore, because everything's in this one Discord server now.
Yes.
So
let me give you. I have a counter, not a counter opinion. Because Finn obviously had his like worst case scenario, or like his suspicions as to the reason. I have my suspicion. First of all, I just had one of my commenters just said that ranked being easy breeds idiots and act like gods. That's true. That's 100% true, and we're gonna get to that. Ranked inflation is one of the things we're gonna discuss. I got that
written down actually. Yeah.
But my hunch is actually a lot more cynical and commercial. I think the case is Twitter is a really big platform, and I think they realized it was a mistake to ask everyone to share their opinions on the quality of the game on Twitter, because what this meant is that the sentiment around, if you were to do a chat GPT ask Grok, hey, what are people thinking about Tekken 8? It's been overwhelmingly negative for the past 2 years, because everyone's been putting their feedback on about the poor Tekken on Twitter. I think this has probably had huge impact on their ability to do deals with, like, Copper Noodle or Chipotle. Because I think the sentiment around the game is poor. Like, obviously, when the game first came out, Nike was willing to make a deal with them. I don't think Nike would be willing to make a deal with them because the brand is so tarnished. And my super cynical take is that actually they want the feedback that they get to be behind closed doors. Because
Exactly.
having the primary avenue for critique being in such a public square like Twitter is bad for the brand.
But the
But
thing
if
is,
it's
it's not
literally
really.
locked behind, Discord, it's more controllable. That's my take.
That's not really happening though, right? Like people are not really stopping to make tweets of like, oh, that's bad. Look at this. Look at this clown round. Look at this interaction. Like people are
Sure.
still doing this. Like, you know what I mean? Like I don't really believe that they wanted to get the heat off of them off Twitter. I actually don't believe that. Maybe that's a hot take because isn't it even more crazy that you now can because what people do is they put screenshots from the dev portal on Twitter. Like even that even has more authority
Yeah.
because now they can't say they didn't knew or they didn't read because what ends up in the actual portal channel over the website, what you put in there, if it gets posted on the Discord, they told you if it gets posted on the Discord through the website, it will end up under
Being
the
looked at.
eyes of at
Yeah.
least a developer. They told you this. So now they have no excuse anymore.
But
Like any issue that's really brought up in there, they don't have any excuse anymore.
Right. No, but what I said was that was their goal. I didn't think they succeeded. I think again, I don't know. We're pulling it out of our ass. We're not in the meetings, but I genuinely think that there was a real desire to move it out of the public eye. But like you said, it
Yeah.
hasn't worked because the genie's out of the bottle. You've
Yeah.
already established this place, and they know it's perfectly legitimate to come. I mean, people were always going to complain, but now,
Yeah.
if you have frame data complaints, go to Twitter. If you have character complaints, go to Twitter. If you have character requests, go to Twitter. Whereas now, and that genie's out of the bottle. So now that they made the Discord, it's too late because people already go there, and now people will just post in two places. Like the post that they would have put on Twitter, they now put in the Discord, and then copy and paste that onto Twitter, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, the genie's out. But I still think that their attempt was to do damage control. But I don't know for certain. That's the only thing that makes the most sense to me.
Yeah, their plan. I'm convinced that they wanted to consolidate all the hate and bullshit into one server that wasn't so exposed to the public that it could necessarily impact the ChatGPT searches or the
Right.
the review bombing or any of that shit. Right, the negativity would be somewhat softened a little bit because of this Discord shit. But the plan is it absolutely backfired, like you guys just explained. Like if you're able to take something from Discord and share it to Twitter, now you've just made the trolls and the dumb fucks' lives so much easier. They have an area they can just sift through and bombard their Twitter accounts with all these dumb fucking moments in Tekken, and so now you've almost made it kind of worse for yourselves in a sense because everyone used to need to pull from Twitter and Reddit and Google and YouTube, and now they just need to go to Discord and get everything. So I think that they've made the trolls' lives easier in that sense, which I appreciate that at least the developers are looking at the comments of the dumb fucks and the smart people and the people in between on the Discord. It's nice that we are assured, according to Bandai Namco, I don't trust them for shit, but it's nice that we're at least they're telling us that we're our opinions are being the attention is there from the developer. From just because nobody's online, we still have a voice. That's awesome. I appreciate that mentality. But the problem now is the developers need to sift through all the nonsense in the Discord server on top of dealing with the extra easily doable heat that they're going to put on themselves because everything is so easy to get from or to pull from in the Discord server. So, in that sense, now they have to sift through all the nonsense that all the dumb fucks are saying in the Discord. And how mind-numbing must that be? Is it even going to be that effective in the future? Are we going to see some positive results from this? Because how are you possibly?
They're not though. I'll tell you as someone who briefly worked in community management. This is before ChatGPT and stuff. I promise you that's not what they're doing. What they're literally doing is they'll be like, Grok, summarize today's input, and they'll just get a summary. Everyone thinks Xiao Yu sheep as fuck. right? And then they'll be like, okay, what is the most commented on thread? And then they'll probably they're not going through every single one. I promise you they're not, right? But they are looking for consensus opinion. And then it's like, okay, if everyone thinks that character X is too strong, then we probably need to do something to ameliorate that feeling.
Yeah.
Right? Like
I don't
even
know.
if
I don't- I
if
don't
we
think
decide
they're doing
that's
I
what
don't
I
think
said.
they're doing
If anything, because I think the idea that they're gonna go through every single one and be like, well, Johnny fucking Blunt Smoker 35 thinks that fucking this move needs to be nerfed. I guess we gotta nerf it. Like I don't think they're moving like that. I think they're just trying to get a sense of like what are the consensus takes. So we need to address them in some manner. I think that's what they're going for on a day, and they'll do it on a daily basis. There'll be some poor intern whose job is to go through it on a daily basis to go
Jesus.
through all this shit.
Have you
Yeah, I
seen
mean, that's the job. I was that intern once. I
Have
mean,
you
it
seen
is
the
what it is.
size though of the Reina and the Kazuya Discord sections? They are fucking massive. There are so many Reina fans and so many Kazuya fans that are so fucking passionate about the character. Those channels, those threads completely dwarf the rest of the fucking every other character in the game. And that's just two characters. There's 40, about to be 41 characters in the game. It can't just be one person's job to sift through all that shit from just one character. They have to have a team on this. No, they like
They probably have
No,
some
it'll
referees.
if it's a team, it'll be like 3 people.
fucking
You're not
Jesus.
spending you're not spending big because the thing is, we're saying this for Tekken. What I'm describing is MMOs that have 10x the player base that we have the same problem, where everyone and their grandma has an opinion on what needs to be this, and then you just have a communications officer, single person, and maybe a couple of people who support that person, and their job is just to sift through it. All
I
day
still think
and,
that
and address like key concerns and stuff like that. That's it.
I still think that would be an easier job, even if it was like Elden Ring or something, which I've been playing a lot of lately because Tekken sucks. So it's been fucking fantastic. Elden Ring is amazing, but I feel like a game like Elden Ring, as massive as it is and as condensed with content as it is, the feedback and critiques that they would need to sift through for a game that huge would still be 10 times easier than even going through one character in Tekken. There's no way that those two are comparable. Tekken is far more complex.
Yes, I agree with that, but I think you're letting your love of Tekken overshadow the fact that there are people who feel the same way about fucking World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy 14. Like you're right, like in terms of minutia, but people will quibble over decimal points in MMOs and drop rates, and it's like trust me, there is plenty enough to complain about. In the way we complain about frame data, they'll complain about other stuff in MMOs. And again, even if we acknowledge that fighting games are more complex on an individual interaction basis, you still have to deal with significantly more people play those MMOs. So it's a nightmare job. The number of comments you're reading, numbers divided by the number of people who have to read them. That's the issue we're discussing, and it's a nightmare either way. And 9 times out of 10. That your job as a community officer is to walk into the room of actual developers and be like, okay, here's what the tweets are saying. You have to summarize everything because they're not going to read every tweet. You're just going to okay, here's what the Victor players are saying. Like at best, you'll be like, here's what every player base is saying. More likely, it's like here are the top 5 concerns this week. It'd be like once a week, not every day. Once a week, here are the primary concerns. Here are the red flag issues that need to be.
But I mean,
cool. That's it.
Overall, my judgment is at the end of the day, it doesn't even really matter, right? What really matters is what ends up in the fucking patch.
Sure.
And honestly, I kind of have to thank them because it makes my job really easy. Because previously I relied on people. People actually sent me shit, right? Like people for real were like, Cryptic, for example, sent me like a Reddit post once or twice where a guy was like completely out of his mind, and obviously I needed to take care of that. And now I literally just okay, well, today like who shall it be, Brian or like Eddie or like whatever, and I just click on a discussion board and just find something where I'm like, what the fuck.
Yeah. I think for
That is
me,
kinda cool.
I mean, we've had this discussion before, Finn, specifically. I think for me, I'm already pessimistic about human nature. So like nothing surprises me. I'm like, yeah, if you get a group of 1,000+ people to discuss an issue, you will find the majority of them are fucking stupid. Like pick a topic. The majority of people who comment on that topic are not experts. It could be
Yes,
taxes.
but-
everyone
It could
has.
be taxes. It could be democracy. It could be the economics of blah blah. You pick a topic, and the majority of people discuss the topic are not experts in that topic, but are very
Yeah.
passionate
Yeah.
about that topic. They've never
The-
read a book on said topic, but they have opinions,
The-
and
the-
we're all guilty of this too. But like,
Of course,
again,
the
this is why I'm like,
Dunning-Kruger-
all
the-
I care about are the devs.
The Dunning-Kruger effect exists in everybody. Yeah, I fully agree.
Fantastic.
But yeah.
So,
I mean,
for me, it's just,
I don't disagree. I'm just surprised that
Mm-hmm.
you know here you have even a bit of a membrane, a little bit of a barrier where it's like
Mm-hmm.
you need to go to this Discord. You need to, or even if you want to submit something, you need to use the website. Like you need to write shit down in this channel. There are a few steps, a few tiny steps that I thought you will not have like people literally not knowing how frames work or their character at a basic level, like say, yeah, well, if this gets nerfed, she needs substantial buffs. While you're like under a complete illusion how this character even right now works. Like that is amazing to me. It's still it never amazes me. It's just the stupidity of people like kind of never stops amazing me. You know, it just never stops.
That's what I mean. I think I've stopped being amazed by the stupidity. I've budgeted it in. I think you are often. I think so much of your anger is fueled by like a surprise / disappointment. So the reason why I never get as angry as you is like, yeah, I already budgeted it in. Of course, Jason Montoya is dumb.
So
Like,
that's a good.
we know people like this exist. Like I've already budgeted that in. You're like, how could someone just make this? I'm like, brother, relax. He's not even the worst. He's not even the worst.
That's a great segue actually too. Like, okay, is the community the main problem now? Is that the thing that we have to worry about now? Because in my opinion, just recently, before Season 3, the game was the main issue, and the developers not listening was the main issue, and Tekken was virtually unplayable. I haven't touched ranked since fucking August of last year. Like, I am so...
But let me-
like,
I want to hear, Buff Guy. I actually want to, because you're the one who brought this up and put it on, and I have been thinking about this.
Sure.
I think I've made a couple of videos talking about this, but I really want to hear your take because I don't think I've heard your take on the community angle. I definitely have a take, but I think I'm really curious to hear. Oh, both of yours, of course, but I'm really curious to know why you wanted to put this on the docket because it sounds to me like you have something on your chest.
yeah,
specifically about the
so
community.
sifting through the Discord, I don't spend a lot of time on there because I have only so much brain rot I can take in a day. But
Right.
sifting through the Discord, I click on the characters that I hate the most more often than I do like Kazuya even, right?
Classic.
Because the Kazuya players, we're all complaining about the same thing. We're all saying the same thing. We're all like, posting fucking, like, there's just dudes throwing fucking videos. Check out the sick perfect electric, guys. Like, that's like, it's all over the fucking place. Like, I don't, great, good for you on your perfect electric. I don't give a shit, though. I want something constructive to do with my day, right? So I want to look into the Discord servers and see if maybe the Hwarang players have grown a semblance of a brain cell for once. Maybe the Asuka players have learned how to not drown in the shower anymore. Like maybe stuff like that is a thing these days. And it's not. I go into the Discord and people are bitching about how Hwarang is dead now. Hwarang is dead, everyone says. He still has a counter hit fucking 10 frame.
He is dead. They have to work so much harder now, bro.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, even though he still has Black Kite, he still has down 3+4, he still has no fucking weaknesses. He just can't kill you with a single 10 frame counter hit launch in fucking Heat anymore. Oh no, he's dead! Fucking idiot. He can't wall splat you with a Heat Smash and destroy you that way. Oh no, he's dead! Fucking idiots. So, like, this is where I'm coming from. Also, the Lydia players have become the most loathsome fucking dirtbags in the community recently, and I don't understand where that came from, because up until Season 3, I never really had any issues with Lydia players. Like, there'd be the odd player here and there that would just be complaining about how, they're hard stuck in Tekken King or whatever, and Lydia is so hard to play, about all that kind of stuff, but Lydia is one of the few characters in the game in Season 3, as you guys are well aware, who got fucking buffed from Season 2, right? I mean, that blows my fucking mind, because she was already, QCF 4 is already the most busted horseshit fucking move in the game, in my opinion. And a +5 on block homing move. Plus, first of all, why do plus on block homing moves still exist? That's why I'm still not playing Tekken right now. This shit is still in the fucking game. You still see numbers like +8, +9, +10 on fucking block. from certain moves, specifically heat smashes.
Yeah.
Since when is that acceptable in Tekken? That's unfucking acceptable. That's never been a thing before. In Tekken 7, there was a bit of that here and there from like Fuckum Ram and Leroy on launch.
It started to grow. It started to grow as the game went on.
Exactly.
Yeah. It,
It didn't start off that way, right? And there was nothing like plus 10 on block in Tekken Tag 2 or Tekken 6 or any of those games. Like nothing was ever, even plus 8 was unheard of, right? So this is just it's become such, and not only are the plus frames so gargantuan now, but the movement is significantly decreased, so the side steps are shittier, backdashes don't exist anymore, so what the fuck are we supposed to do against these massive plus frames? You've deleted defense completely. That's still a problem. And yet, despite all this being the case, there are still idiots in the fucking servers, like the Lydia server and the Hwarang server and the Law server, for fuck's sakes. Law still has his plus 1 on block homing move into G-Clef. It doesn't launch anymore, but it's still bullshit. And people are saying that Law is dead because they removed his wall splatting 14-frame broken fucking heat smash and his 10-frame counter launching jab. Like, those two things should never have been in the game, and yet people are saying he's dead because they're no longer in the game. Despite the fact that you still have a free DSS, by the way, which not enough people talk about, by the way. That shit being so easy to do now has destroyed the identity of Law, and players don't even. It's such a normalcy in Tekken 8 it's just a thing now. You just hold forward and he's in DSS. Oh yeah, it's just Tekken 8. If you had shown,
coming back.
huh?
Yeah, DSX is never coming back. The old DSX is never coming back.
Well, that's the problem. Well, why?
Yeah,
it should. Like, imagine if they got rid of electrics being a just frame. Imagine that, dude.
Well, have I got news for you? Come
Well,
Tekken 7, baby.
yeah.
Tekken 9, baby.
Yeah.
Come down,
I'm just saying, like, the community to me is the main problem now because they're complaining about justifiable nerfs to the entire cast. You know what? Kazuya got hit extremely hard on the nerf list. He got fucking destroyed in the patch notes.
You really think that?
Yeah, absolutely.
I was just about to say. I don't. This is the thing, though, right? You just addressed my point.
Well, I think it was justified, though.
No. Oh, okay. Fair.
Yeah.
Here's my feeling, right? I think all of us Tekken players are in an arms race, right? We have to deal with so much bullshit. Like, no matter who you play, you can be playing the most cheesy character in the game. It doesn't change like, let's say I'm playing Alyssa. Okay, my character's cheesy. I still have to deal with I still have to deal with the Bears. I still have to deal with Horang. Still have to deal with Leo. Still have to deal with everyone, right? And so oftentimes I'm so concerned with the arms race that I don't want to see my character get nerfed. Because even if I can recognize that the nerfs my character gets are justified, I'm looking at, but how am I now going to keep up with brain dead kings if I don't have my brain dead Yoshi shit? Do you get what I'm saying? So there is this fear that a lot of people have. They don't want to lose their stuff, which is why the start of the season was like our best hope. Because if there's a unilateral dearmament, right? I lose my horse shit, and you lose your horse shit, and Hurang loses his horse shit, and Leo loses their horse shit, and King loses their horse shit, then we're like, okay, I can live with my nerfs, safe in the knowledge that everyone got nerfed.
This is my cue because this is the number one thing I observed with the help also of my deputy detective Obelgon, as always. I will put it into the group chat, and I will put it on screen as well.
Sure.
I want you to just maybe chat and Buff Guy. You can read this shit out like one by one, and then you tell me what you think about it. I'm just taking a very quick toilet break. You two take over. Here's the picture with quotes from the portal.
Okay.
I put it on the screen as well.
Okay.
So you tell me what you think of this.
Okay, I'm just gonna have a slight read. Okay. Give me a second. It says here. Bear with me. That's okay. So from John Shaheen. That's a terrible way to approach it. Shaheen should be balanced once everyone else gets touched. And the Shaheen should be balanced once everyone else gets touched is circled. Next, we have a Jin player. Not before they nerf everyone else to the ground first. This is a Jin player. Don't buff Devil Jin, nerf everyone else.
Jin players,
right? Okay,
man.
cool.
Fuck off.
Let's see. Someone else. Lasagna King. No. They need to give the treatment to everyone else. We nerf everyone else down. So buff Reina or nerf everyone else. Nerf everyone else first, then you can nerf Kazuya. I agree. I am all for more nerfs if everyone else gets them too. Otherwise, Asuka will just get left in the dust. Since they won't nerf top characters like Alyssa and Lee, blah blah blah. So yeah, this is basically what I'm saying, right? This sense of like we are, whether we wish to be or not, we're in this arms race, and everyone is super sensitive to nerfs to their character because they know they exist in this really unhealthy atmosphere. Um, and this is why, to go back to your question about who's to blame, the community or the players, it's definitely a mix of both. But I've always had this thesis that games and activities like select for types of people, right? I always say like I like karaoke because the only people who go to karaoke are people who are down to just have fun and not be taken seriously. So
Yeah.
like that, the activity of karaoke selects for, in my opinion, fun, goofy people, and that's my kind of people, right? Likewise, I think the activity of Dungeons and Dragons typically selects for like storytellers, nerdy storytellers who are down to use maths for fun, right?
My
Like
kind of people
that's
too, yeah.
like it selects for that crowd, and I
Yeah.
think Tekken historically has selected for a certain amount of autism, like people who are
Bitches.
willing to get into the nerds,
Yeah.
into the weeds, sorry, for power, right? That straight translation of knowledge into power is a large part of the Tekken fantasy. And if I have more knowledge than you, I should win, and if I have less, I should lose, right? That clear sense. We're less fond of reaction checks. Um, uh, uh, we like some of it, but like it's more we like to be the rewarded to be the person who masters the system the best.
Which
And
typically
but I think
how it was with Tekken.
yes, historically,
Yeah.
yes, exactly.
Not anymore,
But I
but it
think
was.
that not anymore, true. But I think that the new Tekken 8 has created this environment now where has created this very character first environment. And so I totally understand why. Like for example, everyone was getting on Edge's case, right? Hurang player. Oh, my character's unplayable. And everyone gave him shit. And I understand why.
He
But I
apologized
also have
though.
to
He
he did
was
apologize.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
knew
he
he
did
was wrong,
apologize.
and he overreacted, and he fully admitted it. And that's the thing that
Sure.
other Hwarang players could learn from, a little bit of humility. He
Sure.
was wrong, and he knew
But
it.
even before his reaction, I could understand. I actually had a lot of sympathy for him because he is competing at the highest level of play, where he has to deal with Anna and Drag and I guess Alyssa and Yoshi. He has to deal with everything, and so every nerf to him is literally injuring his ability to put food on the table. Right?
Sure,
And so
but-
I'm like, I actually have a lot more sympathy for him than say a random blunt smoker 62012, right? And like I think my point is like the community's unwilling to. I'm going around the houses, but I understand why people are so sensitive to nerfs to their character because the environment is so unhealthy, and everyone is just trying to survive in a super unhealthy atmosphere. Which is why this response of like, "Don't touch my character until you've nerfed everyone else," it's short-sighted. Don't get me wrong; it's incorrect, and we're right to be dismayed by it. But I won't say that it's irrational. Does that make sense? It's not. I understand this protocol, but the issue is that it's short-sighted. They're not realizing that the best thing for all of us is for all of us to get nerfed.
Well, it clearly lacks critical thinking. They're these people that are saying these things, they're either trolling or they have no sense of critical thinking whatsoever. And by that I mean, for those of you who are watching right now or watching in the future, critical thinking is the ability to coherently, correctly, concisely critique what the fuck it is that you're being fed as information, whether it's
Sure.
by a game or from a person. It doesn't matter. How do you critically think, or even the thought that you have? Like this thought that I have right now is that my character Jin is. I'm obviously not a Jin player, so please don't ever think about me.
Obviously, I'm not. Could be anything but a Jin player.
Fuck, dude. I don't ever want anyone to think I'm a Jin player for one fucking, like, seriously, I would rather you kick me in the fucking balls than call me a Jin player.
Hold on, slight tangent. It was so funny. I remember me and you were always button heads, and I remember just being like, I was like, oh man, this buff guy's a fucking idiot. Whatever. I said all kinds of things, or jokingly, and you were like, Chad's alright. And then I said, yeah, Jin's a Mishima, and you were like, this mother. Nothing triggered you more than my saying Jin was a Mishima. You're like, this son of a. Dare you. I could have called you anything. I could have called you a slur. I could have made fun of everyone in your family. I could have just and you're like, whatever. The second I said Jin was a Mishima, you were like, this. How dare you?
That almost cost us our friendship, you bastard.
I will never make that mistake again, ever. Ever. It was so funny.
Fuck, man. No, like, but that's God damn
It just made me laugh.
Fuck, I'm derailed as shit. That was awesome.
Sorry. No, but you were saying about Jin. You were using Jin as the example of like getting nerfed, not accepting the nerfs. because
Okay,
you're worried about
yeah.
your place in
Thank
the
you.
ecosystem.
Yeah. So my critique, the ability to critically think is like you're a Jin player, right? You're saying, oh, I want everyone else to get nerfed before my guy does. But you're not taking the time to think about that for longer than 2 seconds. Maybe the guy next to you, the Victor main, feels the same way about the and the Yoshi player next to him feels the same way. And then we go down the road, and now all of a sudden nobody's getting nerfed because everybody mains at least one of the characters in the game, right? Every character in the game has players that main them. So where the fuck is there? You need to be able to think about what the fuck it is you're saying before you fucking say the thing. Don't let the words leave your mouth before you've critiqued what it is you're about to fucking say. Because that's where we get this kind of problem. Like the fucking image that Finn just showed is just laughable to me. Shaheen should be balanced Shaheen should be balanced once everyone else gets touched up.
Yeah.
This is weird, right? Like this
The
is like,
arms-
what even?
No, yeah, but we were just saying this. Buff guy just made a really good point. It's like I said, it's the arms race. No one wants to be left behind in the arms race because, like, if you nerf, even if my character does deserve nerfs and I get the nerfs, but the King players, the Kazuya players, the Jin
King players are really nice, by the way. I gotta say, as bullshit as King is right now, I can't fucking get mad at the goddamn King players because they are the nicest goddamn fucking idiots in the community.
Yeah, King players are fine. Yeah,
they're so nice that it pisses me off, dude.
Yeah, because they've known their character's been bullshit from the start. So it's like they kind of own it. I kind of respect that. But like the thing is, it's like they're like, I don't want to. Let's say they nerf my character in the first wave, but they don't nerf this other characters. That means that there's a 3-month period where I just have to get fucking shat on by the victors and the kings. So I understand that sense of like, do them before me. But the way you address that would have been season 3. Everyone gets nerfed.
No shit.
That's the way you do it, right? Everyone gets nerfed. Because that would at least limit. Yes, people will still bitch, of course. But if everyone gets nerfed, maybe arguably even too much, right? And then you build up again bit by bit. That was way easier to swallow than, okay, month 1, we're going to nerf these 6 characters. Now, those 6 characters are fucking furious because they still have to deal with everyone else who wasn't nerfed. That's not an irrational feeling of frustration and like a desire to quit and a feeling that you're being picked on. Why was I in the first tranche? Why couldn't he even? Like, I totally get that. Like, on an emotional level. Again, it's short-sighted. And if you had a more wise, holistic view of Tekken, you'd understand that, no, this is in our best interest. But if we were being the wisest we could be, you would just do it at the start of the season and nerf everyone.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. So I kind of, to go back to your initial question, you're right, the community are acting like a bunch of bitches, but we're being led this way. Do you know what I mean? Like, we're creating an environment that is encouraging this, I think.
Yeah.
This, to me, it's just fascinating because this, in that ridiculous form, I have not witnessed before. And you know, I really followed closely some of the discussions in Tekken 7. I have not seen this type of mentality on display in Tekken 7 to that degree, where people are going, like, I mean, the Shaheen player even says, yeah, my character should be nerfed, but like everyone before that, please. I mean, that's like the most egotistical asshole statement I have ever read. It's like, it's so fucking dumb.
I hear
it's
it.
Insane.
I hear it, but like it's funny because now I don't really have a main. I just play multiple different characters, and like I do understand that. I personally have like a list of like, okay, who needs to be nerfed first, and who needs to be nerfed everyone else. And so like if I'm playing Leo and someone's like, Leo needs to get a fucking hatchet to their legs, I'm like, yeah, you're right. Whereas like when I'm playing Xiaoyu and someone's like, Xiaoyu's gonna get nerfed, all of a sudden I become like the Shaheen player. I'm like, okay, no, there are other players who need to get touched first, right? So I do understand where this comes from. I'm like, no, my character probably needs nerfs, but like, why am I? I'm not number 1 on that list. I get that. Like, well, I'm not number 1. Deal with Victor and King, then come to me. Right? I totally get that. Maybe, like, there needs to be an order.
Maybe I have a really different. Maybe I am just a bit of an outlier because most Tekken players have like their at least 1 or 2 of their like die-hard mains, right?
Sure.
And
right.
I never had that. I always considered myself, I'm a Tekken player.
Sure.
Like I play almost everyone. I know shit about almost every character. I have visited every fucking content creator under the sun to learn from them for their character. And maybe that's why I don't have that. Like to me,
Yeah.
it's like I want a healthy overall game environment because I love Tekken. I love good ass Tekken no matter what the character is on screen.
Yeah.
And to me, this mentality is really alien. Like maybe it's
That's
just me.
interesting.
Maybe it's just a me thing. I guess.
I don't think it's just you, but like as someone who historically has been like, I'm a Leo main. That's my character. That's the one. That's the
Yeah.
tool I use. That's my martial art. Like, yes, there's multiple martial arts in this thing. I use Budget one. That's my style, right? And then only in this game, because I feel like they butchered my character, I've started to have a more journeyman's attitude and looking at multiple characters. So I kind of feel like I'm in mix of both camps. So I do have a lot of sympathy for people like, no, this is my one character. It's very important that my character doesn't have to be top tier, but just needs to be able to hang in the environment. And if the environment is super healthy, and then you try and nerf one of my admittedly unhealthy tools that contributes to the net unhealthiness, I'm like, okay, but I need that though. Like, it's like saying no one should have a gun. I'm like, okay, but my neighbor has a gun. And the other guy has a gun. Like, no, but we have to take away guns, so I'm taking away yours. I'm like, why take away my first? I feel so much more vulnerable living in a neighborhood where everyone else has a gun and I don't. Yes, but we need to get rid of guns. No, you're right. It would be best if none of us had a gun. You are correct. But I don't want to live. The next worst thing is for me to not have a gun and everyone to still have a gun. Like, so I totally get that, right?
Well, what you're saying makes perfect sense, but I look at it more like how fun is the character that you play? For example, what I mean by that is in Tekken 6 BR, when Tekken 6 BR dropped, Kazuya was, well, in the initial Tekken 6, Kazuya was broken beyond belief. That was probably the strongest he's ever been in the history of Tekken. And then BR comes out, and they nerfed him and a bunch of other characters, but mostly Kazuya, so hard that he became basically the worst character in the game. Like, forward 4 was useless, down back 4 was useless, his down forward 1 was useless, it was 16 frames. Like, he had so many problems introduced in Tekken 6 BR. His combos were shit damage and extremely hard to do. He had so many problems, but the fun factor was still there. He was still Kazuya at his core, and he was still so much fun to play, so the nerfs and the problems he had, being so useless in that game, I still had a fucking blast playing him all the time. I didn't care. I stuck with Kazuya and Heihachi. Heihachi was a lot stronger, so it was nice to be able to compete sometimes using him, but with Kazuya, that was off the table. But at least I had the time of my life playing him, and I think that's what players are missing. They just want it's like they're not having fun unless they're steamrolling their opponent or their character is so fucking beyond busted that they don't even give their opponent a chance to fight back, like King's wall combo in bullshit, for example. Like, what are you supposed to do against that? There's just nothing you can do.
Hold on, but I actually agree with you. I 100% agree with you, but I want to add a little bit of nuance to that because because I agree. I'm someone who doesn't like. In fact, I'm a bit of a hipster. If I genuinely think my character is the best character in the game, I don't want to play them. Right?
Yeah,
because like, I don't actually don't want my own. Forget what other people say. I don't want the perception that I'm being carried by my character. Like, my opinion matters the most. So I'm like, my character's doing the most of the work. So there is a sweet spot of like of difficulty or tier for me to feel satisfaction from the character, right?
Sure.
But at the same time, there is a point where it's like, okay, but if the characters I'm fighting are able to steamroll me and like I have no recourse or my recourse is super small, then it actually reaches a point where actually this isn't fun anymore. So on one hand, I respect your opinion of like, hey, people should just learn to have fun with their character regardless of where they are in the tier list. But there is a gap in power where actually this isn't fun regardless of how much I like the character.
I mean, that is not happening, right? Like the last time that was the case in Tekken 7 in Tekken was maybe in Tekken 6 BR if you actually played Kazuya into Bob, and even then you had Crazy Dongpal smoking a whole team twice with Kazuya in Tekken Crash. So even then, even Atif, right? Atif, he beat Launch Leroy on Gigas.
Yeah.
It's like we are not people, because I know what you mean, Chad, but people act like this. But I'm like, motherfucker, we are not playing like a fighting game from the 90s where you actually have unusable characters that are literally worthless.
Yeah.
This doesn't exist anymore.
In Tekken 6 BR, in Tekken 6 BR, you could play Kazuya and you could compete against a Bob or a Lars. It was possible. There was a gap.
But I agree with you. But I think that was a large part because of the core Tekken system. Tekken is a game where even if your character is low tier, your at the end of the day, your mastery of the system will do the most carrying. Like that was historically the case. Whereas I think character strength in this game is, you might disagree, but I think character strength in this game is a real plays a far larger part. And again, as someone playing multiple
every
characters,
character is mad strong.
Exactly.
yes and
Everybody
no, but it depends on the
is
matchup.
fucked
So
up.
I remember, from my experience in season 1 of Tekken 8, I remember playing Leo, and I remember making the observation that if I'm playing someone in my tier bracket or below, so I think Leo was mid tier in season 1, strong but mid tier, I was having a lot of fun. The second you were dealing with the Lords or the Jins or the Kings, the game became way less fun because I feel like we're playing a different test. What's interesting is that in season 2, Leo, I think, went up into that tier bracket. Right. And so now all of a sudden I can compete with anyone, even if my character isn't the strongest character in the game. I could hang with them. Whereas I actually didn't feel, and again, I'm going to probably get some ridicule, but I felt like actually when I played Fang, I could kind of hang. When I played Leo, I could kind of hang. When I played Xiaoyu, I could feel like, oh, actually, assuming that my opponent knows how to defend, this isn't fun anymore. Even though my actual enjoyment of the character, which I was the most, like, I felt like it was kind of, I felt like. Yeah, I don't know. I felt like he was really up against it, which is why my relationship with Xiaoyu in this game is really weird. Because I've hated Xiaoyu historically. I hate Xiaoyu more than you guys in Tekken 8, right? In Tekken 7, right? And but when I
don't
played,
mind Xiaoyu.
But when I came to Tekken 8, playing the character, I can feel the difference in tiers with the three characters I played. In season 1, Feng was the strongest of the 3 characters I played. In season 2, Leo became the strongest of the 3 characters I played. And Xiaoyu has now, I think in season 3 is actually in a good spot because everyone else has been nerfed down, right? Like, including her, right? Everyone's been nerfed down, so now everyone has to play more Tekken, which is interesting. But there is something very frustrating about, like, trying to play certain characters and then the opponent activates heat, and now we're not playing Tekken anymore. We're playing fucking...
yeah, but I mean that goes for that is every character in the game. Like that's every character. I mean, I don't know. I'm a really fucked up elitist when it comes to like matchup shit and stuff. I'm like this will really upset certain people.
Sure.
I'm like the omega elitist who is like, bro, unless you're like master event top 64, don't talk to me about matchups. Like, don't talk to me about matchups. Like, you don't know what you're talking about.
Right. Okay. I'm not quite that crazy.
But like, that's me thing.
I hear it. But for me, it's like, I know that when my character has horse shit, I can accept your horse shit. You get what I'm saying? If dealing with horse shit when I'm playing Leo, I'll take it. Well, I got horse shit too.
Here's the thing.
When I don't have the horse shit, all of a sudden I'm way more tilted by horse shit.
But with what character do you not have the most degenerate horse shit that Tekken has ever seen? With what character?
I think in terms of with every character you have some, but there are levels to it, and I think my Leo has way more horse shit than my Ling, like significantly more.
But there are players out there that would disagree with you, right?
Every time I play against the Ling, and I mean, yeah, that's on me. I'm like, oh, I whiff one time. I mean, yeah, that's kind of on me. I hit I eat a fucking up forward free, up back free, and now I know, okay, I'm eating for some reason unreasonable 60% now from Ling, which is kind of weird, into autoplay heat Oki, which is kind of weird. And the round is over. Like, that's the Ling flowchart, right? What you do with Ling is you fish for the launch.
I neutral once, and then I make you gas at the wall. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's literally, she does more damage than Paul from a health sweep punish. That is, like, I mean, and that's Ling, not a character considered. Ling is not considered like extremely problematic or anything. I'm just reminding people, if she launches you once and there is a wall, you eat very much above average damage into the most brain dead, easy play Oki. Hold that shit, and 100%. You better guess right. Otherwise, it's done.
Yeah, and if fuck help you, if you eat her heat smash, her back turn heat smash against the wall too. Fuck help you
100%, 100%. You are both of you are 100% correct, right? But think about how that transition started. I blocked a hell sweep, or I made you whiff, which Shai has tons of tools to do, right? But there are characters like Victor who make you block a thing, and now you have to guess for your life. Do you get what I'm saying?
No, well, I want to keep on. You don't have to guess for your life. Like, you don't have to guess for your life.
I don't know if Victor has anything like that. Yeah. The most he is +6 after Perfumer 1+2. and then you still have
Wait,
options.
wait.
Well, besides +8 of down 2 at the wall with the in-line stance.
I just want to be. I always want to be really honest about shit.
So where do we think? Again, not to get into character specific. Where do we think Victor is?
Well, that's actually okay. Another great segue, real quick, because I have this written down in the notes. So yeah, who are the top 5 characters right now, and why are 4 of them Lydia, King, Dragunov, and Victor?
Look.
Oh, what do you think Victor is?
No, wait. I'm not arguing about Victor's tier placement. I'm just saying, you know what Guest for Life for me is? You blocked season 2 Heihachi Heat Smash. That's Guest for Life at the wall. That can be Guest for Life.
Yep.
Okay, you're right. Guest for Life, if we're gonna get, pedantic's not the right word, because you're right to call me out on that. Like, Guest for Life is the wrong term. What I mean is this, right? There are times where you are in, I think actually I brought this up ages ago and we never had this discussion, Buff guys, so now's the perfect time to have it, right?
Sure.
I had this idea for like, we should actually collab on a major video, right? Threat levels of situations. So,
I love this. You brought this up the other day.
So exactly, I brought this up months ago. We never got around to it. Right?
Yeah, but I love this.
But so imagine this, right?
Finn, I want to hear your take on this, man. This is a great topic.
So you're fighting against Leo, right? And Leo makes you block forward 4, right?
Yeah.
You are now in a somewhat tough situation, right? Let's assign a numerical value. Like, how much danger are you in, right? 10 is like, if I guess wrong here, I fucking die. And like 1 is like, whatever, not a big threat, right? That's a scenario. And we'll assign a threat number to it. Next, let's move on to Kazuya. Kazuya's now hit you with down back 4.
Whoa.
Hold on. I'm trying to give you the broader let me go to specifics, right? So I will come back to you, I promise. Kazuya hits you with down back 4, right? So now you're minus, what is it, right? And now you're in his face, right?
-4, yeah.
Exactly. Right. So you're now in his face. Assign a numerical value to that situation. Victor has now done running 2 and you've blocked it. My point is, every character is able to put their opponents in varying levels of threat scenario, right? And my point is, Victor isn't able to put you in, like, say, 10 out of 10 threat scenario effortlessly, but I feel like he's constantly able to put you in a 5 or 6 with minimal effort.
Yeah,
that's the point I'm trying to make.
I know
right?
what
so
you mean. There needs.
It's hard to assign numerical value to this.
My thing about this shit is, you're right. Like, every character can do this. Every fucking character does this shit. Every character, like, you block a fucking, what is it, up back 2 from Steve, the homing high. Like, you block that, you have a problem.
And now you're in a situation.
And all of these situations,
are they all equally threatening though? That's my point.
But that's not my issue. My issue is, I don't even care about the threat level. I care about these situations. You know what they all are? What they all have in common? They are hella uninteresting to do and to play against.
Yes.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed.
The boring factor in the constant fucking, like you just said with up back 2, Steve. Up back 2 is a +5 on block homing fucking move. Yeah. That is the definition of boring.
It's not the end of the world. Yeah, exactly. And it's not the end of the world, right? It's not like, if I guess wrong here, I die. But it's very frustrating to be put into that. Even if you call it a minor threat level, it sucks to be put in that minor threat level because I blocked up
for nothing. For fucking nothing.
About, right?
They did nothing. They pressed up back 2, and now I have to guess. It's so fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, so Finn is right to call me out for saying, like, you can't say he's making you guess for your life. He's not making you guess for your life, but he is Victor. Is constantly putting you in these threat level situations. Like, why am I in a threat? I didn't lose neutral. Why am I here?
Yeah.
Why do I feel like I've lost neutral when I didn't lose neutral?
You did.
Yeah. You lost neutral because you blocked. Yeah, you blocked. Yeah, exactly. You lost neutral because you blocked this thing.
The neutral. Yeah, bro. In other games, like in Guilty Gear, you blocked something. You lost neutral. Your problem, motherfucker. Your problem, motherfucker. You lost neutral. You blocked Nago.
C4 said this to me months ago, where it's in 3D games or in anime games. In Tekken, historically, you lost neutral by getting hit, whereas like in anime games or in team games, you lose neutral because you blocked, right? Yeah. And that's a 2D thing that they are used to, and we aren't used to that in Tekken. Whereas like now it's like, you blocked this +2, this mid, and now you have to guess. I'm like, wait, hold on, why am I in a situation that I would be normally as if I've lost neutral when I didn't lose neutral? It's like, well, this ain't your daddy's Tekken. Like, you block this plus unblock mid, you've lost neutral. Like, wait, what? Okay, fine. You know what? You're right. Let me try to move around this option. Wait, but we gave that character a homing option to stop you from moving. What the fuck was I supposed to do?
This is also where the active defense memes start, right? Because in other games, it's legit. Like, it's legit. In when I play Guilty Gear with my mates, it's like, if you let me in, Yeah, bro, that's on. Like, you lost, you lost neutral, motherfucker. Deal with it. Like, yeah, I
Yeah,
will throw
yeah.
you now in a throw loop. Get fucked. Safe jump. I don't care. Like, yeah, I like. It is actually like that. But in Tekken, you're right. It was different. It was like you got hit, you lost neutral, or even the opponent managed to make you block like something like a running attack, which is not easy.
Yes,
Historically.
exactly. Well, not
So-
easy, right? Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Historically,
This is
it's
why-
not. Now it is. But
Historically, it is.
Yeah,
Historically,
exactly.
it's not. But yeah, so yeah, for me, it's about. For me, it's just about the look. I watched Evo Japan, and like, for me, it's like, oh, look, Lydia did QCF 1+2 and charged the follow up, and now you are -8 into. Like, it's not
Yeah.
interesting to watch the best
Yeah.
players in the world put into the situation where it's such an uninteresting RPS that I'm like, I
Yes.
might as well, when all of these situations, and it's not the entire round, right? It's not the entire duration of the round. It's not.
Agreed.
But there is still too many of those. This is
Yes.
like my next thing where I'm like, May patch, please fucking deliver. I want less of those situations because they are just uninteresting. It's not about the power level. It's not about what character has the most or
Yes.
or what, you know, it's not about that. It's just
Yes, I
about
hear it.
I am not playing Tekken to play around with those situations. I would play a different game. I would play a fucking different game.
I
And
hear it. I
even-
hear it. And go on, Buffer.
Okay, sorry, man. But even like, okay, discussing the threat levels and how easy they are to put you in those types of blenders and how interesting those scenarios are and the boring factor, like everything that Finn was just saying. It varies from character to character, and it also varies from player to player depending on the knowledge they have. And on top of that, the final variable is the pattern recognition sequences that you can identify your opponent doing within that very match, right? So there's tons of factors at play when trying to weigh out how threatening a certain scenario or a certain sequence is. Like if Victor makes you block running 2, for example, he's +5 in the EI stance, right? And from that point, you can choose to jab check and you will beat out most of his options. If you just stand jab, if you dick jab, you risk dying. But if you stand jab, you'll beat out everything except the power crush, which will connect, and you'll lose to his lie 1. Anything that he does with lie 1. But every other move he can do from lie stance, which he's got like 12 of them, 10, 11, 12 moves. Everything else, you're beating out 10 plus moves with a single jab check, right?
Yeah.
So there are layers there. And that, to me, excuse me, I'm okay with that level of threat and how easy it is for Victor to get into that scenario because I know that I still
I'm in that much danger when I'm in it.
I'm not in that much danger.
Yeah.
Same thing with running 1+2 with Victor. That stupid bullshit low that tracks the side step left, sidewalk left, right? It's a horrible fucking move. I don't know why he has it. It's fucking bullshit. It's like -14 on block only. It's ridiculous.
Sure.
But it's, again, it's not that threatening if you eat it because he's only +4, which means jab check now beats out more options. You don't die to the power crush anymore, right? So... There are layers to this, and that's what keeps it interesting to me. That's the interesting part of those things to me. Whereas moves like QCF4 from Lydia, there is virtually no layers there. You have to just block, and wait and see what she's going to fucking do, because the follow-ups that she has are far more in her favor, and she beats you out with more options than Victor would with his running 1+2 or running 2, right?
So I'm gonna challenge. I have Hopper in my chat, spreading misinformation. No, I'm joking. Much love to you, Hopper. But like, but the thing is, I'm gonna challenge you on the Victor point because you are right in the terms of like. This is why I wanted to use the threat level analogy. I know we're not really talking about power level or tiers and stuff.
Yeah.
But the thing is with Victor is he's able to loop a ton of semi-threatening situations. And I find that toxic as fuck.
Like
right?
what though?
Like,
Besides lie down 2 at the wall, what else does he really have?
I'll give you an example.
Okay.
Just to make sure I understand, AI Jutsu is the one where he hits you with the butt of his laser sword, right? And he has a bunch of follow-ups, or am I mistaking that?
EI what, sorry?
AI Jutsu. It's AI Jutsu 1 when he hits you with the butt of his laser sword, and he has like the homing high follow-up. He has the mid. That's one, right? That's AI Jutsu 1.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
so my point is,
that's one.
he does running 2, and you said the jab tech beats everything except for EI1, right?
And the
lo
power
behold,
crush.
and EI1, yeah, but we'll talk about EI1 often is like will often be the go-to option because it leads to multiple things. Let's say you you block EI1, bang. You are now again in a soft pseudo mix-up because he can go into a variety of options or stay in EI Jutsu stance. So now you actually don't know your frame data, right? I have a huge issue with EI Jutsu 1, almost more than anything. Because it's one thing to be like, okay, I put you in the stance and now I'm gonna have to force to make a choice. But oftentimes, especially when you're watching Victor mains, whether they're good or bad, a lot of them will do run into EI1, right? And then it's like, okay, cool. Is he going to do the homing high? Is he going to do the mid? Is he going to do nothing? And I have to make a call. And if I'm wrong on this choice, that's when we start to, like, we're in a tough time. And I have half a second to make the call.
Right, but in that case, when he's just doing EI1, if you see him doing that and you've recognized that, like the first thing you want to do against an opponent ever is just anytime they put you in a guessing scenario, you do nothing but block. That's the number one thing, right?
Yes.
So you block, and those, I usually do that for 2-3 interactions. And then I collect data, and then I'm like, okay, this is what they like to do, running 2 or running 1+2 in the EI1. Okay, great. At that point, I can sidestep left and launch every single option he does, no matter what, unless he's just done Perfumer 1+2, because then you don't have the frames to sidestep left to EI1. So that's fair. But that's a very specific situation. It's a very slow move. He usually only does it in an Oki scenario, so you don't necessarily have to worry about Perfumer 1+2 getting blocked most of the time, right?
Yeah.
So still, no matter what, you always have the option to sidestep left, launch him immediately. Every single option he does after EI1 is whiffed gets killed by a launcher. So you have options to play there. And if blocking is scary to you, there's no reason for that to be scary to you, because he has one option where he's minus 14. He has one option where he's +4, which you can duck and kill him for it as well. And then he has options to cancel it as well. You know, he can cancel multiple the string that he does the fucking explosive at the very end. He can cancel that, so he can throw some mind games in. But again, all those options are beaten out with the sidestep left. So, in my opinion, those are the layers that I'm talking about that add intrigue and it makes the character interesting, even though they're putting you into that scenario. And honestly, if he just hits you with EI1 all the fucking time, just block, because +4 for Victor is not that scary. He's got one scary tool that he can use with 1+2 in the neutral. One thing that actually scares me, but it's a 15 frame move, so you can just dick jab him.
I want to confirm.
Yeah.
Victor is in a healthy spot right now. Is that what we're saying?
I think he's top 5 right now.
Oh wait, okay. So he's not in a healthy spot. He needs.
I think this game is so much better balanced now, and everything is so much closer together in terms of you have the bottom tier trash like Deviljin and Kazuya, and you have the top tier bullshit that like fucking Victor, King, Lydia, Dragunov, and Law, which are my personal top 5 right now. Which I would love to get your guys' take on. Who do you guys think is the top 5? But those 5 characters are definitely in a league of their own. But they're not so. The difference between power levels is not so egregious. Like a Kazuya could compete against a Dragunov and potentially do well, you know, and you don't have to be Keisuke for that to happen either. So, whereas in Season 2, I thought it was a Kazuya versus a Dragunov. The Dragunov's going to win 9 times out of 10. Like, it's just, that's how I felt in Season 2. But Season 3, it's so much more compact and closer together, power level-wise. Even though there are still so many problems with the game, I think they genuinely fixed the balance to such a heavy degree that even characters like Victor, who are definitively top tier right now, he's still basically Season 2 Victor. And I labbed the shit out of Season 2 Victor. And
the new move is not okay. Like the new like up back 2 is it? Up back 2 is a fancy cut is not okay.
From
like,
Perfumer?
That is
Is it Perfumer up back 2?
No, just out of his new Season 3 move, up back 2.
Oh, fuck! Yeah, what does that do?
What does that do?
Is that the homing move?
Yeah, it's not homing. It's extremely good tracking to his weak side.
Sidewalk
It is
right?
completely safe on block. It is chargeable and then goes plus on block.
Oh, chargeable, yes,
into
okay, yes,
Perfumer.
another one. Yeah,
It is a counter hit launcher if charged. It is a counter hit knockdown normally. Not charged, on normal hit, this weapon mid is a ballerina stun,
Yeah, it does.
meaning
Yeah,
it is
yeah,
a
yeah.
normal hit wall splat as well. This
Oh.
He needs
is
it.
holy shit. Is that not okay?
He needs it.
Yeah.
I think Victor, Lydia, and the other they do this in two waves. We get to that later, where I want to hear about your hopes and best case. You know what you would like to see in the next patch. But I think
Sure.
in the next patch they are going to take Lydia, Victor, and other characters that they actually didn't address yet in that patch.
And
They
King,
didn't address them at
King
all.
and Dragon.
It seems
I
obvious.
think-
Yeah, it seems obvious. It
Yeah.
seems obvious. Yeah, it seems obvious. So they left a few off the radar. 100%.
Yeah, they left them off the radar because their shit most is like stand stuff, and they
Yeah.
focused like I think mostly now on like not stand stuff.
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah.
For I think for really the most part. But
We live in a
they're
world
doing
where King is mostly stance stuff, guys. Holy fuck.
That's why we're here, man. It's crazy.
Yeah.
No, it's interesting to hear you because I really think that Victor for me embodies everything I dislike about Tekken 8. Like literally everything.
See, I didn't.
Like on a not just on an aesthetic level, although that definitely is the case, but like also on a mechanical level, on what he asks players to do, on risk reward profile. I'm really not a fan of the character at all.
I didn't realize.
Wow.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't realize that Up Back 2 because I checked the patch notes. I got to Lydia and then I had to stop and I deleted Tekken 8.
Sure.
Like I couldn't fucking do it. But so I didn't even get to Victor. I haven't even investigated that far into the character roster. Like I still don't know what Steve and Raven and Chayu and Victor can do now. So
Yeah.
learning about Up Back 2 just now from Finn, it tracks to sidewalk right. It can you can charge it at wall splats, counter hit launcher. Again, they're just deleting fucking weaknesses. So I think that inherently puts him right at the top of the tier list just from that one fucking move alone. Like that's insane.
It's pretty crazy. I mean, the thing is, not to spoil the ending, but like I'm not qualified to comment on the tier list. Like I've literally only played like ranked for like a week and a half now. I've only come back to ranked. I've not watched much competitive play. I've watched Evo Japan has been the most competitive play I've watched, and even that's like mostly been like pools and stuff. I can't comment. I have theories, of course. Everyone has their theories. I don't know yet. But at the same time, I do think this patch has been really good. Simply on the system level, I'm just dealing with a lot less Heath shit, and I think the number of times where, and again, this might just be salt, but like I think there are times where you lose and you be like, man, I got out Tekken, and then there are times you lose and be like, oh, I got Tekken 8'd. And I feel like the number of times where I lose and I think, oh, I got Tekken 8'd has fallen significantly. Because even if characters still have annoying Heat moves, they do it to me once now. I'm like, okay, cool.
Yeah, exactly.
That you got 45 worth of points of free unearned damage as opposed to like fucking 70. Do you know what I mean? Whereas like I'm out Tekkening you, but you activate Heat and now the game's over. That happens way less. And that and then now the main issues are character stuff, which there's still stuff that needs to be addressed. We can go through character to character. But because they've had a system level change, it's really meaningful. I still have matchups that I fucking hate, but I hate them a lot less. Like even every matchup I hate in this game, I hate less since this patch.
Yeah, me
You
too.
get what I'm saying? Because I have less of their bullshit to deal with, and that's I was hoping that would be the case at season 3, and it wasn't. But now they've done it now, and I'm like, that's great. And if we get another patch along similar lines, I think we're not just in an okay spot, we're in a really good spot. Because at some point I just want to play Tekken. I don't want to play this Heat shit.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing, and the less Heat, the better. Like even if there's matchups I hate, it's like okay, but I have to beat you at Tekken. Not like okay, I beat you at Tekken, but then you activate you Heat burst, or you go wall splat. Now I've lost 80% of my health because I got hit by this one mid from like fucking 2 meters away from the wall. Like ugh, I don't really feel like I lost that round.
One thing, Buff Guy. What was the point on your list? Where were we? Was it already? Are we at? You wanted to name us. You wanted us to name like top 5.
Yeah. So I was curious about your both of your specific picks of. I also have a follow-up question. So your personal opinions. Who do you think are the top 5 right now? You're allowed to speculate. Obviously, we're like Chad just said. Can we even comment? Do we have enough knowledge? I'm somewhat in agreement with that. I don't think we have enough information yet to know. We don't play high-level tournaments, so we don't know all the ins and outs yet. But I think we're all educated in this game enough to present a reasonable case for what we think.
Yeah, sure, I hear it.
And the follow-up to that is also on top of the top 5. What you guys have to say about that is what about a matchup makes you hate the matchup so much? Because in just my personal opinion, I don't hate any matchups in this game because all that does for me is give me incentive to hit the lab. I don't play ranked. I live in the fucking lab. I live in practice mode.
I heard.
So that just means, hey, I get to study this character now, and I get to learn everything about this character. And then whenever I see them on the screen, I get happy because now I can put all my knowledge to the test. So what is it about matchups that it incentivizes you to hate the matchup? I would like to know that.
I got a lot to say, but we'll get there.
Awesome. Okay, yeah. Top five characters first, though. Finn, I want to hear your comments.
Yeah. You got thoughts on this one?
So I need to make a really this really big disclaimer here because I am gonna answer it because I don't want to like dodge a question, but I need to say it because people know that I never ever in my life made a tier list.
Yeah.
And that has a reason because I think tier lists are poison for the minds of scrubs.
It's so true. It's so true.
I dislike it because unless you are playing literally at the highest level of play, the tier list doesn't affect you at all. At all.
Oh,
it doesn't.
I don't know about that. But go on.
I think I have to agree with Finn there, bro. I have to.
It doesn't. Challenge both of you, but go on, continue. Finish the point.
It doesn't.
Finish the point. Go on.
So, what I also want to say, especially in this game, as Buff Guy said, especially also now after some of the heat changes, some of like, when we take certain things together, like the heat changes now, the nerfs that were the few nerfs that were in season 3, it's now everything is like relatively close together, apart from the outliers. So honestly, again, it's a bit of a disclaimer for me. You can look, you show me any player in this game that is really sick. It doesn't matter what character they play. The character they play, you show them to me. I'm like, that character has to be top 5. Like, holy fuck, they are so good. Like, how can you beat this character? Like, I saw, for example, in TNS, I saw just Kaplerv against a Shadow, and he fucking impressed me. I was like, wow, like such a clean Jhin. Like, and you look at this and you're like, maybe this character is top 10. Or best example, and I have this character, maybe for some people controversial, but then you just don't fucking know. If you show me Tai on a day where he is really feeling it and he's really hot, and you show me Tai playing Armor King, I'm like, that's the best character in the game. That's the best character in the game. But Tai is also a fucking sick player. So again, this is part of the
fucking incredible, though. Yeah.
When I say like, oh, this character is now in my top 5. First of all, doesn't affect us because we are not fucking top 8 or top 16 or top 24 even tournament level players. Let's fucking be real about this.
100%.
And secondly, the gap between the best character in the game and the worst character in this game is like, when we would try to quantify output efficiency, is maybe 5%.
Yeah,
maybe
exactly.
5%.
Yeah, everyone is so much closer together now.
Now, after I've done this disclaimer, I would say honestly, Armor King is in my top 5.
Wow.
Simply because his quality now is he isn't that much heat reliant. His heat smash doesn't matter anyways. You're better off doing forward for heat dash most of the time. So heat shit doesn't really affect him that much. Yeah. And all of his buttons are like fucking insane. Sidestep 2 is an egregious low, even for Tekken 8. That is an egregious
It should be minus 15, minus 14, absolutely.
It should be like at least that's the very least minus 13. But like I think Armor King is incredibly good. Brian, simply because Brian will probably always be good in this game unless they nerf actually his counter hit launchers, which they are not willing to do historically. They don't do it. If you get hit by a Brian, even forward 3, back 1, anything on counter hit, you kind of explode into really fucking scary Oki. So Brian will probably always be really good in this game.
Can I interject?
Really, yep.
Can you hold that thought real quick? I agree. Brian is extremely potent with his counter hit launchers, but that's Brian. He's always been that way, so it's fair. But he in this game he is so much more dangerous because of the system itself, not because of Brian necessarily. Yes. But sorry, no, go ahead.
Well, yeah, yes and no in my opinion, because he can, like, something like QCB1 like really puts you on the spot. Like it's crazy. And his counter hit launches in this game, he was always good. Like, Brian was always a fucking great character also in Tekken 7. Like, how many times did you see Jimmy J just run over people, or then Aku Major, or the late Tai in Tekken 7? Like, these are 3 Brian players. And in this game, because the game wants you so hard to interact with your opponent and create so many of these situations where you want to interact with your opponent, I think Brian's counter hit nature just shines a bit more in this game. It shines a bit more.
I agree, but the difference with Brian, why I don't think Armor King, I can understand your placement with him. He's still got the fucking homing throws, for fuck's sake. So like Armor King is definitely a contender. Brian now, I would say because the counterplay for Brian has never really changed, and now it's a lot more accessible. I can't really put him up that high anymore because
the thing is, you can't really counterplay this guy. Like if that's my the thing. If the opponent is he can play. The thing about him is he can still play conservative in this game. Brian can wait. He doesn't need to put you on the spot. He can, but he doesn't need to. And if you eat one like back one, forward three, you have just one of those on CH, you're getting cooked. You're getting cooked.
Right. So the counterplay would be just really don't press against the Brian and keep stepping him and walking him to the right. And
that's not that easy anymore. If he just throws QCB1 in your face, and thankfully they have nerfed down 4. And this is where I knew it's going to be a good patch. The last patch where they actually addressed down 4 pushback on block. I'm just saying, I'm really doing this macro level, right? I could write an essay on like what exactly I think about every character is like super good. But I mean, let that be it for Brian. The other one is Lydia right now.
Oh, definitely.
Just because it's when I saw, I remember when Fazine put her on the map in season 2, right? It wasn't. I mean, you can say Lee Mishima put her on the map.
I was about to say Lee Mishima, tournament wise.
But Fazine was the one who was like really like sticking with her, and I have to say, like Fazine, his loyalty really got rewarded. The fact they buffed her and said like, okay, with 3 medals she can now just put hell sweeps on you, really strong and incredibly belligerent, an incredibly belligerent character. And
QCF4 is the best move in the game.
It's really good, and shit can just the interactions are very what's the right word, like very reliable for her.
Yeah.
Like it's very reliable. You can very easily produce the interactions that are extremely scary. Like for example, QCF 1+2. Like what are you gonna do? Like the move is extremely simple, extremely toxic, extremely scary. What are you gonna do? Like what are you gonna do? And like 1 down 2 counter hit, she's in heat. You got a bad time, but again, I assume they are gonna really touch her next patch. I'm assuming that, so I just think they put her in the next patch, not this one. The other one is Victor.
Yeah.
Just because like he was always super solid, always extremely reliable, a bit of a dry character for most. But he does its job, a very good range. Just I don't know, his new move, in my opinion, is really absurd. Because it's just like you can't, like, why are you giving a character an attack like that just takes care of like every gap that you could like found in his move list? Like that move takes care of it.
That's a season 2 move. They gave him a season 2 move, deleting weaknesses.
That's a season 2 as attack. And the final character, I again, I made my disclaimer, guys, but I'm probably still gonna say Law. Still.
That's totally fair.
I'm probably still going to say Law.
He still has that fucking +1 homing move.
Right? Guys, I also want to make this really clear. You will always have like characters that are maybe even agreed upon the top characters, right? Like they're in certain fighting games, you have agreed upon like top tiers, like that are the top 5 character, like no discussion. It doesn't have to be bad. It's not a bad thing, right? I'm just saying, like in my opinion, these characters are like at best 5% above like the worst character, if even.
Okay, so this is okay. So this is so annoying because what Finn just said is like the big brain Plato, Aristotle, wise man answer, so it's hard to argue against it. But from the streets, this idea that tiers lists only matter to the top tiers is crazy. And I want to give my argument. And I already am willing to lose this argument because what he said is the sort of the big brain Aristotle. He is correct, right?
He's correct, but I'm going to tell you why he's wrong.
Anyway, literally the same position, right? No, because the thing is, let's work backwards, right? Let's say we are, because I've run this experiment. Let's say I'm having a bunch of like kids in high school playing a fighting. They never played a fighting game, and I put a bunch of characters in front of them, right? Certain characters will just do better based on the level of knowledge that the players have, which is none. So like King is going to outperform Kazuya, right? In that environment.
Every day.
Clearly, right? Exactly. But now let's go to the opposite end of the spectrum, right? Of the top end, right? When if Bilal makes a tier list, he's making a tier list assuming they're playing the highest caliber of people with the highest amount of knowledge, right? And so the point is, as someone who is like in the middle of the skill distribution, Atif's butt tier list isn't really going to apply to me. It's correct. He's correct, right? But at the same time, there are characters in my bracket of skill that will be more effective than others in my bracket of skill, and it might not be identical. Hold on. Let me just finish this. But it might not be the same as Arslan Ashes, right? But there are degrees of efficacy, and on a more personal level. And again, this is just anecdotal, so throw it out the bin if you don't agree with this. But like, when I play multiple characters now, but when I play the 3 characters that I play, I can literally feel how much of my brain I'm using to attain the same level of results against the same caliber of player.
I totally agree.
There are lengthy sequences of time where I will, let's say I'm playing Leo, and it's frame 1, and I will go, you know what? I am going to do the following sequence: forward 4, KNK 1-4, Bok 4, 1-2. I will just decide that. I am not thinking about what my opponent's going to do. I've just decided on my sequence. And one of 2 things is going to happen. He's going to apply the correct counterplay and just about manage to get out of that situation I've painted. Or he's going to get hit either by one of the options that I've thrown out. Do you get what I'm saying? And there are certain characters who can just throw out a bus load of options, right? Again, that sequence I just said is completely indifferent to the thoughts and feelings of my opponent. I'm just throwing this out, right? And like, I can just do that. Whereas there are other characters where actually I cannot throw out such a lengthy sequence, consequence-free. Or even a character like Shai, you can actually throw out quite sequences. I'm at the holes in the frame data in that sequence when I'm doing that with Xiaoyu is far larger than when I do it with Leo. And that's not deniable, is it?
One thing about this though, I'm not saying I'm like completely disagreeing. I am, but what you are describing there is on a lower level of play, tier lists are real because skill issue. That's what you say. And the problem with that is, I'm not saying it's not wrong. Like, yeah, if you have a character that the majority of player base just doesn't face and they don't lab, they're going to perform worse against them, and therefore it's higher in the like maybe lower ranked tier list. That's obviously true, but then you can't, in my opinion, use the word tier list. I'm really German about this, but a tier list is supposed, I don't need to, you know this, like a tier list is supposed to show or to theorize the maximum possible output of a character under perfect conditions against equal competition.
I hear it. So but even in that thought experiment, I still maintain that it's valid. But my point is that tier lists are different at different levels. But even at the highest possible level of play, like I do think that if you could somehow have the perfect experiment where 2 clones of the perfect player with perfect information play 2 separate characters, certain characters will consistently outperform other characters in that impossible to actually replicate thought experiment. I do think that that's the case, and I would argue that it's higher than 5%. But again, we can't know that because that would require us to fucking clone people and have like perfect knowledge of the perfect mind. But like, I do think that there are power differentials at all levels of play, right? So that's the point I'm trying to say. Where your point about like Atif's tier list doesn't apply to you, Scrub Blunt Smoker 35. You're correct, but at the same time, discussions about power levels and recognizing that there are different power levels is, I think, a valid discussion to have.
But you see, it's perverted, right? When we go to like, I don't want to call it like the scrub tier list, but let's call it that, right? If we do the scrub tier list, and the reason for let's say Xiaoyu being top 1 is because hey, skill
no one knows
because I didn't lap her, like that is the like I will never ever
Yes.
Like, let that fly. I will never
Understood.
do that.
Understood.
I will
Understood.
always call people out for this because, like, what do you mean? Oh, yeah, because I didn't lap her, she's top 1 against me. Yeah, no shit, bro.
Understood. Yeah, but for me, it's less about skill knowledge because I've made multiple videos about this. When it's like, if your definition of dishonest character is that I don't know the matchup, that's a you issue. Right? I'm agreeing with you in that sense. But for me, where we might disagree is that actually, if the amount of skill, Horang is the best example of this. If the amount of skill required to deal with a threat far exceeds the reward I get when I successfully deal with it, that's an issue. So it's like people can point to every Hurang sequence and be like, there's a counterplay to this. I'm like, no, you're correct. There is counterplay to that. There is. But like,
you're dangerously close. Chad,
So-
you're close at the I'm
so-
scrub
so-
quoting line. You're very close.
But it's so then that's why I'm asking. So Horang's in a good spot.
I
Because
think
or
the
Leo's in a good
caveat,
spot. 'Cause again, I'm
the
not just
caveat we
I'm
need
not
to
just
add-
comparing
do you mean
people.
wait, do you mean in case of Horang, do you mean the thing that he always are we talking like macro Tekken perspective where Horang is perceived to be a character that's like hard to deal with because he does like, let's say he does like a down back 4 and now he's in a stance that has like 8 options and he can dance between
I'm not
them.
talking
Like,
again.
are we here?
Ignore knowledge. It's not about I don't know what to do. Ignore that, right? I'm not applying that. At that point, we already agreed that's a skill issue. What I'm talking about is this. Think about the Leo sequence I've just described, right?
Yeah.
Forward 4, up 1-4, into Bok, into whatever, right? I can do. You as an opponent might know every option that could come out, but you don't know which option will come out. So you have to make exactly. But you have to make choices. And my point is, what is the risk reward profile for me as the sender of this versus for you as a defender of this? This is the point. This is why, again, going back to what I was talking about, danger profiles. There are characters who are able to create scenarios where the risk reward is very much in my favor, and I can force these on you when I make you block a thing. And to me, a character like that is going to be higher tier than someone else who can also have some really great shit, but is not able to loop these scenarios effortlessly simply by making you block a mid. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm not talking about like a lack of knowledge, because you're right. If you're saying someone's this person's high tier because no one knows the matchup, which people have been doing to me for years since playing Leo, like no one knows the matchup, the character I'm like, oh yeah, that's a you issue, right? So I've always had to deal with this, and I've always called it bullshit. But at the same time, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about risk reward. I'm talking about actual risk reward on options that you throw out. That to me is where I start to get like, I don't know how we can say that no character has that there are tier lists or it doesn't matter. Because, like I said, when I'm playing Leo, I can throw out lengthy sequences where I'm at minimal risk and can farm massive reward.
Yes.
So he's in a higher tier for me than Xiaoyu.
Leo forward 4 is obviously the most egregious example you can take here. That is a good one. I mean, obviously you should take the best example, yeah.
Right.
So I mean, you kind of put me checkmate here because I cannot even give you another move that is because the move is like almost as good frame wise as it on block as it is on hit. Yes. So yeah, but I mean,
but these are the kind of consider, even if we don't use that, but these are the kind of I don't know how that can exist, and then we can say, well, then tier list doesn't matter. I'm like, but they do though.
But why like that one move? Like I thought you're coming more from the
knowledge check types,
because he doesn't have that many options. Like
exactly.
He does forward 4, but he does. Right. It's not like insane, right?
Yes.
I thought you're addressing this more from the angle of the amount, like where Horang is always.
No.
Right?
Yeah, like, you're right.
Well,
that's horseshit. People have definitely done that. It's like, it requires too much homework for me, therefore it's horseshit. We've definitely had those complaints, and I have no time for those people.
It's not necessarily the homework. In my opinion, the caveat we need to add. This is why I always say reasonable counterplay, because everything in the game has counterplay. Okay, on paper, every single move, no matter how bullshit it looks, has counterplay. But is the counterplay reasonable? Is it reasonable for the majority of the players on the planet to execute?
But see, I can already hear Finn twitching, right? Because again, I agree with you, but this is where we are departing from Finn. Because Finn's like, I only care when it comes to tier lists about the highest level of play, the maximum knowledge. So I don't care.
But even the highest.
Let me one thing. But that is a good. I think this is a good point. Like I look, I think it is perfectly fine for someone to maybe make the statement, I think, in fighting games in general, right? The counterplay to something is too unreasonable, even in the sense of like, I need to lap too much. I would even let that fly. There's no problem.
Okay,
Like, that is
interesting,
for me,
interesting.
that in and of
Okay.
itself is
I
for
thought you
me
would dismiss
not a
that wholesale.
problem.
Okay.
But for me, when it comes to the tier list discussion, then it is is a problem because again, the tier list assumes we are talking about the peak player base where people know people know that is what a tier list is. Then we can't call it a tier list.
I hear it. Yeah, okay. We're getting. I understand. I think again, like I said at the very beginning of this, I think you're almost certainly right. I think for me, the reason why I don't necessarily dismiss all tier lists as like sort of slop or uninformation or purely scrub feed, although it just definitely is a lot of scrub feed, is because I think conversations about relative character strength are valuable, even if you yourself are not at the highest level of play. Because, and again, I've become more sensitive to this the more characters that I do play, because I do often feel like no. I am often able to put my opponents in situations with very relative risk. And I feel like with another character, in order to attain the same level of like threat, I have to put myself at greater risk. And I notice this. And the pros notice this too when it comes to who they choose to play for large amounts of money. So that matters, not just if you're competing for $1 million.
Look, if I am putting myself in the shoes of a game developer, of a game designer, this really matters. The old example of the Magic deck that was just a solitaire deck, which had a negative win rate, but it was banned by the developers for toxic play pattern. It had nothing to do with balance or win rate. It was that it wasn't, in the eyes of the developer, they said that isn't fun. Because a competitive player doesn't really care. Like, at the end of the day, a competitive player doesn't always care about fun. For them, it's about just like problem solving, being optimal, and there lies the fun. It's super hard to classify fun, when you go through the play. What is fun? What's not fun? But obviously, developers try that, right? Developers want to find out what is fun for a person and what's not fun. And sometimes it's a very interesting discussion, because sometimes you're like, look, Street Fighter 6, right? Throw loops. It doesn't matter who you ask; they tell you it's not fun. It doesn't matter who you ask about throw loops, they'll tell you it's not fun. Even when players say, I think they should be in the game, they will all tell you, but is it fun? No.
That's
but they
a great
in the game. So this is where it gets super weird, right? Because maybe the developers have found out, well, people might tell you they say it's not fun, but they're all getting fucking addicted to the throw loop casino.
It's a great, a great point there. Actually, there's a fun factor, like even in, for example, in a game I used to play called Yu-Gi-Oh, a card. Well, Chad, you know, yeah, Chad, you know all about it. But back in the day, in like 2005, there was a semi-popular deck called the Self-Destruct deck, and one of the cards in that deck was called the Self-Destruct button. And what you would do is it was a trap card, and you would activate it on your opponent's turn, and it would reduce both players' life points to 0. Now, it was responsible for a fuck ton of draws in tournaments back in the day, and it rarely ever won. But it was so egregious and so unfun to play against that they banned the card, and it's still on the ban list to this day. So like that's a great point. Like, is the fun factor more important? Do we get rid of things because of the fun factor? And you know what? I have to relate the character that relates best, in my opinion, to a card like the Self-Destruct button, where it's just, what is this fucking horseshit? I don't even get to play. It's not fun. Yes, it's not a very good deck you're using, but I didn't enjoy myself at all during that entire experience. The character that represents that the best for me is Hwoarang, because the amount of counterplay available to that character there's tons of it. It's abundant, but the counterplay is so fucking unreasonable, and the risk-reward is almost always in the Hwoarang's favor, despite the fact that if there are a few moments there where, say, you call out a down 3-4, the Hwoarang is dead, okay? Totally dead. And that's fine. Hwoarang has a lot of counterplay that way. If Hwoarang does right flamingo 4-3, that ridiculous +4 on block mid string, and you sidestep right, and Hwoarang's next move is to do like up forward 4 or something, you're going to completely dodge the move and launch his ass and kill him, right? So there is counterplay. But the problem is he's got a myriad of other options that he can use from those stances that completely negate your counterplay, no matter what it is. Is it dick jab? He's got 5 moves that beat that. Is it sidestep right? He's got 3 or 4 moves that beat that. If it's a sidestep left, he's got 3 or 4 moves that beat that. And all of them are pretty fucking good. Hardly any of them cause him to feel that much pain. Very few times you're going to actually end up killing the Hwoarang outright because of a mistake they made, right? So, is that fun?
No,
fuck no, it's not fun, right? So,
But the thing is, I'm glad the conversation is here, but at the same time, this is the fundamental problems of fighting games, right? So I have on multiple times I have said like any Street Fighter game where Zangief is the best character in the game is a bad fighting game, right? Like you don't want Zangief, you don't want the character who's going to force you to guess to do well. I feel that way about Hwoarang. I feel that way about Xiaoyu. I think Xiaoyu in a well-designed Tekken game should probably be somewhere near the bottom of the tail list every time. And that's a weird thing to say because on one hand we fetishize the concept of balance, but if we're talking about the actual play patterns for the entire player base, I don't think you want a Tekken game where Asuka, Xiaoyu, or where Asuka, Xiaoyu, Yoshi, or Hwoarang are top tiers. I think you would actively want to avoid that, and that's a crazy thing to say. Because as a community, we always talk about balance and stuff. I'm like, actually, one of the things I've come to realize over the past couple months is there are things more important than balance. As weird as that sounds, right? And it's hard to have these discussions, right? It's hard to think in these terms because you're just saying like I think Hwoarang's not fun, and I agree with you. But there are people who that's their bread and butter. So how much should we screw them? So
playing the character and pressing buttons and making your opponent guess all the time is 1,000 times easier than defending against
some people
that
love that shit. Some people love it. I love Xiaoyu. And there are people, everything you're saying about Hwoarang, people say against Xiaoyu, right? This is the issue.
This is the ultimate truth about fighting games, right? Because a lot of people would say the exact same thing about Casio. And you would say, no, I disagree heavily. But I'm just saying, it's the ultimate thing about fighting games because the game is designed to give you tools that are not fun for your opponent. The game, like it's a curse of fighting games, right? It's a curse of fighting games. You're designing something, a toolkit, a design or a conglomeration of things to fuck up the other guy. And in other like we don't even have puppet characters or actual we don't even have actual grapplers. Like if you play against Pot in Guilty Gear, the first time it's very recent. The first time I played against a Potemkin, I was like, what the fuck? And this is the nerf version. Yeah? You eat a potbuster, and I'm like, huh.
What I do wrong?
Does he get Oki off of that? And the answer is like, yeah, you better believe that. You better believe that. And it's like, oh. So I'm like, yeah, but okay, fuck. So, or the first time you play against old school Zangief, right? Where he gets like real threatening Oki off his SPD, right?
Oh, geez.
Like every SPD leads to another SPD. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's this old thing about fighting games, which I think is we never should lose focus of that, or developers also will obviously never lose focus of it. But I think Tekken 8 is a bit different, right? Because like the things that people always point out is like a general trend here, a general thing that goes like for basically every character in the game. Mm. That's why I think it's so interesting because it's not like we don't have like the biggest character like problems or like most egregious like something like a Launch Leroy situation, right? We don't have a Launch Leroy situation. That's not the problem of Tekken 8. The problem is like the overall power level, in my opinion.
Yes, agreed. No, I agreed. I think, and this is you brought me. I forgot the ending of my point, but this is a really good point. I think when the power levels are low, the lower the power levels of each character, the more that the winner will be determined to which player can master the system better. Because even if my character is not as powerful than yours, because we both have to win 7 interactions, the person who can navigate the system better is probably going to win. And so maybe your character only has to win 6 and mine has to win 7. Fine. Okay. But because my superior mastery of the system, I will win that 7. Do you get what I'm saying? Whereas the more powerful everything is, it's like, well, if all of us only have to win 3 interactions to win, then the character who has the best, longest range, you know what I mean? Like neutral winning option wins. So it's like, it behooves Tekken developers, I think, to shift towards a less power level.
Yeah, I think every moment we've had with Tekken 8 thus far Tekken 8 has demonstrated your point outright. I mean, has there ever been a Tekken game in the past where a genuinely fairly new player on the scene, you know, they're competitive, they're doing really well, but they're not like world class. Has there ever been a Tekken in the history of Tekken where a player of that caliber could compete against Knee and win? No, never. That's never been the case. It's existed very, very,
it's
very
swingy,
seldom, and
It's more swingy in this game. By
it's
design, yeah.
it's far more abundant in this game, far more prevalent in this game. Now, not so. I don't think that's going to be the case going forward now with how good the system is now. But Tekken 8 demonstrates your point 100%. I mean, all the past Tekkens, there's no fucking way in Tekken 7 or Tekken Tag 2 that someone new on the block that just started playing in tournaments and is, you know, doing well and they're hitting top 64 and all this shit can compete against Tekken Tag 2 JDCR or Tekken 6 Knee or something, right? So
yeah, it was the master of the system won. The master of the system won 90% of the time, right? Obviously, there was
almost all the time, yeah.
Things happen, but almost all the time because it was more of a system game than a character game, and that's the point I was trying to make, which is why I was kind of I didn't necessarily disagree with you, but both of you were sort of being like, the gap in power between the characters is like smaller than it's ever been, and there's a part of me that kind of goes, I see where you're getting that evidence from, but in a weird way, and again, I could be wrong. I'm not confident about what I'm about to say, but I often feel like actually character strength to me, when I'm watching stuff, seems to define the outcome of matches so much more than I feel like the system master, which is why Ulsan, who is a great player, will win millions of dollars twice and say like, man, I feel like I just really got lucky. Because
I love that.
I am really
I love
good,
that
and
moment.
I probably could win, but there'll be plenty of times where it's like, no. Like, I don't necessarily know.
I don't ask.
Go on.
I need to ask. Give me your bottom 5 characters.
My bottom 5 characters.
Yeah, well, yeah. This is, I think, the way more interesting question.
It is way more interesting. I don't know who they are, and that's not me.
Answer this question. I will not. We will not move on.
You're not leaving. Worst 5. Okay, let me look at the entire cast list. Who makes me not nervous when
I've got 4 in mind right now that I think are pretty definitively down there.
Because your main's gonna be one of them. Am I right?
Well, I mean, it's pretty fucking obvious. Well, okay, no. Here's who I think are objectively the shittiest in the game, and I don't think you can even argue against it right now.
Let's hear it.
So, 4 of them, in my opinion. So, Devil Jin is the worst in the game right now, in my opinion. Kazuya is definitely down there too. Xiao Yu is definitely down there right now as well.
All right.
I think Miarizu, I've studied her a lot more these days. She has amazing movement because her hurt box is so tiny. She has like a Reina Xiao Yu level hurt box where she's almost impossible to hit. But that's her only strength. Everything else, her damage is shit. Her wall carry is comparatively shit. She has a safe down forward too, which is, in my opinion, one of the most busted things you could have in the whole game. But her range is trash on that too. You can sidestep it either way if you time it right. Which is, you know, you can't say that about like Law's down forward 2, for example.
Sure.
So I think she has a lot of glaring weaknesses that keep her down there. And I think if I had to throw out a random 5th character, I don't know. I have to really think on that one. Maybe
It's
Leroy.
tricky, and I think Finn is 100% right to put me on the spot. I think it's a really tough time for me personally. Okay. I'm going to start with the most controversial one, only because I have not seen anything to contradict this. I do not believe in Raven. I never have and I never will. I don't believe in Raven at all.
Really? Even with Pina's performance?
Honestly, every time I've lost to a Raven, it's because I didn't duck a thing I should have ducked. A knowledge check. I never feel like, oh man, I don't believe in Raven. Again, I could be wrong. Minimal experience with Raven, but I don't believe in Raven at all. I agree. I think Miary Zoe is bad. I think she's bad.
Yeah.
I'm glad she's bad. I think she's bad.
Okay, go on. Sorry, let's finish your.
I think Miary's always bad. I would put Xiao Yu on that list. But I'm not confident about it, especially with the recent change to everything. But I would put Xiao on the list, and I can acknowledge my bias there.
I think I'm confident about Xiao Yu down there. She has horrible range problems, and she doesn't skip the neutral very easily.
I think she can definitely compete. Everyone can compete, as we've established. But I think
of course.
I think she has issues.
Yeah.
Those are the only 3 that I have any kind of confidence. In fact, here's a. I don't want to cheat. I'll just pick them as one. I think the Bears are quite bad now. I think the Bears.
Bottom 5 though?
I
No
think,
way.
I think the Bears were carried by Heat, and Heat. I think they were adjusted in season 2, and the Heat nerf has probably hit the Bears more than anyone else.
They didn't touch they didn't touch Panda's up forward 3+4 bicycle kicks. They didn't touch that. That's some of the most busted shit in the game.
If you feel she's top tier or that she's mid tier, fine. I remember what it was like fighting the Bears before. I fight the Bears now. I'm like, oh yeah, these are just regular Bears. I'm not scared by them personally.
I want to ask something here, right? Like maybe, and I'm only God, I don't even want to say this because I'm fucking toxic.
Call us out. Call us out.
Maybe a little bit, bro. Even Devilgen is still such a bitch. But okay, let's take Devilgen. Nah, fuck it. I don't even want to say this. Are we all still in agreement? Because when we use words like shitty or bad, are we all in agreement that still even the bottom 5 characters are like kind of S tier?
Yeah.
By the standards of any other Tekken game, absolutely. We agree.
In this game, like they are like bottom 5, but they are like still in like the S tier, right? They are not like, oh, this is like a D tier. Like this is not fucking Tekken. It's not Dr. Boskonovich, yeah? This doesn't fucking exist, right?
Here's the thing that stands out from Tekken 8.
There's no one here. There's no one here who couldn't win a tournament.
Yeah, exactly. And here's the thing. No matter fucking what, every character in this game has access to a tool that automatically boosts them way higher in the tier list than they would ever be in past games. Sure. Two examples of absurdly useful to outright fucking busted bullshit that every character in the game can do. One is Heat Burst and the other is Heat Dash. Those two things are, you got a fucking plus on block fucking power crush at any time you want. That's like the most ridiculous fucking shit they've ever put in a fucking Tekken game. On top of that, at any moment of your choosing, you can do a 13, 14 frame, some characters have 12 frame moves, that give you an automatic +5 on block sequence into whatever the fuck you want. Like there is no way that these characters are anything less than S tier when you have every character in the game has access to those two things. Like that's absurd.
I think that's what Finn's trying to get to. Yeah, continue, Finn. Go on.
One thing, because I see it in chat, Devilgen has a positive win rate in Tekken King and Higher, so Devilgen is just okay. Just one thing to that, because I have to call it out whenever I see it. Win rate logic is the most retarded thing. I'm sorry to say it, but no offense, Cavalli, but I will now really explain very shortly to you why, and then you will agree with me. I played a character quite a lot in Tekken 7 that was agreed to be the best character in the game, by bar none, apart from Launch Leroy. He was the best character in the game, and that's Akuma. Okay, the Demon Upon Heaven. Everyone agrees this is the best character in the game. Yes. Which he is by a bit of a gap, even if you optimize this guy by even a bit of a gap. It's not broken. It's just the best character in the game. It's not broken.
Oh, he's pretty broken. He could jump over neutral. No other character.
That's fine. That's just crushing. We have this in tech. It's just crushing.
But nobody else can jump over anything, any neutral.
It's just crushing. It's nothing. It's fine. Look, I'm just let me cool. The thing is, I'm just saying he's the best character in the game, right? But there's a gap even between other characters and him. But the point is, he had a completely average 50% win rate in ranked. Half the cast was better than him. You see, win rate is just complete BS. And everyone agrees. He's the best character in the game, and he has a completely dog water win rate for how good he is. Yeah. So it's just like win rates is like...
The win rate data point is like, people only use the win rate data point if it supports their position, which is really funny. But like, yeah, it is a suspect thing. There are so many other things that lead a character's popularity will tank the win rate.
Bro, I heard Happy Chaos is hard to play, for example. Happy Chaos, even launch Happy Chaos, I think was pretty difficult, for a Strife character, pretty difficult to play. I bet with you that character in overall ranked had a dog water win rate. I bet with you. Mm-hmm. But you see, right? This is the thing with tier list and player and tournament level, right? You know how this also shapes perspective so much. If you don't see a character in tournament, character has to be shit. If think about Akuma, there were only 3 Akuma players that were top 8 class. Only 3 that were regular top 8, and Super Akuma, Atif, and Awais. Mm-hmm. But still, if you ask any Tekken 7 player, who's your most hated character, they will all say Akuma. If you ask them then, when's the last time you played against an Akuma? They're like, I have never played against an Akuma. Oh, interesting. It's funny, right? Because this also shapes reality and opinions all the time.
It's true. No, it's true. Yeah, people could. That was always my one defense of Akuma. It's like people complain about Akuma in C7 over the entire however many years it was. I think I played against about 4 Akumas that made me like legit sweat and die over the entire thing.
When it comes
every other
to
one was like trying to do the cool shit and then just died.
When it comes to win rates as well, like to answer to kind of piggyback on what Finn was just saying, the win rate percentage is a global percentile. So you're not just getting a small sample size of the top tier players and then posting that. You're posting all of the experiences of every player online, and that's the data we have to go on, and that's what the data indicates. So the numbers are going to be skewed because you have a huge chunk of that sample size are people that have no education in the game at all, are getting steamrolled by things, and on top of that, you're for example, Devilgen having a half decent win rate online. That's a number of different factors. People that don't understand the matchup are losing to Devilgens. People that are attacking into his evasive properties. Devilgen has a lot more evasive tools that are huge bullshit compared to the other Mishimas. Devilgen has the most ridiculous evasive tools. The panic buttons out the fucking ass. He's got 3 of them off the top of my head that are dangerous for the Devilgen, but if you use them at the right time, which is pretty easy to do because people just want to press buttons all the time, if you use them in those moments, they become god-tier buttons, and people press into those constantly. So Devilgen's win rate is going...
I want to challenge here because this is something that I find very fascinating.
Yeah.
It seems to be a consensus that Devilgen is one of the worst characters in the game. And
he is,
I don't
objectively.
buy it.
How so?
I recognize that I am probably wrong here because so many people whose opinions I respect all agree. And not just Mishima players. And I'm like, but I don't get it. Because I find that this character is frustrating as fuck and makes me guess for my life consistently. And like when I think of like maybe it's a way we define it, I felt that I have often lost to Devilgen players who aren't actually good at Tekken.
Again, that has a lot to do with evasive properties that he has in his move list.
Right. So then maybe that's the thing, because for me, when I think about tiers, I'm thinking maybe I'm conflating the concept of tiers and carrying, because there are very few times where I lose to I think Brian is super strong, but there's very few times where I've lost to a Brian and been like, man, this guy can't play Tekken. Like typically, I'm good enough at real Tekken where it's like, in order to beat me with Brian, you at least have to be somewhat near my level.
Brian players have always been great. Always. Brian players are fantastic.
But there are certain characters where I'm like, no. The person on the opposite end of my screen is bad at Tekken, but they have tools that can compensate for their lack of Tekken. I feel this way with Asuka, and I often feel this way with Devilgen. Like, for example, just before I got on stream, I played against this one Asuka who was just fishing for punch parries and can-cans. And they only need to land one of them. Right?
Yeah.
They only have to land one of them, right? And the round's over, right? And I was like, and I lost some rounds. I won the set, but like I lost some rounds. And I remember thinking like, I really shouldn't have lost a single round to a player of this caliber. But this character has tools that can allow them to absolutely steal rounds. That's the key word, steal. And I'm like, Devilgen absolutely has robbery potential in a way that like a lot of characters in the game don't, which is why I struggle to be like, this character's the worst person in the world. I'm like, I don't know. I feel like if I run into a Devilgen in tournament, I'm nervous in a way that I'm not where if I run into, say, an Azucena, who I think is definitely stronger in terms of pokey, but I still have to play Tekken and I can just beat them. Whereas I'm like, with Devilgen, it's like, I could be better than you at Tekken. I still might lose to you.
Well, yeah, but I think your idea of playing Tekken is somewhat skewed. I remember you saying that fundamentals of Tekken include things like a down forward 1, a hop kick, a down forward 2. You know, that's fundamentals. I wouldn't say that that's a fundamental thing in Tekken. I would say that that's more of a generic tools that Tekken has always kind of incorporated into its system, right? A fundamental of the game would be your knowledge of the game, your ability to use certain tools effectively, like being able to understand proper whiff punishment, spacing, sidestep whiff punishment in general, knowing the full frame data of the full cast. That's fundamental knowledge, fundamental tools of the game. That's Tekken. Those generic tools like down forward 1s, hop kicks, down forward 2s. That's kind of par for the course. Those are just tools that exist within the game that most characters have access to, but I wouldn't consider that like a fundamental way to play the game. Tekken is built around a system that is kind of defense oriented, at least it always has been, right?
Sure.
So what I consider fundamentals in Tekken are how good your knowledge is and how well you use defensive utility. So
I hear it. I think for me, you would say that because you play Mishima.
I just think that's how it's always been the case.
I'm memeing. But like, I feel I can't speak to Tekken pre-5, but like, I do feel like if I had to, if someone was brand new to Tekken, like, all right, chat, teach me how to Tekken. What is Tekken? Fundamentals. I think I would teach them jab, 10 frame jab, +1 on block, 13 frame down forward 1 to check the crouch, some sort of low option, that either leaves you plus on hit or a little bit minus on hit, throws and stepping. I feel like these are the fundamentals of Tekken. I feel like, and everything else is just built around that. In like these are the core tools. And oftentimes when I am coaching people who are new, I often find that they can do really cool moves. They can do the electric wind godfist. They can do fucking the AOP this. They can do all this stuff. And I'm amazed by their inability to play small Tekken, which is the jab, the down forward 1, and their inability to like how many players do you know who could probably be Tekken in Bushin now, who you could probably go up to and just press jab, jab, down forward 1, jab, down forward 1, jab, jab, down forward 1, jab, down forward 1, and they would crack. They just crack. Because they wouldn't know what to do. And I'm amazed by this. And there's always
because they lack fundamental knowledge.
One thing, guys, I don't know. Could we? I think what you just said is a really good point. I let you finish, but like, shall we move after you finish to the rank inflation point?
Sure.
Yes.
Sure. Yeah. I've already finished the point. We're just talking about my definition of fundamentals. Like, I think everything you've mentioned, Buff Guy, is correct. I think that does count. But in terms of the fundamental building blocks, I mean, you call them generic. I would argue that if they are generic, that's the universal element. If you can use these tools, you're starting to play Tekken, and then everything is built around those tools. Someone might have a really good jab or a good jab string. Someone might have a good down forward or a down forward 1 string. Someone's low might leave them. That low option I talked about might leave them plus on hit and lead to a counter hit option. Some might only leave them minus, but able to sidestep, blah, blah, blah. But for me, every character is built with these 3 tools, and you go, what do we do? Or in the case of the Mishimas, we'd be like, actually, we're going to take away this fundamental tool, but then to compensate, give them this other tool, which is really good. So we'll make their version of this worse, so we make their version of this better. That's typically how but again, that's my understanding of the game. I'm not a developer. I could be wrong. I could have an erroneous model of Tekken, but that's how it works in my head, and how it's helped me make sense of it. I want to pick up a new character. That's kind of the system I use. But yeah, that was all I wanted to say.
All right,
but I don't think you're wrong though.
So then, give me a quick moment. I gotta use the head real quick. I'll be right back. You guys keep chatting.
Yeah, no problem. Let me quickly just put this chat. Don't freak out. It's maybe gonna be just very quick. 1 second volume warning, because I need to put this video in there because I think it's perfect.
Give me a second. I'm gonna go fill my water bottle. I'll be right. Literally, like a second. Right.
Do that. I'm gonna introduce it. Sorry, guys, it's muted. But this is obviously the best background footage to put on here. You probably all know. If you don't know what this is, you will be amazed what you see on screen in a moment. I think this is the perfect opener or the perfect background for the rank inflation discussion.
I'm here.
I'm sure some people can already guess what this is in chat. Some of you will have seen this. It went quite viral. Topic.
All right, what are we doing? What are we showing?
You probably saw this, right? Did you open my stream?
No, I'll open it now. Give me a second. Because I've got my Twitch and my YouTube. Hold on, I'll open up a new YouTube. Master Finty.
It's the K-Wiz video. Did you watch it? Did you know what? Did you watch it?
I've not seen it. I've not seen it at all.
You've not seen the K-Wiz video?
No, I've not.
Okay. If you are in
I'm watching now. Yeah, I'm watching.
Let me go to the. Yeah. So look what is now going to happen here. Sorry?
I'm watching.
I don't know why he's on this stage now. Ah, yeah. So, yeah. You know what? I can turn the volume on here a little bit, because if people have not seen it.
What am I looking at? Rank inflation. Damn, he blurred out the name, so you know it's going to be embarrassing.
So you'll probably already get the gist of what is happening there.
Yeah, I figured this would be the case. Oh, God.
I thought, when I saw a clip of this on Twitter,
Yeah.
and I thought
I've seen enough.
Well, it gets worse, because I thought, when I saw the clip on Twitter, I thought K-Wiz is only doing this for like a single round, and then it's like clipping it, which would already have been bad enough. Yeah,
it's the Liddy clip, yeah. But instead, he's doing the whole.
He doesn't do this for like one round. He does this for the entire set.
Yeah. Okay. And this is God1. Well.
And he wins.
It ain't. Look, Dragonov's tough. Dragonov's the ST character. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, this is.
But what do you want though? Whose fault is this? Whose fault? Whose fault is it?
We're going to discuss
is it
when is back,
or is it his fault? Or is it the game's fault? Like, here's the thing. Real talk. Playing Virtua Fighter again. You know, there's that meme of like, look, you have a pansy boy, and you'd be like, send him to Dagestan, 3 years Dagestan, and forget, right? You know that meme. I feel like Tekken players need to send him to Virtua Fighter 3 months and forget, okay? Because the thing is, okay, not to just be, try to talk about Virtua Fighter, take a drink. It makes you realize that there is systems and there are character stuff. And for good or ill, the thing I love most about Virtua Fighter is that is a system game. You have to know the system. You cannot hide behind your character's stuff. Like, the system is way more powerful. And if I have strong mastery of the system and I don't understand your character, I can model my way through pretty well. Whereas in Tekken, so much of it is system-based. Like, and this Lily player does not know Tekken, but they know Lily. And it's been enough to beat enough people to get to this point. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, there's a lot of Tekken players like this. Not just a Lily player. Maybe Lily's a great example. A lot of players like this.
I have not yet even defined if this is like a problem for me, right? Obviously, it fucking is. Obviously, it fucking is.
I'm excited if it is, but obviously it is. Look, yeah, go ahead.
Obviously it is. What I have to say, because this is a really interesting topic.
Okay.
Because when people say rank inflation, what usually is meant by that is that the highest ranks are like easier to achieve.
Sure.
That is not the case with the rank inflation in Tekken 8.
Sure.
Because what they have done is they have simply introduced new ranks. The highest rank right now is God 8. Chat, how many tweets have you seen of people that post their GOD up rank and say, wow, I hit the end goal. I hit the, you know what I mean? The end goal, the peak, right? Yeah. It's like, motherfucker, do you not see that there are like 8 ranks after that? So that's number one.
Oh, no, go on. Finish your point. Yeah.
It's just not number one in that discussion. It is not actually rank inflation that we are talking about here. Because it's not like that the worth of already established ranks got lower. That's not what happened. Funny enough, you know where that happened? Kind of in Tekken 7 in Season 2. But the thing is, what I think, what personally is my problem, I've said this multiple times, is what these ranks are called. That is my problem. Okay, the problem is that the blue ranks once were like pit boss ranks. Like, these were like fucking pit boss ranks.
Yes.
Now, the blue ranks are, for real, the beginner ranks.
Yes.
You don't even see people who are like Mighty Ruler. They are so not interested even in the game that your chat is not filled with rulers. Your chat is mostly filled with blue ranks and up.
Yeah.
And to me, the issue is again, it ties in with the Dunning-Kruger stuff, where when your ranked system makes it really easy and really fast for people to achieve a rank that is called king of the game, king of this game, that's a problem. That is a problem. That's not the player's fault. That is the rank designer's fault, who wanted to make the rank addictive and dopamine inducing. And that is really problematic. In my opinion, that is actually problematic because it makes your player base, it pushes the Dunning-Kruger per design.
Yeah.
And
No,
the other thing is, what I also want to say, do we need a ranked system like Tag 2's, which was so fucked up that it artificially gate kept you with like mini challenges in ranks? Like, not only was it the case that you couldn't promote off of a lower color, at a certain point it was the case that you couldn't promote off of a lower rank in the same bracket of color. Not only was that the case in Tag 2, if you wanted to reach the highest rank in Tag 2 and you were at the rank before that, and you got demoted 2 ranks just for the fun of it. Literally just for the lulz. The game demoted you 2 ranks just for the lulz. Is that a ranked system I would like? Well, not necessarily.
Well, here's the thing, though.
About ranked.
There's a caveat there. There were players in Tag 2 that achieved true Tekken God, and that game was only relevant for 2 years. In 1 year's time, and in fact, in the first year, true Tekken God was achieved. In that awful ranked system, because in Tag 2, if you guys remember, you would go into ranked, you would search in the lobby, you would take forever to find a match, you'd find a match, you would play that match, and you'd get sent right back to the fucking lobby, right? So it was fucking terrible. But in that awful, bullshit, super, objectively, horribly competitive environment, players in year 1 achieved the highest rank. And multiple, not just a couple, like hundreds. And
we're not that many. Like true Tekken God, we didn't have that many. In Europe, I think we only had like Fergus and like a couple of. It was mega rare. Like that rank was mega rare.
Oh, okay, maybe I'm remembering it wrong. Maybe it was after 2 years we saw a bunch, but in the first year, you're probably on the money there. This is like over a decade ago, right? So it's hard to recall all that time, but. Regardless, true Tekken God was achieved. In a year's time, in Tekken 8, not one person even achieved God 7, let alone Ouroboros, right?
Which, funny enough, is more of a lack of players, which is the thing, right?
It's true.
It's a thing. It's more like they couldn't find matches. So this is the thing, right? How competitive do you want your rank system to be? And how much you want the player base to be close together so you find matches super quickly, right? So that's one thing you have to consider when you design a ranked system. And I think, look, you notice that there's a new trend in fighting games. Since Street Fighter 6, I think there could be a fighting game before that. But since Street Fighter 6, there's a new trend, which is we do a tutorial ranked system, which in Street Fighter 6 is up until Master. That's a tutorial ranked system. And after that, you have an actual ELO point-based system. Strife did this as well. I think that is a little bit best of both worlds. I would like a ranked system like this in Tekken. It's not going to happen because Tekken, they are dumb. They want everyone to be called like high ranks and shit, and they just want that. It's fine, but like for me, it's a bit of a problem. Like, what do you guys think about this?
I don't care about ranked. I never have. I only play ranked. Literally, the only reason I'm playing ranked now is because I want to get matched up against better people when I play quick match, because I prefer long sets. If I'm going to play randoms, I want to play long sets. Personally, I think for me, first two is 4 tournaments, and that's it. And most of my time is not spent at tournaments. So the mode that lets me play randoms in long sets is going to be my default mode of all time. I understand the feeling that a lot of people feel, because a lot of people attached a lot of emotional importance to the words God in season 1 or to Tekken King in season 1. And so those words have become deflated, right? Because that when you were a Tekken King before, that meant you were in, let's say, top 10% of the player base, and now it's like you're top 30. So like there is a cheapening to things that used to mean something. So I understand people's like emotional response to that, and I think you're right. It does create a Dunning-Kruger effect where people still carry over there'll be people who will reach GOD and be like, I reached GOD. I've improved so much from when the game launched, because they're still carrying over season 1 meaning of GOD, right?
Yeah.
But like they're not. They're Tekken King now, right? And so that is frustrating. And then a lot of people have been like, well, of course I can speak. I'm a GOD. It's just like that doesn't mean what you think it means. So it does lead to Dunning-Kruger type effects. That is true. So maybe it is just a naming convention. Whereas like if GOD1 was just called Fujin.
That's my number one complaint,
right?
by the way. I
was just called
really
Fujin.
clear.
I hear it. If it was just called Fujin, and then GOD2 was fucking Raijin, and then we'd have, and it just moved all the way down. Basically, deleted the first 20 ranks, or whatever, however many dumb number it is. We'd probably be in a much better place. I agree. But at the same time, as you've already identified, the devs want players to feel good, because players who feel good spend money.
I just want to make this clear, guys. Like, what is going to end up happening in like a few months from now is that I'm like literally GOD vanilla will be the new like season 1 Bushin, season 1 Kishin. That is going to happen logically.
I think if you check the statistics right now, that is the case currently. If you look at EWGM.gg,
I got to GOD with like an 82% win rate. And I was like, this is dumb. Right? And I could just tell, like, again, before even looking at the statistics, I'm like, no, I give you an example. When I'm playing Xiaoyu, there is a tier of play where all I have to do is wait for you to whiff, and then I whiff punish you with, my down 4-2 equivalent, right? And there's a point where players stop doing that. And now I have to play the actual character. Before, in season 1, I would say that point was probably Tekken King. Players would stop whiffing wildly once you were at Tekken Emperor. In season 2, it was God. Tekken God. Tekken God was the point where players were no longer whiffing, and I would have to earn my damage. And now I'm at GOD, and motherfuckers still whiffing.
I really want to make this clear for people calling me an elitist about this, because it happened in the past. I really want to make this clear. For me, it doesn't matter what rank you achieve. I am happy to have you in my game. I'm happy to share this community with you.
Welcome,
the only thing I want is that your scrap ass is not called God of Destruction. That's all I want, okay? That's all I want. I'm so happy to have every blue rank, every purple rank, every red rank, every beginner. I'm so happy to have you here. But I'm not happy. I'm not happy if the game just gives out a rank that is called God of Destruction.
Yeah, it's true.
Like Zerstörung.
If you're called God of Destruction and you can't break through, something has gone wrong with all naming conventions.
Like the rank is called God of Destruction. Like, how based is this name? Like, how based? Like, this is not. It's not fine. This is my number one thing. Buff guy, what do you think?
Well, I fully agree. I think there was an element of humility in the past games, because if we look back at we'll say even Tekken 7, where the rank inflation, like you guys just said earlier, season 2 Tekken 7 is where we saw the first moment happen where rank inflation was a thing. It was so apparent and so obvious that, hey, they are really doing the best they can to push these players into much higher rank territory, so we can see, Tekken Gods and Tekken and true Tekken Gods and Tekken God Prime and all this stuff. With that environment, when people were, when really good, solid, excellent players were hard stuck Yakuza, Ryujin, excellent players were hard stuck those ranks, they retained a semblance of humility in that sense, because they weren't given the title of Tekken King or Tekken God. Yeah. And so the environment, from what I remember, was far less hostile and a lot less cutthroat from person to person, because of the fact that, I have a great rank, it's a very high rank, but it's not so high that I deserve a massive ego to go along with it. In Tekken 8, that entire concept is thrown out the fucking window, because you've got these dog shit players that have no fucking clue what they're doing, given the title of Tekken God Supreme. Are you God of Destruction?
So hold on. So what we're saying is that we'd feel a lot better if every rank below God of Destruction, including God of Destruction, was just renamed, and every rank up to God of Destruction was just called First Dan, Second Dan, Third Dan, and then God of Destruction was renamed Tekken Emperor, or Tekken King, and then GOD1 was called Tekken Emperor. You know what I mean? Like if everyone was just a Dan until they reached what is currently GOD, and then they got cool names after the fact, we'd feel a lot better.
We
rather than
know
the fact that like average ass players are now called Tekken King.
Yeah,
like,
we know
what's going
it
on?
would be a
Right.
much healthier. We have evidence,
Right.
strong evidence of this, that we know it would be a much healthier environment. There'd be a lot. There would still be hostility, of course. It's a competitive environment. That's where hostility exists. It's bound to happen, but not in such spades. Like there are fewer people playing this game than there were Tekken 7, and there's so much more hostility now than there was in Tekken 7, and a lot of that is to do with the system. But the ranked system, players are posting stuff like, "Oh, how the fuck did this guy get to Tekken God?" Blah blah blah. Well, here's the thing, man. Tekken God is not that impressive anymore. So yes, it's understandable that they're at that rank. It's not that player's fault that they don't know a shit fucking thing about this game and are given this epic title of Tekken God. You know, like it's not their fault. So we shouldn't be putting the onus on the player. The fucking rank system needs to change.
But this goes back to what you were saying earlier about like, do we blame the community or do we blame the devs? And I consistently, everything that we would blame on the community, I feel like I look at the devs and be like, well, no, like I feel like the devs have kind of created a system that encourages this. Like my karaoke point, I'm like, this game encourages Dunning-Kruger at every level.
Yeah.
This game encourages fucking like, why should I bother learning to break throws? Let me just do my flow chart and it'll get me really, really far.
Yeah.
And if a person knows how to beat the flow chart, then I'll just one and done them. And then when someone who doesn't know how to beat the flow chart, I'll play them twice. You know what I mean? On every level, it just creates the incentives are structured in this way. Whereas when you did have, to go back to Finn's point, when you did have a more ruthless rank system, it enforced a certain amount of humility, whether you wanted it to or not, because it's like, okay, this is really crazy. And if someone was god of whatever, you'd be like, okay, no, this motherfucker earned that rank. Like that's no joke. But again, the devs are just trying to make money. You know, you want maximal engagement, and I think what the devs have decided is that we want a rank system that is gradually pushing everyone up. Because that'll keep you playing. Whereas when players are hard stuck, a certain percentage of them will leave. So we never really want people to feel hard stuck for too long.
And I think that's
this sort of gradual rise. And I'm like, I can see why that works on a monetary basis. I just think it's bad for the actual competitive spirit of the game. But
the morale, it's bad.
Don't really care about that.
Bad for player morale, bad for competitive integrity, bad for all that stuff. But it's easily remedied. One way to remedy it is just add the 4th rank back. First of all, okay, that would be a huge deal. Like we've only got 3 ranks per color now until you hit blue ranks, and that's already on top of that. You're giving players ranks for free up until yellow ranks. That's unacceptable. They shouldn't be doing that. That's maybe up until teal ranks, sure. But past teal ranks into green ranks, you should be fucking earning those. Like you've always had to in every other Tekken iteration. Nobody ever complained about that in the past. Why they thought the need to change it now, I have no fucking clue. I know why they're trying to do it. They're trying to bolster players up to a higher level, but then that's going to create an environment that breeds hostility, which is exactly what we've got now. So remedy it by stop.
I just want a T7 system back.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Of all my complaints, I don't think anyone complained about T7's rank.
No, it was a beautiful system. It worked fantastically. What the fuck did they ever change it for? I have no clue. But the easy way to remedy it is add those 4th ranks back, stop giving ranks away for free, and the final thing is, instead of this God 1, God 2 bullshit, just give each rank its own title. You know, get rid of those 8 ranks at the top and add 8.
Agreed. That's doing a lot of the heavy lifting, because when you say the highest ranks are GOD 1, GOD 2, GOD 3, then you are by de facto saying that GOD is like the highest level. And then these are just shades of gray of that highest level. But then again, as Finn said, is that not just master rank? Is that not what they do, right? You get to master rank, and then it's like then you're fighting for MR in master rank. So you have, like you said...
Yeah, but like, they don't really do that here.
Yeah, but they're doing a shitty version. They're doing a Bandai Namco version of the same thing.
Shitty fucking version.
A super shitty, but yeah, but that's what they're doing. They're like everything up to GOD is a tutorial, and then we start to play for real once you get GOD 1. But then you're wasting a lot of cool names like Tekken King and Emperor and stuff on these ranks that are really just tutorial ranks. I think that's how it is.
Where someone says like, so watch, this is pretty interesting because that's also funny at the end. Honestly, maybe you can scratch anything I ever said, because he said, so which rank is considered a good GOD rank? And you know what I suddenly realized? I realized, oh yeah, true. because this game is so fucking shitty and scrubby in the first place, the actual truth of the matter is, I don't really care about your rank. At a certain point, I'm just asking people, show me how you play. I don't
100%.
really
Exactly.
show me how you play,
Yep.
because
Yep.
I have seen people that I wouldn't call you a good Tekken player that plays what it also depends on what you consider good, right?
Yes.
I have a certain ideal, right? For me, I have a certain ideal of play, right? And that is what I consider good. That is obviously my subjective bias, right? The closest I can give you, by the way, I can also give you the prime example of this, is Tai. Like, Tai plays in a way where I'm like, that is the peak. Like that is the everything I like about Tekken, how I like to play Tekken, what I think is beautiful, what I like about this game. He personifies, like, I'm deep throating this guy's cock. It's insane, but I mean, I have to. It's out of respect. So it's out of respect.
Deep throating out of respect. That's a common trend, man.
I'm deep throating out of respect. What can I say? So that is actually the truth of it, right? I need to, like, show me how you play. Like, show me how you play, because I have my brother in Christ. I have seen shit, people who are like God 2, God 3, and I'm like, how do you play like this?
Insofar as I hear it, but for me, insofar as I care about rank, I want to be in the top 1% of the player base. That to me is my level. I think I'm a top 1%er, and then I fall apart because obviously the tournament players are in the top 0.3%, right? The top 0.3, 0.2. So I am like I'm a low expert. That's how I view myself. And so whether that rank is called Tekken King, Tekken God, God, fucking Master of all heavens, you can call it whatever you want. For me, it's a percentile thing. I want to be in the top 1%, or I want to play good enough to be in the top 1%. And then, and ironically, that's where I was at the start of Tekken 8. And my thought was, oh, Tekken 8 is going to be so good. This is the game where I'll work really hard to become an elite player. So I'll try and break that top 0.5%. But top 1%, I'll live with it. I am happy to be there. Whereas I'm like, nope, I think I'm a top 1%er, and I'm done. I am done. I don't really want to get any better. I don't really, at least for the, maybe the game will get in a healthier state, and I want that desire will come back. But I'm like, I am as good at Tekken now as I want to be. That top 1% is where I want to be. But the point I'm trying to make is that I don't really care what you call it. But I also recognize that I'm in the minority. A lot of people do care, and attach a lot of emotional weight to the title that you're given. But for me, it's just the 1%. So if the 1% is now GOD 2 or 3, then that's the point that I'm probably going to work to over the course of the year.
Yeah, GOD 3 currently is,
then that's where I'm going to work over time. I'll play like 7 ranked games per stream, and then like every time I lose, I'll go into the replay, find out why I lost, and then that's it. And then we'll just do lobbies for the rest of it. And over the course of a year, eventually I'll make it to GOD 3. I'm in a rush because I know that once I get it, there'll be a rank reset, and I'll bet Second King, and I'll do it again. So I don't care. But like for me, that's where I'm trying to get to. That's where I think I should be. And I think ultimately every ranked player has to look at the rank distribution and be like, okay, where do I want to get to? How good do I want to be? And that's all that really matters.
And here's
do I
the
want
thing.
to be top 1%? Then you got to get GOD 3. If you want to be top 10%, then you got to get to Tekken King or wherever it is. That's it.
Whenever somebody in my chat has come in and said, "Hey Buff, what's a good rank to you?" I try to respond with, "If you're good enough to achieve the rank will come. Or if you're good enough, the rank will come." Right? It's not about, striving to get, I got to get this rank before this happens, or, I just really want to grind to this level. Well, you need to, what separates players with that mentality from the players with, I don't give a fuck about the rank, I just want to learn the game, is knowledge and the application therein. If you're able to apply your knowledge in real time, that's also a skill set that requires a lot of work, because someone like me, for example, I have a fuck ton of knowledge about this game. I study the shit out of this fucking game. I know things that I could teach pros, and I say that humbly, but I know it's true. So, but on the other hand, my application of said knowledge isn't always the best, right? I'm not always able to apply the things that I know I should be able to do in real time. Even though my opponent is playing right into my hands. They're not mixing up their timing. They're fucking doing, the same shit half the fucking time. And I'm playing right into their hands because my application of the knowledge isn't up to that standard yet. So that's the level. That's the thing that I think players need to focus on the best right now. Is instead of focusing on what rank is really good or what your goal is rank wise to achieve before X month happens or whatever the fuck, how about setting your goal to be, I want to not only lab this matchup, but I want to practice the matchup in real time as well, so that I can apply the knowledge that I learned in the lab to the character against any opponent that's using that character. Because those two things are, in my opinion, the most important aspects of Tekken, and they require completely different types of practice at totally different times. And that's the skill set, or that's the skill level that people should be aspiring to. Yeah. Fuck the rank. I achieved Tekken God with Kazuya in August of last year, and I didn't give a fuck about the rank. After that, I just stopped playing ranked, and I just lived in the lab, and I learned so much more about the game from achieving Tekken God to staying there almost a year later, and now I know twice as much as I did when I hit Tekken God. So is that rank even relevant now?
But those are two separate things. I think you actually have a similar attitude to me, where it's like I do care. Tekken is more of a puzzle to me than it is like a sport.
Right.
So I can have a lot of fun. That's kind of like why I like playing quick match, because I like playing alongside against someone and trying to, what is this guy doing? Oh, it's this. Oh, actually, I don't have an answer for that. Going to trading mode and then finding the answer. That's Tekken. That's the loop. The rank is irrelevant. It's like, oh, I actually didn't have an answer for this and I got fucked up. Or it took me way too long to realize what happened here. That process of like problem solving is the key thing for me. Not a lot of people aren't like that. They are just pursuing the rank. That's what they want. And there's nothing wrong with that. For me, it's a problem solver. I think when people ask me what's a decent rank, I think my answer to them is always, who are you trying to beat?
Yeah.
Do you just want to beat your little cousin? Then lab this. Your little cousin plays Horang? I've got news for you. Love this and beat them. Or I want to beat 90% of the player base. Cool. So you want to be in the top 10%? Cool. Here's what you need. Like, I think it's really important to know up front who are you trying to beat, right? And I think a lot of people just kind of go into it with this infinite ingress mindset, and that's just dangerous. Like, no. Are you trying to be Austin Ash? Okay, you're in for a long one. Right? If you're trying to be in the top 0.2%, that's a long one. I can't help you. I can get you a lot of the way there, but there's going to be a point where I can't help you anymore. You're going to have to pay for real pros, right? Or I just want to be able to beat everyone in my neighborhood. Okay, cool. I can probably help you get there. I can beat a lot of people. I can make you a local killer, right? Like, you need to know upfront what percentage of the player base you're trying to beat. I do think percentages is the right way to think. Like, I just want to beat the dudes in my lobby. Cool. All right. Who do they play? They play Lars. They play Lars, Jack, Jen. Cool. Let these motherfuckers. You can beat your boys. Do you know what I mean? Like, who are you trying to beat is the ultimate question. Yep. For me, I want to beat 99% of the Tekken player base. I can live with never beating Arslan. Okay, I can live with it. I can live with that. But if I could beat 99% of the people who play this game, I'm pretty happy. I think you're already there, pretty clean.
I think you're already there.
I want to ask you, nonetheless, let's just say for the next season or whatever, give me your quick list of rank mode changes that you would like to see.
Oh my god.
Just very quickly.
Shit.
Honestly, it's I'm alone in this, because I remember talking to you and Blackheart, and you both disagreed with me. I would like to see deathmatch brought back. First of all, you can't start there. You'd have to remove what we already have, because if you implement death matches with the current system, it'd be way too much inflation. So we can't start here. But like, I would like us to go back to a fairly ruthless system where there is a finite amount of points in the economy and everyone's fighting for them. I don't want win streak bonuses. And I do want lengthy death matches, and then once you are 2 ranks above, or once you are 2 ranks above or below, you can no longer gain points, so you can't just game the system. People will still find a way, but you just can't just game it. But yeah, I would want. Yeah, I think. I mean, long story short, I just want Tekken 7 system back. I think Tekken 7 system was fine. That's all I want. And then maybe we can have a Street Fighter 6 style thing where once you're at a certain point, it becomes pure elo like chess. I don't think I'd want to start at elo. I think Street Fighter 6 was right to have a gradual ingress into ego into elo. Although yes, ego too. Because elo is ruthless. But I do like the idea of like, yeah, just a gradual point system into an elo system. I know that wasn't a full answer because you kind of sprung that question on me, but like, yeah, basically Tekken 7 but with an elo system at the end, frankly.
That's
Okay,
that's reasonable. Are we talking specifically just ranked? Are we just in general, or what exactly is the question?
Point system, like game system. How would your ideal Tekken ranked system work?
Oh fuck, man.
Yeah, it's a lot. You sprung that on us. If you told me yesterday, I'd have had answers.
Yeah, it's a great
though.
question, but without preparation, I mean, fuck, that's a lot. Fuck, I'm gonna be honest, man. I really don't give two shits about ranked. I don't care at all. I couldn't care less. Ranked to me is so fucking boring. It's just the okay. First and foremost, obvious shit. Immediate deletion of cheaters. Hardcore penalty for rage quitting. Those players need to be auto banned for 24 hours the moment it's an accident. Like, even if it's accidental, even if you lose connection, I would accept myself if I lost connection on a rank match, my internet went out or whatever the fuck. I would accept a 24-hour ban for that because
24-hour is intense, bro. Like,
I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I think it's more than reasonable, dude. I think that's more than reasonable. Either get your fucking internet in order, unless you're in Germany. The German internet sucks, but get your fucking internet in order. Get a good provider. It's not that fucking difficult in 2026. It really isn't. Or stop fucking rage quitting. Simple as that. Just take the fucking loss, learn from your losses, watch the replay back so you can figure out what you did wrong so you don't get fucked up by that same shit again next time. And then you won't have to feel the need to rage quit. But every goddamn time you run that interaction, you're going to feel the need to rage quit, and there's no fucking penalty to that right now. So that shit needs to change big time. I'm surprised that didn't get fixed before they fixed the balance of the game, because those changes would have been so much easier than fixing what they did with the last patch, with changing all those amazing things on the characters that they did. I can't imagine how much work that took to implement. Meanwhile, those other changes I just suggested would have taken all of fucking 10 minutes to put in. So I don't really understand the logic there. But whatever. Those things are like no fucking shit, no brainer, need to be changed. The other thing is, like, the ranked system, I understand what you mean with the whole deathmatch system, Chad, how you want that to come back. I disagree. I think that ranked is a great way for players to kind of get into the competitive mentality, because I used to play locals all the time, and so maybe I'm just old school that way, but when I used to play locals, I loved the first to two environment until you got to the winners final or grand final scenario or losers final, depending on what locals you played. In my locals, losers final, winners final, and grand final were always first to three. So that is more where I would like the rank system to go now. A first to three instead of a first to two would probably be a lot healthier. And incentivizing players somehow by giving them more points for finishing the set than players that just run away after the first loss, right? Like that's another, speaking of rank inflation, that's another testament to how artificial these ranks are these days, because you can just manipulate the system by running away after one loss. I can't beat this guy. I know I can't because I'm trash. I'm going to run. Now I'm going to go find somebody else. Oh, I can beat this guy. This guy has some integrity, so he's going to stay put, and I'm going to beat his ass 2-0, and now I've just got the points back that I just lost against the dude who was kicking my ass, and I'm ahead of the game now because I beat the other guy a second time. So you're artificially inflating your rank even more because there's no actual penalty to running the fuck away like a little bitch. Yeah. So you should stay put. You shouldn't be allowed to run away unless you are willing to lose the fucking points that you have, right?
It's one question to one cunt in the chat. Sly Joker.
Hello.
What did you say? Buff, just admit Moonsault owns you. Did Moonsault beat you? Sly Joker, let me ask you something. I called Moonsault a scrub to his face and then beat him 3-0. Do I own Moonsault now? Because then I also own Buff, right? Like per basically hierarchy,
rule of
right?
by rule of expansion.
Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, it's so dumb.
I don't understand the moonsault. So first of all, I'm just going to respond to that. The moonsault thing is so ancient. Like anybody still focusing on that, you got like, I don't know. I have a hard time believing you have a second brain cell to rub with your first one. But the point of the moonsault drama is, first of all, it's over and done with. We need to just drop that shit. I don't care about moonsault. I have nothing to say about the guy. He is who he is. I have nothing but positive things for him that I wish upon him. Okay, I hope he does well. But I did lose to Moonsault when I was extremely tilted. I was exhausted. It was the end of a fucking stream, and it was a rough day for me that day in general due to other circumstances that had nothing to do with
I don't understand why you have to explain anything as if we haven't all fucking raged. I don't get it. This was.
Oh no, it's not about the rage. I don't think he's talking about me raging. I think he's just talking about me losing to Moonsault in general, which is fair.
Who in the chat? Hey, everyone, one in the chat if you've ever lost to a Yoshi player running gimmicks on you. One in the chat. What in the chat?
Yeah, I mean, like, that is another thing. In my defense, I was playing Kazuya. He's playing Yoshi. I mean, come on.
What in the I don't know why it became this whole big thing. Like, yeah, you lost to a gimmicky Yoshi. I've been doing that since T7. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't know what to tell you. It's just what it is, bro.
Yeah.
Like, I'm saying ones in the Twitch chat. I'm saying it happens.
And I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed of my loss to Moonsault because I'm gonna be honest. I think Moonsault is he would kick the shit out of anybody who thinks that he was that he owns me or whatever the fuck they want to say. I genuinely think Moonsault is gonna steamroll your guys' ass. Try fighting that guy. He's really hard to fight. He's so fucking random, and he's actually really good at being random.
He was Emperor in 7. People forget that. Like,
yeah,
he's not like he just picked up Yoshi yesterday. He has a lot of bad habits, but anyway.
Yeah, he's a scrub because he doesn't know much about the game, so his knowledge is very scrubby. But the things that he does, he's really good at doing the stupid shit that he does. You got to give him his flowers where it's due. He's solid at that stuff.
Optimal Yoshi.
I want this guy to answer my question though. Like,
he's not gonna answer.
He's hiding. Like, why are you not answering my question?
But interestingly, to bring it back to the rank thing, hearing Buff Guy talk actually helped me distill what I was thinking about in terms of rank. Because I think I have a better answer now. Now that I actually had a moment to think about it.
Yeah, let's hear it.
I actually think I would drastically reduce the number of ranks, and I think I would buff the number of or the significance of each color. Here's what I mean. I think that when you are in, let's say you're in yellow ranks, let's get rid of dummy ranks. Every rank from green up is real, right?
Yeah.
When you're in green ranks, you basically have 4 ranks worth of players, and you can be matched up with anyone in the 4. Anyone in the 4. You can have long sets. I am a big fan of long sets, although I understand your thought process. And for me, you are trying to gain a certain amount of points to graduate from the green rank up to the yellow rank, right? And for me, I think, how do I put this? I know what it is in my head, but I'm struggling to articulate it in words. I want to create an environment where each bracket of skill feels like a whole dojo. Like, because I remember back when I was in green ranks, and that was like a statement. That was a level of play. And there were a lot of people who spent their entire Tekken career in green ranks, and that was okay. Because there was a lot of people were in there, right? And it was hard to get out of green ranks. And then once you did, you were in a smaller pool of people, right? That you would only get matched with. And I kind of want it to be more akin to like winning a belt in martial arts, or to earning a belt in martial arts. Like, there is a green rank level of play. There is a blue rank level of play. And in order to get to the next level, you must be able to maintain a positive win rate against people in your entire color. Like, in order to get to yellow, you must be able to maintain a positive win rate against greens. No exceptions. Until you can consistently win 50% of your matches against greens, you don't become a yellow. Does that make sense? And until you can consistently win, beat people in yellow, you don't become the next thing, right? Like, people promoting off sub 50% win rates is kind of wild. That shouldn't be possible, and it should be this way all the way up, right? And when you demote, you should demote to the middle of the rank below, like to the middle.
Yeah.
So right to the middle, like not like, oh, you just stepped in, but if you get a couple wins, you come back up. No. You aren't good enough for yellow rank yet, son. Back into the green rank for you. Like, I want it. That's the level of ruthlessness I want. Not arbitrary ruthlessness, but a sense of no. If you cannot maintain a 50% win rate in this bracket, you don't belong here.
Yeah.
You know,
like, that should be the thing.
So my vision, by the way, is
you can do that until God 6 this season, sub 50%. That's fucked up. You should not. If you cannot maintain a 50% win rate, you don't go up. I don't think that's unreasonable.
That's ridiculous. Yeah.
So my vision is relatively simple. I would prefer a hard elo system from the very get go, but I know why they don't do it. I know why they don't do it, because it's not in the player's psychology, interest, marketing,
it doesn't
bullshit,
maintain.
blah blah blah.
Yeah, it doesn't maintain. Yeah.
So when we stuck with like a super linear ranked system, I would just literally immediately make you able to be demoted from literally rank 2. Like you would be able to demote to beginner rank immediately, and I would cut the God 8s. You only have God of Destruction at the peak, God of fucking Destruction.
Yeah.
And I would make it so that I think death matches are inherently. I mean, that's not even. Sorry, I'm. What's the right word? I am.
Trying to be diplomatic.
No, I don't want to be diplomatic. I was correcting myself. Death matches are objectively. It's not even my opinion. It's objectively non-competitive, because a death match. What people did in Tekken 7, and everyone in chat who played Tekken 7 knows this. They just one and done until they found an opponent they know they could beat and they could milk. That's what people did in Tekken 7.
Pause. I'm challenging you.
You can't challenge me, because
I absolutely can.
I played almost the entire cast in Tekken 7. Yep. I can tell you when I played Lei, when I played I played Zafina, when I played. It doesn't matter. People did this constantly. You can't challenge me. Like everyone knows it's true. Everyone knows it's true.
No, I can challenge. And the reason I can challenge you is that why wasn't everyone at the highest rank? Why wasn't everyone at the highest rank? If all I could do is just find a willing opponent to just farm to the highest rank.
Obviously, at a certain point, you're gonna reach a cap. But I remember a video from, I don't know who made it. It could be K-Wiz again. It could be fucking K-Wiz.
Sure.
There was one guy, at least one, who literally, after every win he tried to get, he safe scummed. After every win, he went out of the game. He got them fair and square. He went out of the game, back up to save, went in the game again. And it took him still. I remember this guy because, I remember this guy. I played against this guy. And he was stuck on, I don't remember the rank. He was stuck there for weeks trying to get a single loss because he was like actually a green rank that somehow. But he's trying to get up there. Yeah. So that's a different example. That has nothing to do with deathmatching. But I'm just saying there's a gap, right? But if
the
reason
wait.
So,
no, finish
it's
up.
Not, it's inherently not competitive, because if you enter a ranked mode, you are supposed to test your skill against against the ranked environment, which is the entire cast of a fighting game. If you cherry pick, you might get to Tekken God, Tekken King, Tekken whatever in Tekken 7, right? But your win rate will be drastically lower, obviously, if you had to prove yourself against the entire cast in a fixed format. We need a fixed format, which should be, in my opinion, like this. Until, let's say, Tekken King. Until Tekken King or Fujin, it's a first to 2. You need to play this. If you quit this set, you get a huge points penalty, which is not unreasonable, because a Tekken set, 3 games take what, guys? 10 minutes average? Not a problem. After that, it's a first to 3. It's a first to 3.
I kind of love that idea. It's a really cool idea.
Because you can't have it. This is now the worst shit ever, that you have only, quote unquote, a first to 2 set, and people can one-sidedly decide to not play the set. That is, I don't even know. At this point, you know what, guys? You could scratch everything we said about ranked, because until that is not fixed, it's literally fucking worthless.
I 100% agree with you saying, but there are 3 major objections I have, right? The first objection is this, right? Your objection to people gaming the system to get ranks that they don't deserve, there will never be a time where that isn't the case. The idea that my experience should be hampered so that fucking scrubs can't game the system, I hate this philosophy. It happens in a lot of.
Why would your experience be?
Because what I'm saying is I want to have deathmatch, and your big thing is like, well, no, because if you do deathmatch, you'll let other people game the system who don't deserve to get up there. And I'm like, okay, but the idea that my experience should be worse off because there'll be people who game the system, I don't find that to be a justifiable thing, because there's always going to be people who are going to game the system, regardless of the game.
But that's unfair. You can't say the experience I want. Sorry, you can't say you would hamper my experience if the experience that you want is inherently non-competitive. That doesn't make sense.
Because then you're saying that the entire Tekken 7 run, there was no competitive integrity in Tekken 7? None? So when we saw Knee get to Tekken God Omega, we're like, oh, whatever, he's a scrub. Like, that's, in your heart, that's not true. Like, this.
No,
like when we watch
TMM,
TMM reach the highest ranks with multiple characters, we know he was skillful.
Wait. You are now saying an individual player. Obviously, Knee in that moment, as the player itself, had competitive integrity. Absolutely.
What was your highest rank?
I'm saying the Tekken God Prime.
Okay. Was that a piece of piss? Or did you have to work to get there?
Well, some would say I didn't have to work at all. But
would you say that?
No.
Would you say that you didn't for the entire Tekken 7 you didn't compete? No. You just like slept walk your way there? Like, no, you worked hard.
No, but you don't look. A system. Look, the competitive integrity of a system cannot be depending on how competitive the player chooses to play. That's insane. That's completely dumb.
Okay, and my counter argument to you is this, right? The default way of playing Tekken, because I like tournaments as much as the next guy, but I hate the esportsification of fighting games, and I hate the tournamentation of fighting games. The way fighting games are meant to be played is I play against the people who want to play against me for as long as we want to. Think back to the arcades. We weren't limited to the first two. We were limited to how much we were willing to or wanted to play. Think about when you played against your cousins. You played against them for as long as you wanted to play, right? This, to me, is a default way of playing. And I don't necessarily know.
Okay, wait, Chad.
No, but what you're saying is that like ranked must reflect this, and there's no other way for it to be.
And what I'm saying is like must reflect this for non-competitive play. You can, I mean, you know this, Chat, right? In Tekken 8, in Tekken 7, doesn't matter what, you can just invite a guy to play a deathmatch. Like,
sure.
But the ranked mode, it has to be look, any ranked mode in a serious sport, it doesn't matter if it's football or soccer, works like this. There has to be a fixed format, and these are the rules. And the format is the same for every player. You can't have, if the ranked mode doesn't have that, it is actually, yes, inherently non-competitive.
No, but but I hear you. But what I'm trying to say is like what you're talking about is like, I 100% agree with you for a tournament. But what I'm saying is like, no, you could still have, again, we're not going to agree on whether we want, but what I'm trying to say is that you could absolutely have a deathmatch format where what we're trying to sort is what tier of player you are in. That's what I'm trying to say. And you're like, no, because you can't sort that out in a deathmatch format. And I'm like, but we did this for 8 years.
No, I'm
like, that's the point. I'm like, it doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't matter. It is I'm saying if I were to design a ranked system, it would have the maximum competitive integrity. Like any serious, like in a real world, like soccer or whatever, Serie A or La Liga, how an actual ranked system when people take it really serious actually works. You can't say, oh, I want a deathmatch, not Bayern Munich, but I want a deathmatch the like bottom 24. Like, no.
I hear it. Yes, I hear it. No, I understand what you're saying. If we're talking about what is the most competitive integrated mode, what you're saying is 100% correct. Everyone is forced to play the first two. Like, you can't leave halfway through. I understand that. I get that. What I'm trying to say is that I do not want Tekken to be, well, you either have this super competitive. It's the false economy of like, you either have this or you have quick match, and there is no middle ground. And whereas I'm saying, no, but you could have a middle ground. Like, the argument I'm trying to make, and again, I know it's a minority position, I really do think the Tekken 7's ranked system was great. And of all the complaints that we had about that game, and we had many, I don't think anyone, whether they were a pro or a scrub, complained about Tekken 7 system, right? I
complained about it a little bit. The loading times were absurd. And
I'm talking about this actual system of Tekken 7 ranked.
Yeah, I gotta say, I didn't like that deathmatch was involved in ranked, because to me, ranked is supposed to be a competitive environment. It's supposed to teach you, kind of give you a glimpse into what it would be like if you approach this in a professional setting. If you actually went to a locals.
But this is my point, though. I have no interest in ever being a tournament player.
Well, then maybe quick match is the best bet for you.
But there's no competitive element to it. That's my point. I do want a competitive element, but I don't want it to be limited exclusively to the tournament. That's the point I'm trying to make. It's like what you're saying, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you're saying, like, if you aren't playing in the tournament format, then there is no competitive element to the game. And I'm like, that seems crazy to me, because no one was saying this when 7 was here.
No, that is not true. There were people saying you shouldn't have deathmatch in the chat. That is not true. You had people saying deathmatch is a silly idea because people cherry pick, and this chat.
But people still cherry pick.
Yeah, which is why it should change. Like, what do you mean?
So hold on. So wait. So not only do we not want deathmatch in the new game, we're saying the deathmatch has always been bad. Is that like a consensus position in this group right now?
For me personally, deathmatch is always a bad idea for a fighting game ranked mode because people Chat, are you telling me that you believe that not 80% of the entire player base literally one and done's Lei Wulong by default?
No, people absolutely one and done in every fighting game I've ever played. Absolutely. That's always been the case.
Yes.
Including Tekken 7. Absolutely.
Okay.
People would one and done all the time. Like,
correct.
That's not my argument. It's always going to be assholes who are going to like advantage that.
Mode
what about my experience?
Then the ranked mode bro, your experience isn't okay. Wait, chat, you're doing maybe you're trolling me on purpose because again, in a ranked mode, your experience, your preferred experience as an individual doesn't matter. Or do you not think that I don't know, whoever it is in the Bundesliga in Germany would prefer to not play Bayern Munich? Yeah, obviously they would prefer to not play Bayern Munich, but they fucking have to.
No, yes, you should have to play against the people at the games that you shouldn't just be able to parry check. Oh, I'm bad at the Yoshi matchup, so I'm going to skip all Yoshi.
You acknowledge this.
Always will. You can't stop that. So this
you can't stop this. What do you mean? Of course you can stop this. I tell you immediately, you can stop this. I tell. Okay, wait. Let me rephrase. Wait. Let me rephrase.
That's it.
Let me rephrase. You cannot stop this physically from happening.
Okay.
But you can heavily fucking penalize that shit, which Tekken 7 didn't do.
Okay.
And this game doesn't do as well.
Okay. So your dream, make sure, again, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Your dream version, the best version, the ultimate version of ranked will be everyone has to play a first or two. There's some sort of penalty for leaving if you end the first one. And that is the best version of this game. Or the best version of the rank system, right?
Addition. At a certain point, first to free, and addition, or in brackets, if an ELO system isn't possible, which we assume now, but they're not going to do that. So this is the in brackets, right? The perfect rank system was figured out. It's the ELO system. That is the perfect rank system. We're not going to get that.
Sure.
So if we can't have that, then yes, the other best objectively. I'm saying this. Some people might think. What does he mean objectively? Think about it yourself. If you have death matches, you know people fucking dodged, depending on what matchup they feel comfortable with, half the cast. But ranked is not about your fucking feelings or what you're comfortable with. Ranked is about, can you prove yourself against the entire cast, which is the environment, or can you not? Because guess what? If you're the best Tekken player on this planet against one character, mate, I don't fucking give a shit. That's why I always, sorry, but this has to come out of my mouth now because it comes from the bottom of my heart, which is why I'm always very, 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 very upset when people are, talking shit about like tournament level players or people who compete in general in tournament, because these people go through brackets where they could just in their pools face randomly the best bear player from Poland. Just randomly, the best bear player shows up from Poland. Now you need to now if you're a knee, you need to take care of that. And not only that, it is expected from you to take care of that because you're a knee. And ranked, so people can finally, what's the word? People can finally be proud of something they achieved. Ranked should reflect a competitive environment. And right now it doesn't. And in Tekken 7 it didn't. And before that it also didn't.
I hear. I understand what you're saying, and I recognize that I'm going to be alone in this, but I think, and I'm struggling to articulate this. What you're describing makes a lot of sense, and I understand that like this is like tournament mindset. Like the best player is the highest ranked person is the person who can win the highest number of first to twos. And like all first to threes, whatever the number is, right? And to me, I don't really, as someone who like my default way of playing Tekken has always been long sets, and I preferred long sets, and I enjoyed playing long sets, and I want a competitive way to enjoy long sets. You're being like, well, long sets don't matter. There is no competitive strength to long sets, even though like one of the hypest matches.
Why do you say this? I didn't say that.
tell you why I said that. You didn't say it, but then you were like, well, you're constantly saying that like the long set system we had no competitive integrity, and you're also saying, well, I don't care if you only play one done. Like you're constantly dismissing it as if like there was no competitive value.
I get
that you were doing.
You are not trying to like misunderstand me on purpose right now, right? I'm not saying that a long set. Oh, okay, look. Obviously, the ranked mode would be even better if you're forced to play a fucking FT10 against every opponent, of course. But I mean, we need to have something. But my point just is, if you decide how long the set is that you extract points from, if you are able to decide that in a ranked mode, that mode has no competitive integrity, objectively.
Right. And what I'm trying to, I hear you. And what I'm trying to say, and again, I'm not articulating it as well, is that I think there are other ways you can arrive at competitive integrity that aren't the way you've just described. Is what I'm trying to say. Because it seems crazy to me. I do feel like this is revisionist history. And again, I didn't know you back in Tekken 7. But the idea that like everyone's ranked in Tekken 7, again, no putting words in your mouth. I was like, well, it doesn't matter it didn't matter that someone got Tekken God Omega because they could have just like cherry picked their way up there. It didn't matter that you got Tekken God Prime or that I got Tekken God or whatever. All we did for 8 years was just like, it was all just meaningless fiction because at the end of the day, we could have just cherry picked our way up there. I'm like, no, like there were sets where I got bodied 8 games in a row and I got demoted, but I learned a lot. And in a competitive environment, and it encouraged me to get better, right? There were times where I would beat someone 5 games in a row, then they would come back and beat me 6 games in a row, and we would be like, okay, this is eventually like this. We are not leaving this lobby until one of us goes up or the other one goes down. And that
very rarely even happen.
That happened maybe for you. I had that quite regularly on stream, and you can look at the videos for this, right?
I went back and
the thing is, like, I love that. I fucking love that. And this idea, well, it doesn't matter because only 6 people did that. And I'm like, but that was like that was the peak of the online like competitive environment. Like to me, that was really sick. And you're like, well, who cares if that's how you feel? It doesn't matter how you feel about that.
No, wait, stop this. Stop doing this. Stop doing
this.
Wait. No.
You literally said it doesn't matter what you feel.
Shut up.
Don't act like you didn't say that. Don't act like you didn't fucking say that. Don't act like you didn't say that. Did you not say that? It doesn't matter what you feel about it.
What you are doing,
act like that. Don't do this. Don't pretend.
Okay. Hold on. Can I?
One thing. Don't do like, oh, you say it's just worthless. I didn't say that. If you I did, bro. Okay, you can rewind the tapes. What I say is the rank system objectively has no integrity. That's it. And it concerns the system. If you, Chet the Third, as an individual player, played in this non-competitive ranked system competitively by your own standards, then congrats, you played competitively in that ranked system. The only thing I want is that you cannot decide how competitively you engage with this. That is what a system is for.
To interject a little bit here. Again, Chad, I can totally see where you're coming from, and I can see Finn's point of view. Here's the thing, okay? It's a fighting game. There's always the competition is the number one concern when it comes to fighting games, right? And in competitions, if you want a competitive environment in your online with an online experience, then you can have that. But I don't think that's what ranked system should be for, because the ranked system, for as far as death matches are concerned, I mean, death matching in a ranked environment is illogical in my opinion, because the ranked system is supposed to, for someone like me, it's supposed to train you up to give you a taste of what the real competitive tournament environment is like, right? And that's what the ranked system is for. It's not for you to deathmatch with your friend and see if you can beat them 5-0 and then them beat you 6-5 and then you beat them another 5. You know, like that's quick match or that's lobby matches. There are tons of ways to make that happen for any player who wants to do that. But when it comes to the ranked system specifically, I think the best way to go about it is a forced first to 3, and that's it. Anything past that is just nonsensical because it doesn't apply in a tournament setting. And if the response to that, Chad, like you said before, if the response to that is, well, you said it earlier. You responded to that earlier with your point. I can't, I just can't agree with that, because I think that the whole point of ranked is to set players up for tournaments. And ranked is supposed to resemble what a tournament is like, a tournament environment is like. It is the most competitive section of the...
This is, again, I'm not going to argue this. You feel how you feel.
It's not about feelings.
Your a priori feeling is that the point of ranked, like you said, is to prepare you for tournaments. And I disagree with that. And it's this fundamental disagreement that will lead to all follow-up disagreements. But I do not believe that the primary or the key way to compete is the tournament structure. I like tournaments. I watch tournaments just like you do. That isn't the key way for me.
Then fuck the tournament shit, okay? But how about the word itself, ranked?
Yes.
The ranked system is supposed to rank you.
Yes.
In a play environment. And I want
the ranked meaning is supposed to tell me at a glance which percentile of the player base am I better than. Yes. That's and my point is there are numerous ways to reach that. Okay, the tournament structure isn't the only way. That's my thing.
Well, it's the best way though.
It's your ideal way.
No, it's the best way, because not a tournament setting means you have to adapt so fast. You have to be able to adapt so fast, and that adaptation is a fundamental skill in Tekken that's required for players to do well long-term in the game.
Hang on, but you have been a part of the Tekken community to know that we have the concept of a long set character and a tournament character. They're two different things.
I play a long set character. I play the king of long set characters.
Kazuya is... you say it, but to hear you say there is no such thing as a long set character, because the best way to determine who is the best is the tournament format. That everything else is not important. Well, if that's true, then the concept of a long set character doesn't matter.
Everything else not important. That's not.
But what you just said is that like the only way. That's what the buff guy just said. The only way. I'm like, okay, then why did we? Then why did we start to talk about long set?
The best way would be actually your way. The best way would be the best way would be, you know what? Fully hardcore. You have a ranked deluxe mode where you need to play hardcore first to 10s against an opponent. That would be the ultimate pinnacle. But I mean, that's not really realistic, right?
That's not how tournaments are, so we have to...
No, that's not... Again, I don't care about tournaments. I know you do. Tournaments are great. I'm not dissing tournaments. I just think the idea that, like, you must play in the tournament mindset or there's nothing for you here, I think is one of the problems that the fighting game scene has in general. So I don't literally think it's the ideal version. What I'm trying to pitch to you is this. I walk into an arcade. I have a certain level of skill. I might play you 6 times, I might play you 4 times, I might play you 5 times. But there are people in this arcade who I can beat consistently, and there are people in this arcade that I can't beat consistently. Even if we are not in a tournament format, there is a ranking that would happen organically in our arcade scene, because there are people I can beat and there are people that I can't. You do not need tournaments to determine who is the best. I understand that it's the fastest way to determine it within a time frame. I understand the beauty of tournaments. What I'm trying to get us to is think about, not just in Tekken, but in fighting game in general, is to think about competitiveness in a more broader spectrum than just ranked. Now, I'm willing to secede. Maybe what I'm asking for is too ambitious for rank mode. Maybe rank mode truly is, if we're going to be the best version it can be, must be 32 or 33, and you just play it that way. But for me,
pause there. Pause there real quick.
What's your idea then?
Pause there real quick, otherwise I'm going to lose my thought. I need to just interject there, because you said that you want to think of ranked in a more competitive way, in a more broad way.
Yes,
but that's what I'm trying to frame with my point of view, and I think what Finn is also trying to say is you get the broadest type of competitiveness with a smaller bracket. First to 3, for example, is the broadest way to demonstrate skill, because you're not only tested on how good your punishment is. You're not only tested on how good your spacing is, or your knowledge of the character, or your frame data knowledge. You're tested on your adaptability and how fast you can adapt to the player. And that's also just as important as being able to break throws or no frame data. You need to be able to adapt on the fly. If you can't collect enough data with 1 or 2 rounds of your opponent in that amount of time, then you are not as skilled in that environment as your
In
opponent might
format,
be.
yes, in that format.
Right.
Yes, I agree.
And that is
Yes,
that is
in
a
no,
such it's a crucial part to the game though.
I get you, but what I'm trying to say is that there are more formats in one can be competitive in Tekken, and we used to know that, which is why we had the concept of a tournament character and a long set character. It's why we have legendary players who have never really won a major tournament. We knew this.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is the format cannot be I decide my own format. I'm just saying that cannot be the format, and that was Tekken 7.
And what I'm trying to say is that it can be. You just don't want it to be. This is the thing.
No,
It's one thing to say that I prefer this. I want this. Where I get annoyed is when they objectively everything we did for the past 8 years in Tekken 7 wasn't competitive. I'm like, that's crazy.
Objectively, if you can choose your own format and who to one and done and what character to run a deathmatch with, that objectively is bad. That is
really bad. So then we're saying that no fighting game there is no competitive fighting game. Because Street Fighter 6 doesn't let you do this either. You can one and done into that game too. You see what I'm saying? But this is what I'm trying to say. The definition that you're drawing is so narrow as to not include any fighting game that's ever existed. What fighting game has this?
I can give you a concrete answer to this question. Street Fighter 6, yeah. Is it ideal? No. But does it put a cap on how much of a scumbag you can be? Yeah, because you can only run a first to 2. In Tekken 7, that guy would milk you to the up rank.
Right. But what I'm saying is that but you're saying that like if you can game it, it's not competitive, which is why 7 wasn't competitive. But you can do that in 6 too. So you're saying like again, your ideal version would be non-gameable. So
in 6 you couldn't do that.
No, in Tekken 6.
Tekken 6. No, Street Fighter 6. I got what?
Oh, sorry.
Right. In Street Fighter 6, you can one and done, right? So my point is, you're basically saying that every competitive fighting game right now isn't competitive at all.
No,
because that's
okay. Chet, why are you doing? Just ask me what I mean. I'm saying.
No, I'm trying to interpret what I mean, and if I'm wrong, correct me.
The degree of the competitiveness drastically varies.
So you're not saying that 7 wasn't competitive; it was just less competitive.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the valid thing. That's not what you said before. Well, you said it wasn't competitive.
Because if you really want to be hardcore about it. If you don't even have a fixed format in place that every player needs to abide by, objectively, if you were to put it in front of a court, they would say, yeah, this is not competitive. Like, this is literally a binary thing. This is not competitive. You cannot have a competitive environment where the player can choose its own format. That is not okay. So, yes, per that cutthroat logic, it is valid to say it isn't competitive. But I mean, it isn't.
I think it's significantly less competitive than Tekken 8.
I'm not arguing that. That's fine. If you want to say that it just seems crazy to me that we are. Again, I didn't know you in 7, so maybe you've always been saying this, but it just seems crazy that we're in 7. There was no competitive integrity in 7's rank. Like it didn't mean anything.
Well, there was significantly less.
But I didn't say
less. Yeah,
you're doing this again only because the system in itself doesn't have competitive integrity. Doesn't mean that your personal achievement had none. You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay. That is a little bit more nuanced than before, right?
No, I said this all the time. I said if you can.
You said it wasn't competitive. You can't say it wasn't competitive and be like, I like it a bit less competitive.
If you can choose how competitive you want it to be, that is a really fucking bad system. But a non-competitive system. But obviously, you can choose to make it competitive. You as an individual can do that. But that is not what a system should like. A ranked system shouldn't be like that. A ranked system should say that is the format. You need to abide by this. This is a fixed format. The format cannot be I cherry pick who I want to deathmatch.
I hear it.
That can't be the format.
I understand what you're saying. I'm not trying to gerrymander or like make stuff up. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. There is both players, in order for it to be competitive, truly competitive, both players must be locked in to an agreed upon set for agreed upon number of games, right? If you fail to meet that criteria, that system isn't competitive. Is that a fair summation of what you said?
It degrades the competitiveness. It lowers the competitive integrity. It doesn't delete it, but it significantly reduces it, and that's not what any of us want, right? I mean
in essence.
No, but like, I think what I described is what Finn said.
Yeah, you are correct in essence, because think about the recent Mena Daigo thing. Think about if one guy of them could say, "Nah, we play one more."
Yeah, we play
one
exactly.
more. Come, we play one more.
We have to agree. If it's a first to 10, it's a first to 10. If it's a first to 2, it's a first to 2, and there's no backseas. We agree before the game starts, right? And if we and if either one of us is able to negate the length of the set, then the entire thing isn't competitive. That's your definition, right? Just raw, clean, is or isn't.
Yes.
Right? Great. Okay, cool. And what you're saying is that in order for a rank system to be good, it must fit that description. Any rank system that isn't, that you are locked into this thing, is a poor rank system. Is that a fair summation of what you're saying?
Yep.
All right, cool. And what I'm trying to say is that I disagree. That's the short version where we're at. I think I agree with your definition. It will fail to meet your definition of true competitiveness. But remembering that this is a video game, I actually think you can have a competition that doesn't meet that, and it can still be pleasurable for the highest number of people playing. And before you say it, our feelings about this do matter, because it is a video game.
Yeah.
I would go so far to say.
But okay, wait.
That was my
but explain it to me. When I am able to like cop out of a set.
Yes.
How is that good or like
because
competitive?
I'll tell you. If I go to a building, I go to a tournament thing, I want to be, and I'm paying my money. But there's money on the line. I want this thing to be held like a official sporting tournament where we are locked in. It's first to 2, maybe first to 3 in top 8. I want that. When I am sitting down to play my video game after a day of work, but I want to play ranked, I do not think that a good rank system or the optimal rank system for a video game environment needs to have that same stringent level of rules that I would expect for Evo or CEO. That's what I'm trying to say. What you're trying to say, Finn, do you really want this conversation to go there? Is this where we're going? Are we starting to be like mean spirited to each other? Is that what we're doing? Because we can do that.
I mean, come on.
No. Think about the comment. Really pause. Think about the comment. Think about how you think I will react to that comment.
I mean, I don't think he meant it in a negative light. I don't think he meant.
You told me when I come home from a hard day of work, man, I don't want to face that character and shit. Like, come on.
So I'm a casual. Is that what Finn, I actually want to hear, is that what I said? Honestly, I'm not going to put words in your mouth. Is that what I said? Is that what you're saying that I said? Which of those is the case?
Hold on, pause. Can I play mediator for a second?
Because the thing is,
pause.
Because here's the issue. It's not going to turn into a slap down fight. If this is going to be civil, we're going to have to choose for it to be civil. I feel like you are actively slinging arrows to get under my skin. Even if I've gotten under your skin, hear me out. Even if I've gone under your skin, I've never actually said anything with the intention of doing it. Whereas I think you calling me a casual when we're having this conversation is, am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Let's just look at this objectively for a minute. Can we just look at this? Can we pause and look at this objectively for 1 second, real quick?
Being called a casual.
No.
How do you think I would react to it?
Can we pause?
Buff guy, I know you're trying to be a diplomat.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to make a point. I'm trying to make a point.
I hear you. We're grown men. I need Finn to either commit or pull it back.
We are all casuals. My point is, all three of us. All three of us are casuals. We are high-level players. We know a lot about the game, but we don't compete and win money in the fucking game. There's nothing wrong with being called a casual, because that's exactly what we fucking are.
Sure. I'm trying to understand. That is your interpretation. I'm trying to understand Finn's interpretation. Because here's what it is. We're not no longer talking about Tekken. I feel that Finn is intentionally trying to get to me. And nothing. No, I'm not memeing. I'm not memeing, right? This is my point. So I'm trying to confirm: are you eventually trying to get to me? And if not, explain it in such a way as I understand.
No, I'm not. Like, why would I try to get to you?
It's a good question. Why would you?
I think we're all homies.
Do you think I'm fucking insane?
Sometimes yes. And that's what I'm trying to work out. Because the thing is, sometimes you say things because you are trying to upset the person you're talking to, and sometimes you're just trying to make a point. And I'm trying to work out which is this. That's what I'm trying to work out. Because we both. What is this? Where are we? And I will converse accordingly.
Wait, is this already getting to you?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
None of us are moon salt.
Because I no longer feel that we're actually having like a disagreement. Like I feel the one way or another. I feel like when two people have a passionate disagreement, you can reach a point where one person is no longer trying to have the point, and the other person is actually trying to like annoy the other person or demean them, especially if the conversation's happening in public. So I'm trying to work out where we are. That's what I'm trying to work it out.
You know what?
Because I don't think I've said anything disrespectful to you at all.
I think.
But if I'm wrong, let me know. If I said something disrespectful, you point it out. Oh, you called me a scrub. You called me a whore. You called me a this. You called me a this. You called me a this. Whatever.
You can call me anything you want. Like
that's fine. I'm sure we can. I'm trying to work out where we're at. I'm genuinely. I'm not memeing now. I just want to know where we're at. I just want to know where we're at.
Can I share my opinion? I just want to share my opinion on this.
I keep calling you out. Sure, let's hear it, Buff.
Yeah. So, so if someone is going to demonstrate a level of disrespect with intention, sure. I think it would need to require some type of action. As like, for example, we'll go back to the moonsault stuff for a minute here. I think he intentionally showed a level of disrespect that was irredeemable in my eyes by streaming my stream without even confronting me about it, knowing that I was on tilt in the moment, just to try to farm for views, denying it after the fact that he was trying to farm for views, but then making multiple videos about it afterwards. Tons of evidence that he was intentionally trying to be disrespectful. So that's that concept right there on the table. Finn made a comment. I don't think he meant it with any ill will or ill intent. But you're also in the right to take it that way. We can't read each other's minds. So I understand where you're coming from, but I think to intentionally disrespect someone requires more than a simple comment being thrown their way in the middle of a heated discussion. Let's be honest.
Buff, what you have said is very reasonable, and I think my response is reasonable. Rather than immediately jumping to the conclusion that the person is trying to insult me, I am saying, hey, that seemed really insulting. Were you trying to or not? I don't think that's an unreasonable response. I feel like an unreasonable response to be like, you have insulted my honor. You're a whore. I'm not doing that. I'm like, hey, that seemed like you were aiming below the belt. Were you? That was the point, because I'm like, that was my issue. And a simple answer could be like, hey, no, I didn't mean to. And if you took it that way, my bad.
Well, that's why I said you're right. You're right in your response.
I said that.
Did you?
Yes, I said no.
Okay. All right.
It's listen, we're all friends here. I consider both of you guys like two of my closest friends in the whole community. Okay? So I would like to just, can you guys fucking kiss each other on the mouth with tongue and make up real quick? Because
this happened previously. Usually
it's fine.
But
it's fine. It's fine. My whole point is, I'll go back to the point we were actually discussing, right? The before casual comment, or what triggered the casual comment, right? I sit down to play ranked. I want a competitive environment, but that doesn't mean that I want Evo. And this is the point I'm actually trying to get to. What you're saying is like, no, there are only two binary ways of being. Either it's competitive, in which case it's like it has to be the tournament setting, or it's not competitive and just go to quick match and play lobbies. And there can be this whole discussion for the past half hour, however long it's been, has been no. There is a middle ground, and we had it, and I think it's worth preserving. And it's one thing to be like, hey, I hear that you liked it. That was really cool. I think we lose more than we gain by keeping it. I see why you had that. Yeah, Tekken 7 was fun, but we don't have it. That's one position. But another position, like, no, there's nothing competitive about that. Like, we have to get rid of it. You get what I'm, that's why I'm trying to have this discussion. And for me to be like, no, I like what we had. Well, if you like what we had, then you're a casual. I'm like, that's wild. That's the point where I'm taking issue. Like, wow, I know really I'm not
wild, is it?
I think it is. I think so. Then everyone who likes death matches is a casual. Period. Point blank.
No, I think anyone who doesn't compete to feed their families is a casual.
No. Again, I see what you're doing, Buffett, but I'm talking about the deathmatch system. You're saying that, like, again, oh boy, to really ground this, I'm saying that the deathmatch system that we had before had a competitive element to it, and you're saying, well, no, you're like what Finn's saying, like, no, if you enjoyed that, it was. But you're saying that my defense of it makes me a casual.
No, I explained this now multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
In that environment, you could choose to play basically as competitively as you wanted to.
Sure.
That's a bad thing in a ranked system.
Sure. Fine. Then I will leave that there. I disagree with that, but that's...
Well, I also have to say that some of the most competitive matches I have ever had in Tekken history, and I've been playing this game for 32 years. Okay, I've been playing since literally Tekken 1 got its first arcade cabinet on the ferry that I was riding to go to the mainland from an island that I live on in 1994. Okay, that's how long I've been playing Tekken. And I have had some of the most, and I've played in a fuck ton of locals. I've competed in a fuck ton of tournaments. I learn as much about this fucking game as I can on a regular basis, whether I'm playing it or not. I'm still studying the fuck out of it. And some of the most competitively aggressive matches I've ever had in Tekken were quick match Tekken 8 matches. Death matches in quick match. So I reject the idea that quick match can't be competitive. I think quick match is almost more competitive than ranked is most of the time. Because at least in quick match, people are able to take their fucking wounds and lick their wounds and go move on to the next fucking match. In ranked match, you'd be hard pressed to find a group of 10 people where not all of them would fucking stay put in the fucking first to two. A lot of them would just rage quit or run away after first to one. Like it's
for me.
That's not competitive. That's horseshit.
No, I hear you. For me, it's similar vein. When I think about fighting, bigger than Tekken, all of my fighting in career, the thing that I care the most about in all of fighting games, or like the most competitive I've ever been, the most motivated to get better, like genuinely that desire to, I'm going to go in home, I'm going to fucking train, I'm going to watch videos, has been when there has been like, let's say an after school club, right? Or like a Friday night locals. And there isn't a tournament, there isn't a bracket. You can just play as many people as long as you want. And there are people in that room that I can body 10 zip. And there are people in that room where I can only maybe win a round about them if I'm lucky. And even though I am not in a tournament bracket with them, make no mistake, I'm trying to be the best person in that fucking room. And there'll be different people in that room. Sometimes I'll sit down with that person. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm beating this person in the first to 5. I'm beating that person in the first to 10. Or we're just playing until we stop, right? But the energy in that room is extremely competitive. And what I'm hearing, and again, you're not alone in this. In fact, you're in the majority. There is a sense of like, no. The tournaments are the competitive structure of this game. And there is no other way to conceptualize competitive in fighting games outside the concept of brackets, 32, 33, whatever. What I'm trying to say is that actually, not only is there a way, the best way, most of us who have like an intense love of fighting games came at it not because of tournaments that we were in, but because of some sort of like dojo environment, right? Like I need to beat Steve. Steve beats everyone. I can beat Roger. I can beat Clive. I can beat Elroy, but I can't beat this guy. And that it's more vague. I understand that it's not the structure. It's not tournament, right? But it is. I'm gonna sound like a fucking priest now, but it's like it's competitive in like the purest sense of the word. And it's also like the spirit of fighting games that I want to see fighting games try to capture in its online modes and an environment. But instead, the only thing that fighting games are trying to capture is the tournament structure. And I just think this is an albatross. I think it's not in the game's best interest. And I think and my concern, the reason why I took issue with what Finn said, is like the idea of, well, no, I again, maybe it's not what you said, it's what I heard, so skill issue on my part. But like, it seems like, well, no, you're either doing tournament or you're a casual. Again, that's not what you said. That's how it read.
That's what I said.
No, right? Yeah, and I'm like, I don't know that that's true, because the most competitive I've ever been in a fighting game. There have been tournaments I've entered when I knew I was going to lose. So I'm not really competitive. I'm just here to play. But there have been like, I need to be the best person in this room, and there isn't a bracket. I just need to be able to beat my boys. And I just think that, to me, is a more healthy approach. But I understand that's not structured.
I think there's a layer. There are layers to what makes a casual, though, right? Like a casual player can be defined as somebody who picks up the game, plays it for a weekend, plays some story mode, maybe customizes a character or two, doesn't even touch online, and then moves on to the next game the next weekend. And in fact, the sales reflect that. That's the majority of the sales, right? We've got over 3 million copies sold of this game, and the majority of those sales include players that are exactly that, right? So that's like the weekend casuals. And then you can move on, like there are multiple layers and tiers of what makes a casual, but I just genuinely think you still fall under that category, even if you're a competitive casual, which I'd say what we are. We're competitive casuals. We would probably suck, it would probably suck if one of us beat the other. I know I'd feel like ass if either one of you beat me, right? Because I'm a competitive fucking guy, right? So, but I wouldn't hold any ill will towards you, but I'd be disappointed in myself because I feel like I failed myself because I didn't play as well as I should have, and I got my ass kicked or whatever the fuck, right? Because I'm a competitive motherfucker. However, I no longer compete in locals because I have no locals anywhere near me. So I'm not. It's not because I don't want to. It's because I just can't. It's not feasible for me right now until the locals comes closer to where I live. And traveling for tournaments is off the table because I got a wife and kids to worry about. So money is not it's not something I can just throw around, right? So I'm not able to compete, and so I have to reluctantly, even though I disagree. I'm still on the. I agree with what you're saying. I don't think being labeled a casual is necessarily a nice thing to hear about yourself, but. Do I travel? Do I pay for my fee to stay in a hotel so I can get my ass kicked on in a big tournament in Vegas or something, right? No, I don't do that. So what does that make me? I'm a stay-at-home, chill out on the fucking game console in front of my TV in the comfort of my own home, Tekken player. That's what I think a casual amounts to.
Respectfully, Buff, I don't even think that you truly believe that, and I'll tell you why.
I believe
Let's
that.
take
Truly, I believe that.
Let me give you. Okay, maybe you believe. I can't tell you what you think. Let's take two people. One person goes to locals every Thursday night. They are ass at the game. They know they're ass at the game, right? But they go, they play every week. They pay their money. It's supposed to be a donation, right? But they compete every week. The second person has never and will never go to a tournament. But every time they play a game, if they lose, they study the replay. They're trying to work out why they lost. They're watching 3DX videos. They're watching FinT videos. They're watching Buff Guy videos. They're constantly trying to improve. They are doing they're doing sessions to try, like they're doing like sessions where they're just trying to break throws, right? They're constantly actively trying to improve, right? That to me, to call that second person a casual seems insane.
But they're competitive and casual. They're a competitive casual.
Because their relationship to the game isn't casual. They are constantly trying to improve. They're treating it the same way that one would to learn a language or to learn a skill, right? They're committed to it. Whereas I'm a casual at, say, Mario Kart. I want to win Mario Kart, but if I lose, I'm not labbing Mario Kart. You know what I mean? I'm not really committed. The amount of my time, the amount of my life that I'm committed to improving at this thing is minimal.
So what would you
lose? It's not my own fault.
What label then would you put on a player that the caliber of player that you just described? What label would you place there? If not competitive casual, how would you describe them?
That person is hardcore. That person is a hardcore Tekken player.
Hardcore casual?
No, they're hardcore. Casual is. The term casual has a concrete meaning. It means you're not really that invested in the outcome. I don't care if I win or lose. I don't care.
Why is it a? I don't get it. Why is it a problem to just have the fixed format?
No, the fixed format is fine. It's the insistence that it's the only way to have any sort of competitive value. That's the part that gets me.
No one said that ever.
I think that's where we're kind of missing each other here.
Because you said it wasn't competitive.
No.
No, you said it wasn't competitive.
It was far less competitive than what Tekken 8's format is currently.
Wait, no, stop. I will not say it again. I will not say it again. I said, if you are the authority over how competitive your experience is, that's inherently non-competitive.
Sure.
In a system.
Sure. And I realize that that's your definition. I get it. Fine.
Yeah, but I mean,
fine.
Isn't
We're
it?
dropping it. No, because by that same logic, no fighting game currently has a competitive system. So I think your definition is too rigid. But I accept that that's your definition. I get it.
Okay, but why would you?
Difficult.
Okay, fuck this. Fuck this. Why would you prefer to be Why would you prefer to have a system where you can dodge people?
It's not about a system where I can dodge people. It's about a system where I can play as competitively as I want to.
That means also.
So if you want to be a super casual, fine, you can be a super casual. If you want to prepare for tournaments and play only first twos, you can do that. And if I want to have long sets where I'm constantly trying to be like, okay, which of us as human beings is better in this moment, I can do that too. That to me is an environment where we can all actually compete at this in a competitive way. What you're saying is like, no, that's not true. It's only competitive if you are locked into a long set.
Why would you want to have? Okay, wait. So you would like to have a ranked system where I am able to dodge someone if I don't want to play him?
No, I want to be able to play you for as long as possible. That's my primary concern. If you want to put a minimum, so it has to be 2, I can live with that too.
But what's
But my
wrong with
point is,
that
like,
only existing in Quick Match? I don't understand what the big problem is. I mean, that we have that with Quick Match. Why not just stick with Quick Match then?
because if we just do it randomly against everyone, then I'm only going to I'll be matched up more often than not with people who I can beat 10-0, 8-0, 12-0. I want there to be like, no, if you're going to have this long set, it needs to be someone in your skill bracket, at least approximating it. Because you're right, I could just boot up Quick Match and never go into ranked, ever. But then I'll just have 20 win streaks. I'm playing against Tekken Kings, because that's where I was moved down to after season 1. But I wanted to be like, no, we can't match you against this noob because it's not fair. I still want there to be matchmaking based on skill.
But that's kind of the system that Quick Match has going on right now. I mean,
It doesn't. It's based on your rank. So in order to have what I want, I actually have to play rank up to a certain point. Then I can have the system I want.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, yeah,
Like, so
okay. I see where you're coming from.
So if you want to have a different system where it's like, okay, you have ranked mode and then you have you have like deathmatch mode or whatever that also has a competitive tracking skill, let's say skill-based matchmaking element, then we can both have what we want. That's what it really sounds like.
To clarify real quick, because I haven't played Tekken since season 3 came out, is Quick Match changed now? Are you able to set the level according to your specifications in Quick Match now, or is it still hard stuck?
No, so now that they've removed search range, but now because they've changed the algorithm in season 3, it's not based what's it called? Prowess doesn't matter. It's searching based on your rank. So if I reach, now that I'm like GOD with Xiaoyu, it'll match me up with people GOD up to GOD 3 or down to Emperor in Quick Match if I choose that. But I had to get up to GOD in ranked first to do that.
So you can't just say any. You can't just mark it to any player, any rank at all.
You can just do any, but if you do any, then you're going to get matched with brawlers.
Yeah, but then you'll also get matched with God 6s, right?
Right. But what if I want to be able to have sets, but only with people in like this bracket of skill, at least adjacent to me? In order to do that, I have to play ranked, then go into Quick Match.
No, yeah, okay, I understand where you're coming from there. Then in that case, we can just have an adjustment of it just sounds like Quick Match just needs an adjustment.
No way, but what about this, Chad? What about the Street Fighter 6 stuff? Where you like you play a ranked set, and then if you like it so much, you can just say, hey, meet me in lobby.
That now we're cooking. Fine, we can do that. If we want to be like, okay, we can play a first or two, but then we can keep playing and there's no point on the line, fine. That could work too.
Yeah, I like that. I like that idea too. Yeah.
There you go. Solution.
The problem is, I mean, I want to make your case now. The problem is, that no one does this in Street Fighter 6, right?
Yeah, no one does. No one does. Because but that's only because if you want to have that environment, there's another mode that's better for that.
That's a player issue, though, no longer a game issue.
You can just go to the what's it called? What's the middle room called? The big arcade mode where you just sit down in the cabinet and just play as long as you want.
Yeah, but the Street Fighter literally, after a game, it just tells you, do you want to play this guy in a lobby? And both can agree, and you get instantly teleported to a lobby and can play for as much as you like. But no one does it.
No, I'll be honest. If even I wouldn't do that because I don't want to be teleported to a lobby. I just want to keep playing the game. So even I wouldn't partake in that personally. There's just a seamlessness that I want. I just want to continue playing. And of course, my opponent doesn't want to play, then that's fine too.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I just genuinely think that with the rank system being the way it is, I do agree that it could use a couple adjustments here, like being forced to stick with the match, stick it out with at least being forced to play the first to two is not the end of the world for certain people. I don't know why anybody would have any complaints with that. But I think it should change to maybe a first to 3. First to 5 after with a caveat, like only the first 3 matches matter for the rank, and then the next 2 are optional. I don't know. They could adjust it to make everybody happy in this instance, right? I wouldn't mind a first to 3 environment with a caveat to 4 or 5 after that. That would work for me. But I don't know if Chad, you seem to love the deathmatch concept, so it wouldn't probably work for you, I guess, or. What are your thoughts?
It's fine if you want to lock into. I mean, I think with each subsequent game you're kind of pushing it. I think first two is probably, if you're going to lock someone in and you're going to force them to play and you're going to have penalties for not playing. I kind of think you have to limit it to first two, personally. Just for time constraints. I mean, obviously I know there are games like fucking Dota that go on for like however long, but I think as fighting game players, first two is probably the optimal thing. If you're locking everyone in, that's fine.
Yeah,
that's perfectly fine. I just really think that as someone who spends a lot of time thinking about like the health of fighting games and the community in general, I think this idea that the tournament play is the only way to play or the primary way to play. Again, I'm not saying anyone here is producing that point, but it is a prevalent point, I think, is what is leading the genre down to a really dark path. But I think for most of us, if we think about our most positive, our most the environment that got us into fighting games in general, it's closer to the dojo format, where there is a body of people that we're trying to be better than. It's less about the test tournament. And what I want to think about is, I would want, and again, I don't necessarily know I have the solutions, but I think that this is my ideal fighting game, which is, remember what we were talking about when we started this, my ideal rank system would be trying to incorporate that, rather than, I want a tournament mode though. If people want to prepare for the tournament, I want them to have that mode. And I also agree that they should be fucking locked in. I think if you're signed up for a competitive integrity mode and like people one and done, pisses me off. Nothing makes me angry than one and done.
It's called ranked.
It is super frustrating.
It's called fucking ranked.
If you want to put a floor on it, sure.
Yeah. It's the system mode is called fucking ranked. If you don't want to experience a high competitive, high octane environment, don't click on that fucking mode. That's where all the fucking pros are, or the sweaty people, and not the pros, but a lot of the sweats are, right? So, that's why I think being locked into a format and being locked into a first to two or first to three and taking a penalty for leaving, even if it's an accident, like fucking internet gets disconnected, whatever. It's not like that happens all the fucking time. And if it does, it's probably a you problem and you need to fix that. But, if you're locked into a first to two, first to three in a mode called ranked, where the fucking, the sweatiest people live, there should be no complaints from anybody. And if you're complaining, that's not the environment for you. Stick to quick match. I don't see why anybody would have a problem with being locked in a first to two. It's so fucking stupid.
Yeah, I don't think anyone here has an issue with that. I think the one and dunning issue is a nightmare, and I like the idea of being people forced to play at least the first to two. I think that totally makes sense, especially in ranked match.
Definitely,
rank points are on the line and everything. No one's debating that. I think we're agreeing with that. And
I've heard it, but the Discord though disagrees the shit out of that. Nobody in the fucking, it seems everywhere people go. It's like nobody wants to be locked into that type of an environment. They just want to, cherry pick who the fuck they get to fight, and then they can run away if need be at any point, no penalty whatsoever. That's what most people want, it seems. So that's where those are the ones I'm talking to right now. Where is your sense of, you people are so fucking uncouth. You have no clue what you're doing to the integrity of the game itself by having that mentality. Rage quitting, running away after one and done, cheating. It's all the fucking same. This is
but that's the nature of the culture. The moment you introduce a point system, people are going to try and game the system however they can. So in some way, like, you're right, we're kind of old school. Again, much of what I've been debating is like, I think it's an old school mentality, which again might be in the minority nowadays. Sound like an old man, but like, yeah. Even if you can one and done, I never would. Like, I had this game yesterday where I played against a fucking Victor. I was like, I fucking hate this matchup. I hope you one and done me, because I'm not gonna one and done him. I hate this matchup, but I'm gonna play it. Right? I'm going to play it.
Yeah.
I'm going to play it.
Also, someone who really hates one and dunning, for example.
I hate one and dunning. I hate one and dunning. 100%.
But so
you gotta play it. We gotta play it. We gotta play it out. We gotta play at least the first.
Do you not think that is a problem, like that? I mean, that is directly linked also to like the competitive integrity, if like it just happened to be right. Like, sure. I mean, you hate that as well. So I don't know. Aren't you in my camp?
I mean, if we're arguing that you must be forced to play at least the first or two, I'm with you. The issue is that no, but then the game needs to end immediately. And I'm like, okay, but what if we want to keep playing? It's like, well, no, because then people can game the system. I'm like, okay, but like that's part of the fun. If I find a really good opponent,
where like nothing stops you from adding this guy and You know?
Okay, but that same logic is like, okay, well, why have matchmaking at all? We can all be Discord fighters. There is a convenience element to it.
Yeah, I mean,
That
I
means
know what
something. Like
you
you're
mean.
right. We could just delete the whole thing and just be like, guys, add me on Discord. It's like, no, but like the fact is, I don't know who you are before this game started. I'm playing against you. We have this really close match where it's like 3-2. I'm like, oh, I lost that. I'm willing to let you have the points, but I want to keep playing. And I want to keep playing you specifically. Because every time I boot up Tekken, I don't really want to play 10 people. I kind of only want to play 5. But I want to play because I want to play the person, the human on the other end of the screen. So it's like, okay, I've lost you. Fine, you take the points. But I want to keep playing you. And then after, let's say, 20 minutes of this, I'll stop playing, having only played 4 people. Instead of this thing, I'm going to play this Yoshi, then this Kazuya, then this Jin, then this King, then this Jin, then this Kazuya. And that's like the primary way I'm supposed to indulge in the game. Like, I don't really want that.
I get it. Last thing I want to say is first, I didn't mean to insult you with the casual stuff. It was just meant as a joke, actually. Like nothing. It wasn't, I wouldn't seriously call you a casual. Like that doesn't make any sense. But it was just, like, you know what I mean. Like it's
sure.
Just,
that's all I wanted to know. I want to make, is it a joke or are you?
I mean, it doesn't even make sense to call you a casual. Like it doesn't make sense. It was just, oh, you're a casual. Like it was a fucking joke.
Insults don't always make sense. But I just wanted to make sure that we weren't playing the game. That was it. That was all I wanted to know. Yeah, that was it. I believe you.
And I know what you mean with look, the thing is, I had that as well in Tekken 7, right? I had sets like this. But in my experience, from playing almost the entire cast in that game, especially when you played certain characters, which is also extremely unfair towards the player bases of those characters.
Yep, I know what you mean.
They were one and done like shit ton. And I know that because I played Lei for a bit. I didn't had a single guy rematch me, and I'm like, bro.
Same here. I love Lei.
I'm hating my experience right now, especially at the time because of the fucking of the load times, especially.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, now I go back to the shit again. I'm waiting, and then people even, you know what people did? People even started plugging in the versus screen.
Oh, and that would expand the timing of the loading time by like 10 times.
So that was really bad. So I'm like, wow, how do you even play this game if you're a fucking Lei player? People dodge you every single time because they would get smoked. Because, guess what? They should lose to you because they are not there yet. They should take the loss. They should actually now in a deathmatch. If we all for real are playing deathmatches like until demote or down until demotion or promotion, bro, I would love that shit. But the thing is, you know what? People pick and choose, and that's not okay. That's just all I'm saying.
No,
that's not okay.
It's super valid. I 100% understand that, and especially with the Tekken 7 load times. But even Tekken 8, I don't like one of the things I hate the most about one doing Tekken 8 is just like, I have to wait in the lobby again. Like I said, I only really want to play a few people, and that to me is like the core experience. But like, here's my question to you: like, how many? It's different because you're a content creator now. But like, how many randomers have you met through matchmaking that you've then added as a friend, felt compelled to add as a friend? It's not a leading question. I actually just want to know because I think it's probably different for everyone.
Kazuya players.
I mean, the thing is, we don't interact, right? So we don't interact. But here and there, people don't know it's my account because I have the stream. So people don't know it's me, right? And I like it that way because I get like unfiltered comments of like fucking hate,
Scrubs,
and unfiltered comments of like, hey, that was cool, blah blah blah, and I also like this. So it happened after they wrote a comment, then this as well, right? They write a comment, but like I have never ever like added someone up. I'm also like you. Then I just want to play. Like I want to play.
No, totally. I think the reason I ask, and maybe this is to help make sense of my feelings. So in Tekken 7, I actually have quite a few, I won't say friends, and they're not coming to my fucking wedding, but like I have quite a few Tekken friends who like randomly you encounter them in ranked, and it's like every round came to the last hit. You ended up playing them for 20 minutes. I didn't know who the fucker was, and you add them after the fact to be like, hey, good games. But by the way, you could duck this move. I'm like, oh, okay, I got it. Cool. I've not had that interaction in 8 at all.
That's true. Sorry, I need to correct myself. In Tekken 7, I had that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, and for me, that the ability, again, as cringe as it's probably going to sound, that ability to form relationships in Tekken, because wow, this battle was actually really close. We're actually evenly skilled, or like or like we were backing each other. I beat you 3, you beat me 3, I beat you 2, you beat me with like that back and forth, and been like, you're really cool, and I'm still friends with them now in Tekken. I've only had that in 7 because we're able to have a long set and have the back and forth, and that doesn't, for me, exist in 8.
Yeah, it doesn't exist. You are completely right. It doesn't exist. That is, you're right. But I really didn't. I once had a time where in Tekken 7 I called myself the format I want to play. So I called myself first to 5, like FT5 or FT3, because I wanted to play that. People also did, like we did. But you know what happened also? I added people to tell them, hey, we had a great deathmatch, right? Like me on Jin right now, we had a great deathmatch, right? Yeah, you probably don't remember this, but last week I had a slightly different name. You want to dump me when I played this character, you fucking son of a bitch, and now fuck off out of my friends list account. That happened actually a few times.
Sure. Well, I can't attend to the second part of that that relationship because I've never had that. But the first part of being like, hey, this person's pretty, and there are people I'm still friends with now. Like, and they didn't know I was a YouTuber, or they found out I was a YouTuber. I was obviously a lot smaller back in Texas 7. Like, no, this person's pretty cool, right? And that the death of that in 8, sorry, is, I think, really tragic. In a way that I think a lot of Tekken 8 players don't know and probably will never experience because they've not had that. I think that was a really big deal. And I think that sort of interaction is, I find, only possible through the long set type thing. Because if I'm just playing in the first 2, I beat you, I leave, or I lose and I leave. And I'm like, I actually think that the experience of encountering worthy challengers, again, I'm speaking like fucking Ryu now, but like encountering worthy challengers and being like, hey, that was a really good set. That is actually more valuable than whatever arbitrary fucking PNG I have. That's what I'm desperately trying to defend.
No, yeah, you have. But look, no. This point is valid. I wouldn't put it in my but then we're talking like two completely different things. Like one, competitive integrity on the one hand,
sure,
and the social aspect on the other. But I agree. Look, you're right. Like I nearly said their names. Like I don't want to use their first names, but like I have met a certain, it doesn't matter, like Serjan. It's like he's a Steve player, like really, and he invited me to the Discord, right? And to this day, I'm buddies with these guys. Like some of them started I wouldn't even have gotten to meet these guys.
Yeah.
Like you're right, this happened, and only because I think funny enough I played Leo at that time against his Steve. I still remember the stage even. You know this, right? You remember the stage even, like what stage it was. So no, you're right. But on the other hand, if you also if you play like Lei, the amount of experiences you have like this are significantly lower.
Sure. And maybe that's different because I played Leo in T7, so I can't speak to. I mean, I got quit sometimes, but not all the time. I'm sure it would have been worse if I played Ling and stuff like that. But yeah, that is the thing I'm trying to defend the most, though. Because like you said, I have friends who I have met in real life. I met them at Comic-Con and stuff. And the only reason I made friends with you is because we had a good set in ranked. So we were fighting 4 points, right? Imaginary points, but still points. And we were fighting our asses off. And like it was just a battle. And then you see them again in ranked and be like, all right, cool. Me and this person are playing until one of us gets promoted to board. And you're right. That every one of those, there would be 6 one-and-doners or assholes who are just trying to game the system. I 100% agree with that. But for me, the positive aspect that I just described is worth defending, and that's why I've been struggling to like really trying to articulate that, because it's more than just the points don't matter. No matter what system we do, but like the interaction you have with other people is what matters. And I think you can have better interactions over long sets. I have found that. And you'd be like, well, you can just do it in quick match. Yeah, but I also think an added part of the fuel is for there to be something at stake, whether it's money or points. Like that's the cocktail I'm trying to preserve. And like my issue isn't that I don't want you to get what you want. I want you to get what you want. My fear is that in order for me to get what I want seems to have to be thrown away. And I'm like, I think the game and the community loses so much more. Like I literally have dozens of people who I have met IRL through Tekken because we had a ranked set that was meaningful enough for me to be like, that was sick. Or you are cheap as fuck, smiley face, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, but I've not had a single interaction like that in 8. Not a single one.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, right, Obelion, funny enough, right? Like, he's like my kind of guy, like my detective and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And we actually knew each other. We didn't, I remembered, and he as well, because it was just one set we played in Tekken 7 before we like, now it's so funny. Like basically, you always find each other again. And I played Julia and had the shovel equipped, and just did the shovel move over and over again in combos, and like, you know what I mean, like the where she pulls the shovel out and just bonks you with it. And he was like, he even wrote like GG's, but what was that play style? And I'm like, bro, like hold the shovel, bro, like you're getting burned.
Like, shit. And just like that, this dumb video game got you an actual friend. For me, I have similar stories. Like the one that comes to mind for me is there's a French player, obviously he speaks English, called Double J, Asuka player. Fucking hate Asuka. And we would have wars, bro. Every game, 2-3. Every single game. And we were super close. And I took a break at a certain point. And I came back. And he had leveled up significantly. He was breaking every throw. And I remember being like, whoa, you've become one of those players who can legit break throws. Like, what the fuck happened? I was like, yeah, I just practiced for a bit. And then when I started, he doesn't play Tekken 8 anymore. But when we started playing Tekken 8, he showed up. I was like, Double J, is that you, Double J? Like, I'm meeting actual fucking people. And the point I'm trying to make is that's what matters. And like, in our pursuit of like fucking simulating, my fear is, maybe I'm wrong, but my fear is of it's exclusively pursuing trying to simulate Evo from the comfort of our homes in our online game modes. We're losing something that is infinitely more valuable. But my position is so much harder to defend because it's so vague. It's based on anecdotal shit about making a friend and making stuff like this. But I'm like, the long set, I believe, is the premier way to indulge, not just Tekken, but in all fighting games. But the way we consume fighting games as viewers is tournaments, and that's taking over everything. And it just bugs me. But I understand why it's happening.
It's so intriguing and so interesting to me that you can even just being it's such a weird thing to even try to comprehend. So you had a good set against an Asuka player, and
of all things,
of all things, and you made friends with him. I must be a racist towards Asuka's because
waifus.
Because I must be, because the moment I see an Asuka player on screen, I'm like, I would never be friends with this person. I would fucking never. Like, I don't give a fuck if you could be the most honorable Tekken player on the planet. You play Asuka, I am not your friend ever. I don't like you. I genuinely feel that way, and it's just because like. For me, when I run into
viewers just go on.
Yeah? No, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. Go continue. No, I was gonna say one of my viewers just said, "Stop playing Jianghu on the internet." Like, you know, in wuxia movies about like warriors traveling the wilderness and like, oh, this is your sword style or whatever, and then we become lifelong friends. Like, it's like, stop trying to role play the Jianghu on the internet. But jokes aside, that it's kind of my interest in fighting games. Like, that's the thing. Like, my respect for you too as people comes from the fact that of all the things we could be doing in this world, we're playing this stupid, shitty ass fighting game. Like, of all the things we could be doing, that's because the human relationship is what matters.
Yeah.
And I would sacrifice a lot on the altar of like meaningful interaction with other fighting game players. So it's like, even though Jerry's making a joke, I'm like, no, that's what it's about. I'm a lone warrior who encountered a strange Asuka. Much like you, I'm racist against Askas. But this Asuka was the nightmare double package because they were playing Asuka and they were good at Tekken. I was like, oh no, you it's one or the other. Right?
See, that's what's so fucking hard to comprehend, because I just can't. Like, here's the thing, Asuka players, as a rule, just generally as a rule, this is like going back since Tekken 5 days. Every single fucking Asuka I've ever seen, from the most casual player to the top tier hardcore pros that do it for a living, they all don't feel like they're very smart human beings. Like, they look like they're stupid when they're playing the fucking character on the screen. And I feel like if that character speaks to you, and you're like, this is the, oh, dude, she's 17. She's wearing a schoolgirl outfit. She's got this stupid fucking bitch voice that I just can't stand listening to. That's my character right there. If that's the shit that appeals to you, then I have a problem with that. Like, that's, for me, that's just...
I fuck with Asuka. I am too much of a fan of Dimeback to ever allow this Asuka slander to go. Yes, there are brain dead Askas. Yes, the majority of them are brain dead. But when you find the good ones who actually play Asuka for the right reasons, I want to play defensively, and I want to be able to get paid maximally for the reads. And this person is reading me, and again, it's really close. I'm like, in a way, they're a puzzle I'm trying to solve. And I'm failing to solve consistently. And I'm trying to, it's addictive. And they're doing the same thing too, because they probably don't feel comfortable in the Leo matchup. So we're both just there trying to study. And again, the points are going back and forth. We're like, oh, we're just playing. We're not agreeing to a deathmatch, but we're like, bro, we're like 12 games in, bro.
It's just that with Asuka, like, I feel like with Asuka players, the only puzzle I'm trying to solve is, how do I out-dumb this guy? Like, that's like,
I mean, that's a valid puzzle, man.
Yeah,
I don't know what to tell you. That's a valid puzzle. You gotta do it. But but then again, the thing is, because I remembered this set, and the next day we're playing at the same time, and I play against this person, and I see the name. So now they're not just a random person. Like, no, I remember this person, and now we're having a long set, and the same thing happens. And it's on the second time I encounter this person in a long 15-minute set that I'm like, I gotta add this person. Like, I gotta know what's up. Like, help me out. And I'm giving him advice. Like, actually, this is mid high. Oh, you can duck that? Yeah. Like, there were times where he would block the punch of Leo's Falling Leaf Hell Sweep and then not launch it. I'm like, that's launch. That's launch. Yeah. So the next time I fight this motherfucker, I'm like, oh fuck, he's punishing my shit more optimally, and I'm punishing his shit more optimally. So we're both getting better. Steel sharpens steel. That's what fighting games are about. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's what I'm desperately trying to defend.
I get that.
Because I want, yeah, why not? Oh, sorry, Blackheart, I didn't see. I will add you. Just because I wanted to jump, because I think the topic that we can make, like, I don't know, maybe the final or the big one is I think the season 3 hope and copium that you have, right? Isn't that like the next topic?
Yeah. What changes do you still hope to see? I think I got that one written down. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Or like, what do you hope the next patch is? What do you think it is? Do you think that was already it? Like stuff like this, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
Wait, let me add. I don't know if he recalls you.
Do you want me to go first or what? Or
one moment, I want to add Blackie.
Oh, Blackheart's coming in? Sick.
Oh shit, Blackheart, get ready for your blown out ears.
No?
I also wanted to, before we end maybe we could end the stream with that topic, but I do have a couple of things that I kind of want to pick your guys' brains about, specifically Chad, because you brought this up multiple times when I rated your stream, with the kind of going back to the threat thing. I don't really feel like we really finished the threat conversation. Like that's
a video. We have to do a whole video on that, because we can't just throw it into this conversation, but we need to, because it is a good discussion. I think a lot of what a lot of players complain about, I think, could be solved with this model of like threat level scenarios. So I think that's what a lot of people are complaining about. Like even earlier on when I said that, oh yeah, you know, Victor makes you guess for your life, and then Finn rightfully was like, come on, guess for your life's a bit extreme. He's right. He's not putting me in like, but you're right to call me out. It's like, come on, Chad. Like, he's not putting you in threat level 10 scenarios over and over again.
Right. Yeah.
It's more he's putting you in threat level 5 situations or 4 or 5 situations over and over again. That's your real beef. So again, that's why I think the model's useful.
You're also correct with the ease of which he is doing it, and the uninterestingness of that situation.
So that's why I think this model works, because I'm like, okay, is it worse to be put in a threat level 10 situation or 5?
Hey, Blackheart.
But hey, Black, how you doing, player?
Oh, guys, what's up?
Hey.
How are you?
Good to see you, brother.
Good.
Oh, I see you debating about season 3. So of course I wanted to help you out with the conversation, because you're all saying stupid shit. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Of course.
How are you guys? How are you?
We're good, player. How are you? How you been?
I'm good. You know, just very depressed as always. But you know, a little bit more.
Life in general, Tekken.
Huh?
Life in general, Tekken.
No, Tekken.
All right, cool.
Tekken.
That is life in general for Blackheart. Let's be real.
Life,
Come on.
For Blackheart, that is life. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, it's so true. It's so true. Okay, get me into the conversation, because I didn't know specifically what you were talking about, because you know I didn't follow all of what
we are at the topic of. So I set the stage. Yeah, so the stage is as following, right? Like season 2 happened, then only shit happened. They really like dragged their feet throughout the entire season. Then season 3 happened. The patch wasn't good. They nerfed Heat a little bit and even buffed characters, right? But then we got the last patch, right? The patch that we all like, that everyone likes, right? The last patch that everyone likes. Yeah. And now the question is, which is the really big question, the next patch will come, I think, this month, right? End of this month, middle of this month.
Yeah.
Blackheart, maybe you start as the guest right now.
Okay.
What is your expectation for the May patch? What would you like to see in it? And what would it take? What would it take through this season to make it a game that you would enjoy more?
So you're asking what I would like, or what do I expect them to do? Because it's two different questions.
Both.
Both. Okay. So what I expect them to do, is of course continuing what they did in the next patch, in the last patch, because they said, okay, like these balance adjustments are like something that came after what they did in season 3.2, let's say. So I expect them to do some other changes to heat, maybe, or maybe, I don't know, nerfing the cards that are not nerfed still a little bit, okay, and so on. Of course, that's what I expect them to do. And also, I expect them to completely, and I say completely, fuck up Kunimitsu's design and the Kunimitsu's moveset. Like, she will be, for me, a complete broken abomination. Like, she will be completely broken. Because
Can I ask Blackheart then, real quick?
Yeah.
Regarding Kunimitsu, what you just said. So, do you think that even though, the main problem with her, I thought in Tekken 7 was her backdash. On top of, like, don't even get me started about her fucking ninja bullshit into Ninja 2, whatever the fuck, that ridiculous mid counter hit launcher, safe on block, long range, with punishes everything. Like, fuck that horse. But besides that nonsense, potentially coming back, do you think she's still going to be a broken piece of shit, despite the fact that backdash no longer really exists in this game?
I think that she was broken not only because of her movement, like she was broken even, for example, in her poking tools. For example, she had a completely broken 2-2, just to
fuck yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
Or for example, I don't know, remember also her kunai, full screen kunai that was safe on whiff. Like if she whiffed from 3 kilometers, you couldn't do anything to punish her. It was punishable on block. But of course, again, it was like that move was better on whiff from certain ranges than it was on block.
It was only minus 11 too, so it was like barely anybody could punish it anyways. So
yeah, it was even exactly. So I think like she was broken not only because of movement, but because of her potential. For example, let's remember another amazing move of the character, QCF 1+2. Do you guys remember Kunimitsu QCF 1+2?
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
It was basically it was a homing, safe, knockdown, war splat, homing mid from 3 kilometers as well. Beautiful design.
I think. Did they have a fire trail?
Huh?
Did they have a fire trail? What did it look like? I have to look this up. I vaguely remember. Never mind. Continue.
Yeah. So yeah, I expect them to completely fuck up Kunimitsu's design. I hope they will prove me wrong. I hope they will prove me wrong. But yeah, that's what I expect them to do on Kunimitsu. Mm-hmm. What I would like them to do. Of course, I would like them to completely destroy and annihilate some characters that are still untouched. I don't know why. Guess which characters? guess which character?
The obvious
Victor,
ones, right?
Dragunov, Nina, Lydia, Kay.
Yeah,
exactly. Lydia, especially that broken piece of shit.
Yeah.
Piece of shit character.
No, he's right. He's totally fucking. She's ridiculous. She's still season 2 Lydia.
Piece of shit character. She's still she plays Tekken 10. Plays Tekken 10. Oh my god. Yeah. So. Hopefully, Lydia gets destroyed to the fucking ground. But
I'm saying it right now. QCF 4 by Lydia. QCF 1+2 is fucking absurd. But QCF 4, best move in the game right now, I think.
Yeah, but also for example, I don't know, 442 as well.
Oh yeah,
like, I don't
plus
know,
5.
Having an Earth mix-up. Having an Earth mix-up. It's fucking insane. Her heat smash sometimes
plus 10
in certain
on block.
situations it's almost better on hit than it is on block because on hit at least you go away from her pressure. On block the pressure goes on and on and on and on.
Yep.
It's
you take more damage for blocking it than you do for getting hit by it, for fuck's sakes. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's really dumb. So hopefully she gets completely destroyed. For example, also King King, guys. King, for fuck's sake. King is a absolute abomination of a character as well. Like King, oh my god. But for example, also Kazu. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Your Kazuya video is fucking hilarious, by the way.
Yeah, but that was
so
made
sick.
on the 1st of April. That was so yeah.
Yeah, that was so awesome.
Yeah, I think Kazu is one of the few characters I respect by the way right now. But yeah.
Chad, you're gonna let that slide, Chad? You gotta fight this guy.
Honestly, with the heat buffs, the heat nerfs, I agree. Kazuya is
yeah.
What?
I think he's almost okay. I would say.
He's way less obnoxious now.
That's not fun.
Way. I know. We normally would agree. I actually didn't realize it too. I was like, oh, actually, a lot of my beef with Kazuya is just heat. Turns out.
Yeah. Even though, honestly, guys, I don't know about you. I don't know how Buff Guy feels about that, but I think we should still tweak a little bit more about him, but also other characters like him. For example, if you ask me, again, I don't know if you guys agree, but I will make the Demon Paw, all of the Demon Paw not launch anymore. Kazuya's one,
yes,
Jin one, and so on. So
I've had issues with the Demon Paws.
I think no Demon Paw should launch. It's already a god button as it is. But on top of that, I think that the number one nerf to Kazuya that I still don't see happening, that I think is the most necessary nerf to the character, is the increased tracking in heat with Demon Paw, with Devil Fist. Fuck that tracking. It's absurd.
It seems like a bug. Yeah,
that's true. I don't know why in heat it becomes homing almost.
It's unnecessary. I want it gone yesterday, but they've kept it in since the dawn of fucking time. I don't get it. No Kazuya player wants that.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe apart from that and some other tweaks, I think he's okay. He's all right. But yeah, answering to the second question though, the part of which you asked me about what I would like them to do again. So destroying all of these characters and also again revisit all of these stance transitions, because these stance transitions are too much. They are too conditioning, even on block, and especially what I don't like is the risk reward. For example, let's make an example that is, I think, is very clear. Azucena's one. For example, Azucena has 10 million moves from the neutral that completely skip neutral and put her into a stance mix-up directly. Completely, for example, neutral skip up forward 3+4, 3 million range, kilometer, mid plus on block into stance mix-up. Not only that, but the stance mix-up is also in her favor a lot. For example, she has an engager mid 14 frames, homing basically safe, wall splat as well. She has an L sweep. She has that, and so on. Or for example, the same sense mix about the running 3-2 out of full crouch down forward 4 and so on. All of these things are, I think, too much. And
it's not even that like it's not even the power in itself, because you can represent the basic dick jab to force her to use a certain option, and then you're like in a mind game between.
No, that's true.
Does she do? You can, but it's like, is that interesting? Like, do you want to play against that when that is so strong that basically forcing this over and over and as much as you can is kind of optimal? Like, is that a form of Tekken I enjoy?
The optimal gameplay now against characters is to try and outmesh their stances. It's not about movement anymore and so on, but it's trying to, like, the defensive options in this game are offensive things. For example, dig jabs, power crush, most of the times power crushes, dig jabs, and so on. Like, these things are defensive, yes, but they are offensive defensive mechanics. I don't know if you understand what I mean. Like movement, I don't know, spacing and so on, it's not a thing anymore. Also because backdash, for example, I think I would love them to do is to buff backdash again, because backdash right now is fucking shit. And
but then I'm worried about Kunimitsu again. So I don't know. Like,
we gotta see. And for example, answering to your dig jab option, Finn. Like dig jab, of course, is a good option against just to think against Azucena, but it trades with the 2. So if you're against the wall, good luck.
Only if it's full crouch down forward 4 that goes into stance. Only then.
No, for example, up forward 3+4.
That's only plus 4. That's only plus 4.
Yeah, but the engager is 14 frames, right? So if he trades with dig jab and it fucking wall splats you still if you're at the wall, you know what I mean?
The thing, you're right. It's just it's the design of this game, right? They want
Yeah,
to.
that's
they
what I
want
don't
to,
like. That's what I don't
yeah,
like.
that's also what I don't like. I don't like how they go about this game. That they want to make it as easy as possible for any player to just force you into a direct RPS situation.
Yes, exactly. Into a 50-50 situation in which the 50-50 most of times is not even a huge risk for the attacker. For example, also guys, again, think about Lydia, Heaven and Earth. Where is the risk in any way of throwing out Heaven and Earth 2 +6, 13 frames, ward splat, 10 million damage? What is the risk of throwing that out? You cannot sidestep.
You could now really go into detail because it depends on how much frames she has. But if she is +8, you're not gonna do the sidestep stuff, right? You need to do.
Yeah, but even as an even as an option, even as an option as a whole, you have made the basically.
Yeah. So from Lydia for Lydia is from what I've done with labbing Lydia. Any time she enters Heaven and Earth automatically, she's got 3 options that enter that automatically. If you don't count the Stalking Wolf one, she's got running 1. She's got 1+2. You can charge it different ways, and then she's got the Heat Smash. All of those on block. Well, 1+2 on block is only +1 unless she charges it medium.
1+2, it's not a big deal. No, 1+2.
The medium charge 1+2 is broken horseshit. That because it's +10 on block, she can change up the timing to either just make it just throw it out immediately, so you don't know when she's gonna do the timing. If you try to step it, the medium one will automatically track the sidestep right. So it's a fucked up scenario that needs to either lose the tracking.
Absolutely.
Yeah, +10 on block too, horseshit. So, but if she does running 1 into automatic Heaven and Earth, sidestep right duck does beat every single option she has unless she mixes the timing, right? So
besides 1.
No, all of them.
No, it doesn't.
+5. If she's only +5, all 3 options are beaten.
When she's when she's +5.
But it depends, for example, also on the character. It depends on the character, maybe.
Like for example, after her Heat Smash and shit, the problem is she's like too much plus. And the funny part is that Lydia players don't even need to represent 1, which should be the option they need to choose to beat this. But they don't even need to because no one dares to do it because it's so. Because if she does it, you get launched. Like that's a launcher, so nobody even wants to do it.
There's nothing you can, especially on the Heat Smash. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, +10, it's impossible. You're fucked. It's a guess. It's
so yeah. I think all of these things with time should really go, and we should start, like actually thinking again about how we play our neutral in this game. Really, it's just
fully agree.
It's just too much, guys. It's just too much. It's too oppressive with a lot of characters. It's too oppressive, and it's too easy to skip neutral in this game. It's too easy to skip neutral into a sense conditioning. It's just too easy. So I think if they fix these things, since they already almost fixed Heat with all the characters, I would say almost fixed Heat, almost. Okay.
Yeah.
For example, another change I would like them to do, I don't know if you agree, is Heat dashes. I think all the characters should have, like, if we take to the extreme, no Heat dash launcher. If we want to make the reasonable, maybe, I don't know, route, maybe 1 Heat dash launcher per character on the slowest, or maybe the most situational Heat engager. The rest of all the Heat dash launchers should go. Just go now. For example, I don't know, King still launches out of 4-1. Lily still launches out of 3-1, and so on. All of these things I think should go.
Kazuya still launches at a Devil Fist, all that shit.
The demon pole, all the demon poles, for example, Lee 4-4-3, Wang 4-4-4.
I don't think I'm gonna do you one better than that, because I don't think any Heat Dash should launch at all.
Even better,
because
even better, of course.
The reason being is if Heat Dash was, say, neutral on block, then I could see one launching, but only one, like you were just describing. But because it's always +5, which I honestly think is okay if none of them launch. +5 is fair if none launch.
No, I agree. Maybe we can also nerf for example, I don't know, Heat engagers from +9 to even less, and Heat dashes from +5 to even less. Probably will be even better. Who knows? Who knows? I don't know if they'll do all of this stuff. Of course I hope so, that they finally understand that this direction is not liked by players. But who knows? Like in the last patch, they tried and they succeeded in nerfing a lot of the bullshit heat stuff. So I don't know if they'll continue on the heat part. They'll continue nerfing the heat part, because now I also fear something, guys. I fear that they think that heat is the only problem in the game, which is false. It's not the only problem in the game. So I really hope that maybe they understand that there are a lot of problems in the game.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
so a couple of like the main issues that I would like to have changed is number one. This isn't number one on my list, but it's the first thing that came to mind is the power crush system needs to be reverted back to how it was in Tekken 7. I really liked power crushes being 8 frames to armor instead of 7. That 1 frame makes a world of difference. It's crazy.
Yes.
Because there are so many moves in the game, especially down forward ones, that leave you at -3, which means it sets up your power crush now, but you couldn't do that in Tekken 7. Being -3, your power crush is still going to get beaten up.
You cannot job check the down for ones because there's a power crush, yes.
Exactly.
But the dumbest thing, in my opinion, buff guy, the dumbest thing they did with power crush, you probably agree, is that at least in Tekken 7, if a power crush absorbed an attack.
Yes, that's what I was just going to... Yep.
And the power crush gets blocked. It was unsafe still.
Yes.
The frames were
You can
unsafe.
fucking punish it.
Now they become fucking safe. Or sometimes I think even 0. Like sometimes.
Well, it pushes you away. There's pushback too, so it resets the fucking neutral. You can't do shit.
That is so dumb.
Ridiculous.
That is so dumb.
That needs to automatically go. The other thing I would change is heat burst being plus on block is some of the most bullshit. I've never seen such a broken concept in a fighting game. A power crush that's plus on block that launches airborne opponents. Like, and then it not only that, but you fucking you're now in Super Saiyan mode. Like, what? So you steal your turn back, you armor through any kind of pressure your opponent has earned with their plus frames. It's fucking 6 frames. You can do it from stance, which makes it 6 frames to fucking armor, not 7, which is even more bullshit. It fucking launches airborne opponents. It's the most busted horseshit and it still somewhat tracks to both sides, depending on when the input is inputted and where the opponent is on the screen. It sometimes tracks. Like, all of that needs to go. So it should be minus on block. Like -9 would be great. +2 on hit, fine. That's fine. But it certainly shouldn't be fucking +1. That's absurd.
What I will do to heat burst is that when it hits airborne, you shouldn't extend your combo. You should guarantee like a hit on the ground. Like, I don't know, like think about some rage drives in Tekken 7 that, when they hit on the ground, they all, the death animation, that it only guarantees a follow-up hit. I think that's what they should do with the heat burst in this game.
Yeah.
So, like in this way, it still has some combo utility. It just doesn't become even more of a combo extender, even more to extend your combos even further and further. So that's what I will do to heat burst personally. I don't mind the +1 because I don't think like it's strong, of course, but I don't like it's. I don't want to say it's only +1 because of course it's a power crush that goes into it and so on. But let's say I think it's almost bearable, like with all the bullshit in the game. But I think that the real problem with Heat Burst personally is that really it extends combos too much to an extent in which they become too long, too much wall carry, and too much damage sometimes. So I think that the real problem with them is
it's a defensive option, but it's not because it's also an offensive option.
Yeah, exactly.
It's both. It's definitely both. It's a defensive option with also offensive capabilities. Yeah.
It's and too much offensive capability. It shouldn't engage from stance. I think that they should remove that. No character. No character should be allowed to heat burst from stance because let's take Leo for example. Chad was talking about Leo.
Or even worse, I heat smash from stance.
Exactly. Fucking
Like,
forward 4 into heat smash. The only
Oh my
option you
God.
have is sidestep right. That's fucking it. Like, not even
He
dick
needs it.
jab. Come on.
He needs it. He
Yeah,
needs
but
What's
it.
bro,
dumb
but
about this
the
overall
real
is
deal is
that they
good
are.
luck.
He needs it.
What's
He
dumb
needs it.
about this overall is that they are artificially creating rules who can do it and who can't, because Heihachi can't do it. That's the funny part. I don't know why they are doing this, where they even make more rules that fuck up
No,
Tekken
please.
beginners.
Don't give them ideas. Don't
Yeah.
give them ideas.
I don't give them ideas. I'm just saying, if I was a beginner and someone tells me, "Oh yeah, people can like heat smash and stance," oh, but these characters can't. Okay.
Yeah,
no,
that's
so,
Yeah.
like,
where's the
don't like-
logic there? It's the same thing with the gray health deleting mechanics, like what Shaheen and Dragonov and Heihachi and Lydia and Nina, for fuck's sakes, Nina's bullshit. The Bears. Why the fuck do they get to delete gray health but nobody else does? And Shaheen is like the biggest offender in that one, I think, because he can whiff punish with at minus 13. He can gray health delete. At minus 14, he can gray health delete. If he whip anything and say it's like, I don't know, you make Hwarong do his right flamingo or left flamingo 1 jab, and you can barely get a 14 frame move out of that, but you can delete Hwarong's gray health.
For me, it's impossible to punish. For me, it's impossible to fucking
Yeah, I
punish.
can barely get a jab there half the time if I
Almost,
sidestep.
almost all the time. Almost all the time.
Yeah,
They
it's
are-
it's virtually
They're
impossible.
fucking.
But
So yesterday I was with June. Against Warang. A Warang player doing the flamingo jabs and so on. I ducked a lot of times the flamingo jab. I did instant full crush down for the crocodiles, and he blocked it all the time. He blocked
10
all the
frame?
crocodiles all the time, and I die all the time because of that.
You did her 10
I don't
frame?
know why the flamingo jabs are so fucking safe with man. Johnny said.
yeah. And it's been like that since the dawn of fucking time. I mean, Hwarong's had that jab since
Yeah.
what, Tekken 6? So
Yeah, I know, but I don't understand why though. I really don't understand why. Why shouldn't why aren't
Well, I
they
can
like
explain to you why. Because he is the character that needs to go out of stance with an attack.
Yeah, I know.
But the question is, does that? I mean, I know it's a high and shit, but does it need to be that safe on whiff and +5 on block?
Honestly, maybe I will make, I don't know, like 1 frame faster than jabs. 1 frame faster than
I
jabs.
mean, you can leave it.
No,
that. I mean,
just
you
make
can-
it punish. Just make it whiff. Just make it worse than whiff. I don't
Yes.
get it.
That's all I want. That's all I want.
I don't think that's balance-wise the correct decision, because he needs that option to go out of stance. Otherwise, you can kill him. So I think the correct thing is make it not plus.
Also,
But yeah, no, both are valid. But there needs to be a risk. I feel like there needs to be a risk thing. I can imagine Harang players. You can poll them. I imagine most Harang players is like, okay, you can lose the plus quality, or you can make it more punchable on whiff. I imagine the really good ones would say lose the plus, and the scrubs, who are the majority, would fight to the death to keep the plus and make it punishable.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see what.
Yeah.
We'll see what they'll
I
do.
think it's somewhere in between, because I get the +5 for Hwarong. I don't agree with it, but I do think it would be nice, instead of being forced. Like, basically the counterplay to that right now is, if Hwarong's does right flamingo 4-3 and then immediate jab, the only counterplay to that is you have to sidestep right, immediately jab punish, and that's it.
Immediate, but instantly.
Instantly. You have to commit to that, which means if he does anything else that could beat out the jab,
you die.
you get fucked. And all you're trying to do is beat out his jab, right? So I think that if that's the case, then it should absolutely be, at least we should be able to sidestep right, block, observe the situation. Did he jab? Did he not jab? And then I should still be able to get at least a jab punish, no matter fucking what move he does next.
I absolutely agree. I will make them like normal jabs on whiff, basically. I don't think it's that destroying for a character to be as punishable on whiff as jabs, normal jabs.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is that too much to ask me? I don't know.
No.
It's not. For me personally, there are a few things I hate more. And maybe I'm just VF coded, but like I hate the fact that I can know what my opponent is going to do and I can do nothing about it. Like if I know this guy's going to flowchart into the jab, there should be something I can do.
Yeah.
But
Without
like,
having
if
to
there's nothing
commit
in
and
my- that-
potentially
that's-
kill yourself for it.
No, but I could live with risk. I think what I find really, yeah, I guess so. I guess in terms of risk reward, that's always the real issue. You're right. There is something you can do, but it's not favorable. But like, yeah, I hear it. But I'll be honest with you, I've kind of my eyes have glazed over for this whole conversation. Not because what you're saying isn't correct, but it's like I'm not so caught up in the cope that I'm now being like, oh, now they just need to make this move -5 and this -4. I'm like, I'm not there yet because I'm like, it's been one good patch. Like I'm not gonna start hoping again. Like, oh, if they just do this, like, I'm not there yet. I'm not like we've done this for three. We've done this for 3 years. Done this for 3 years. I'm not doing it.
What does the May patch, the next patch, what does the next patch need to deliver for you to be in hope mode?
Let's see.
In hope mode, it would literally be, if they do nothing else to the heat system, the heat system is what we have for the rest of season 3. But they address all of the character issues that we're talking about. We're talking like introduce some sort of intelligent character philosophy. Like, hey, maybe King doesn't also need to be the best counter hitter in the game. Okay, maybe Lydia's stance doesn't need to be a guess for game type stance. Like literally, if they just do the big swings that everyone is talking about, like I don't have unique perspective on this, which is why I'm reluctant to speak. Like we kind of know what needs to be done. We've known for multiple years now. Like I feel like if the characters that are untouched are given weaknesses, or at least their brainless offense a greater risk is added, and it's a general positive direction, a second positive patch in the right direction, not a little bit in the right direction, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, another one in the right direction. Then I'm like, okay, cool, then I'm in, which is why I'm not interested in going into specifics. I'm like, oh no, I need to see evidence that the people behind the wheel know how to drive. That's really what I need to see from the next patch. So if the next patch is like a bunch of nerfs to the characters who need to get nerfed, I'm like, okay, cool, then we're in. Like, even if it's not everything that I want, if it's just some of them consistently, and no one's getting buffed, I'm like, okay, cool, we're in. That would put me on the fringe of hope mode to see what happens next. So yeah, I don't have the same specific answers that Blackheart and Buff Guy have kind of laid out. It's as I've said since season 1, it's a philosophical change I need to see. And I need the changes to reflect that. If I see that, because this, more than anything, this past patch has reflected a philosophical change. Like, okay, less offense, please. Like it was a massive tone. Less heat, less offense. That is if you were to summate what the last patch said as a sentence, that's basically what they're saying. And if there was another patch that said similar things, I'm like, okay, cool. Then I'm in hope mode. Even then, I'm like in cautious hope mode. Go on.
Why we had this in a voicemail a little bit. Why I am in a little bit of a hope mode, but not to the extent that I'm like fully convinced they're gonna like transform.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how much opium, for more or less, how much opium you have right now from 1 to 10?
If you, it depends. Like why I am like, okay, when season 3 dropped, I was literally at -1. Like I was literally at -1 hope, yeah.
Yeah, I deleted the fucking game. I had nothing.
The reason I'm now not at -1, but like significantly higher, is because this patch, and I said this to Chad as well, and he was also like, yeah, is because what they addressed with this random patch suddenly is literally season 1 shit that what is in the game for so long that you would think if they are not going to change that in season 2 or even at the end of season 1, that is for them staple, not negotiable game philosophy and game staple. Yeah. But they changed this. They finally did change 1-1-1
They changed a lot. A lot of people are saying that the last patch was breadcrumbs, but it's not. It's not breadcrumbs.
It's not. It's stuff that is in the game since season 1. All of it is season 1 stuff. That is extremely significant because they are suddenly even saying we can now in season 3 talk about stuff that's in the game since launch. Like that's a big deal.
It's a huge patch. It's not a breadcrumbs patch.
It's a huge statement because it suggests that like they're willing to go deep. They're not just going to change things.
Yeah, exactly. It's a huge signal.
Everything is being discussed in that room. Like, so it's like, okay, cool. And that's what I mean. There are deeper philosophy things. Well, I'm not interested in, this move should go from +5 to +6. Like, no, there are structural things that need to change. And this was this is what we thought we were going to get at the start of season 3. And when that didn't come, we were like, we're fucked.
This is what I was hoping for at the start of season 2. Like,
oh, yeah, true. To be fair,
but this is, again, the thing is why, and maybe this needs to be like said for people who don't really know why certain people are suddenly so happy. Like Duelist made a video Duelist is like one of the biggest. Like Tekken 8 is a piece of shit. Let me hate on it, please, motherfuckers that I know. And he made a video saying, like, bro, this is fucking good shit. Yeah, like, this is fucking good shit. And the reason for it is it's kind of like in Street Fighter when they now finally suddenly say, hey guys, we're gonna talk about throw loops. Like this is the impression that this patch gives, that they are willing to talk
100%.
about throw loops.
100%,
And
100%.
this is why everyone's like, whoa, this could be fucking big. This could be big. And
they finally recognized the elephant in the room, basically. It's like, I don't know.
Yes.
Until now, they were searching for the breadcrumbs around, under the table, the breadcrumbs. And there's a fucking huge elephant that say, in the room. And I don't know, that's not a problem. And now they find, oh my God, there's also an elephant here. Oh my God. And they're finally addressing it, basically. That's how it feels.
Yeah,
That's how
100%,
it feels. Yeah.
100%. So like, yeah, my point is my desire is it's more vague than any specific +5 here, +6 there, made this. It's just like more of the same. More like just considerations on, hey, we want to take away power from the attacker. Period, point blank. Like that across the board. That's basically what the patch was. Okay, cool. So now the winner has to win in more interactions, has to make better choices, or powerful attacking options have risk attached to them. Like, yeah, you mean Tekken.
Or less reward.
Or less reward. Exactly. Either one will take. Like that direction across especially against the characters who weren't touched in the last one, give me that and we're happy. That's it.
Yeah. For me personally, it's the main issue I have with Tekken and I've been saying this since forever on my channel. The developers have been dishonest with us multiple times within the course of a single year.
Yep.
And they've had to retract statements, they've had to apologize. This is the issue at hand. Not necessarily problems with the game, but also the environment they've set up for the community because of their dishonesty, because of their hostility towards certain members of the community, like, for example, taking Rip off of the commentary duty, like outright firing the fucking guy.
As well.
Spaghetti Rip has suffered the same fucking fate for no real good reason. They were just critiquing the game that they fucking paid for. And they just happened to be in Bandai Namco's pocket, and because of that, they said one too many things.
The patch agreeing even with them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So where the fuck did that come from? This environment that we exist in currently, Eris addressed it on the last Heat Speak. It was beautiful what he said at the end, how Bandai Namco should be ashamed of themselves. They really should, and I think they're trying to course correct now with this patch. And so what I need to be in hope mode is more evidence besides this one amazing patch. I'm still, Tekken 8 is still deleted on my PlayStation. I'm not downloading it again unless I see more evidence that the developers are not only becoming more competent with their decisions by, like, the best way that they could do that by dealing with Dragunov, Lydia, King, and fucking Victor, and in my opinion, Nina, who can't seem to get fucking nerfed no matter what the fuck happens. She's just always top tier. Those 5 characters being addressed coherently and in a way that makes sense, that, everybody can kind of agree with. Even like an automatic nerf to Nina would just be getting rid of all the subsequent hits of her heat smash once she whiffs the heat smash. Like that's really, I think, would be the perfect nerf for her.
I mean, that's a universal.
No, she needs a lot. She needs a lot.
Exactly. She needs a fuck ton.
If you have a multi-hitting heat smash, if the first hit whiffs, it should just stop.
It should stop. All of them. Dragunov is another big offender for that. Like so many characters that have that problem. But like that would be
goes to the fucking moon when he does the heat smash. He fucking disappears.
Yeah, Dragunov, Lars does the same fucking thing. Like Lars can go into stance, turn around, and counter and launch you if you time your shit wrong. Like
it's absolutely insane.
Fucking ridiculous. Like that stuff should not exist. And if they took those concepts away, nerfed those 5 characters I just addressed, that's gargantuan evidence that they're not only becoming more competent as developers, but they're also starting to treat the community with more respect because they're listening to us finally. And maybe the environment wouldn't be so hostile. That's what would put me in hope mode. That right there is enough. So.
But pause, because again, you notice that I'm talking about frame data, and I'm more talking about like the game as a whole and the game feel. I don't know. I'm worried about like the Tekken community as a whole, right? I don't know. Let's say we get that patch. Does the grass grow again? Are we back in season 2 of Tekken 7? Like, do
Ha.
you know what I mean? Like,
I wouldn't say the
is
grass is going to start
or
growing right
Or
away,
is
but
it,
we've certainly
or is everything
removed.
already burned to the ground?
or,
Basically,
or are we done? Because there's so much about this space that just rubs me the wrong way.
I think
And
what's
like,
currently
that's a personal
we
thing.
gotta see. We gotta see.
I think what's
Yeah, I get it.
currently
It gotta start
happening,
somewhere.
what's
Yeah,
currently
yes,
we
yes.
just said about the grass. What they've done is they've created a greenhouse with a mountain of grass that's trying to grow underneath this carpet that's suffocating the grass from growing. What they would do with the patch that I was just describing is remove that carpet. The grass isn't going to start growing yet, but it now has the opportunity to, and there's nothing keeping it from doing that. So that's like, if all we're discussing is hope mode, I don't think the game's going to be perfect. I think the community's still going to be a bit aggressive to one another because that's the mentality this game's created. I think the development team is still going to suffer from some hostility from the community, and there's going to be a bit of a back and forth there, you know. But at least we can see that there is a positive trajectory happening.
Yeah. Can I tell you my my favorite change in the patch?
Yeah.
The character specific change. I can't believe they made it so that Asuka's forward 2 no longer is confirmed after her down 1+2.
Yeah.
That's because she basically had a de facto hell sweep, right? Just a big knockdown low with good damage, and they kind of half the damage.
They destroyed the damage on that low.
They destroyed the damage outside of the wall. I'm like, that's really bold. It was correct, by the way, because we buffed the offense. So like you can't have all the best defensive tools in the game and also be able to just 50-50 you up close. That's just not fair. And that's a bold choice. And I think that choice to me is one of the ones I'm the most optimistic of.
Is
Not because I
forward
think that move was
two?
busted or anything, but it says
Is forward two?
Is Tooth Fairy.
Yeah. No, is forward 2 not guaranteed? Because when I tested it, it was still guaranteed.
At the wall, it still is.
Yeah, it's still. I know it's still guaranteed. It's still guaranteed to the wall. I know that. And you can mix it with 1+2, which is
outside the wall. It's not guaranteed anymore. No.
Yeah, but it's still guaranteed if you get up in multiple different ways, right?
Sure, if you get up wrong, yes.
You gotta
hold back.
Basically.
You gotta hold back, which most people will do by default anyway. It's really, I think that's a really bold change, and it's a really clever change, and it shows that they'll again. This is a sequence she's had for the longest time, and it showed to me. It speaks to someone looking at the character and being like, okay, we have to re-examine what Asuka's about. Do you get what I mean? Like that's why I'm so hopeful about that change. Because there are a lot of things I just especially wouldn't change, but they actually said no. Actually, there was once upon a time where her having this was fine. We are no longer in that time.
Yeah, she's a defense character. She's not supposed to be a 50-50.
Yeah, she should be a defensive. Same applies to Jun, by the way, guys. Yeah, Jun didn't receive the same treatment. I don't know why, but Jun also.
She will.
I hope so.
I think that's the thing. I think a lot of people. You're right. We don't know for certain, but like everyone that I've seen talk about it has been like, oh yeah, there's a bunch of characters who weren't touched, but we just assume that they will because everyone else was so comprehensively hit that it's almost noticeable. Oh, King wasn't touched, John wasn't touched. Their shit will come later. Like that's the unspoken assumption. But you're right, they've not said as much. Yeah, but it was so clean that we just assume, okay, yeah, it'll come later. Victor's another one. Exactly.
Why do you guys believe that some cards are still not touched like the others? For example, why are they still not touching Lead or King? Why do you think it's the case? I don't know because there has to be a reason why. There has to be
because they're like Obellion. We talked with this Obellion, and he was like, "There's a clear formula to the stuff they now touched, and was mostly I think like not stance shit." I think. I literally think that, right? Didn't they address?
I don't know about that because they didn't address all of the moves that regain heat once they connect.
But none of that shit comes out of stance, right? They addressed. Am I remembering correctly? Like in this recent patch, they only addressed things that don't like come out of stance and heat stuff that's under a certain that's over a certain speed threshold.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, the only example I can think of in my characters is like Xiao Yu's sweep got changed to now be a corkscrew launcher rather than a full launcher. But that's a relatively easy change on a development standpoint. So yeah, I think you might be onto that.
Like there's
Like,
a
'cause
formula. There's some
Yeah, you
formula
might be
they
right.
have to address these things. In my if in my
Because
opinion.
Let's
Leo,
hope.
nothing got done to any of Leo's stance moves.
Let's hope.
Feng didn't get anything. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah,
But you know what?
you're probably
For
right.
me, what I would like to, and this has never happened. I think this has never happened in a Tekken game through its lifespan. I mean, we didn't have that many. We only had Tekken 7, which was like a live service patch product. But what is really for me the biggest, the most significant thing when I go and play Tekken 6, and this is not like from some boomer goggle because I didn't fucking play this game back then. I go back to it now. And this is like my favorite version of Tekken ever. And this is recently formed. And it's because when you play Tekken 6, you are surprised. You just play the game and you just try to move around. And you are actually, literally surprised of what you just make whiff by just playing the game, of what whiffs in that game.
Mm.
Like, we talk about you backdash almost casually, like Dragunov down 2. Almost casually. Which is not even a thing in Tekken 7.
Yeah.
And this is in Tekken 8, it's the opposite. You are surprised of what's still connected with you. You know what I mean? And this to me is like if we could get a direction change there to I'm no longer surprised what's still connected with me, even on block or on hit, this would be fantastic. Like this is when you feel Tekken 6, you're like not under pressure. Like, yeah, the damage is high. Yeah, if I press, I can get fucking nuked by like back to from
You
brute.
feel more
Yeah,
free.
of course.
You feel more free.
But it's way more. Like you really feel I can move, and the game wants me to move. The game wants me to move. I see it. You're surprised by just I can. This is why I would recommend to everyone for a day, just for a day, play some Tekken 6, just for a day, and just pay attention to what you make whiff by just playing the game. You're surprised. Like, how did this whiff? It's insane. It's insane. And even back then, which is crazy because back then people kind of complained of like, oh, Tekken 6, everything has walls. The stages are a bit more compact. The walls are a bit more together. Breakable walls. They want you to play close up action cam style. Right? Close quarter combat. Like that was the thing of Tekken 6. And you're still surprised in that game of what you make with. Like, I tested this. I went to Tekken 7. I'm like, is it possible from any direction, from any distance, if I block Dragunov's jab, is it possible to backdash down 2? No, you can't do it. It was Armor King. I saw it in the match. Armor King, JDCR against Nobi Dragunov. I replicated it when I played. And you couldn't do it. You couldn't do it in Tekken 7. In Tekken 7, you couldn't do it. You couldn't backdash this. In Tekken 6, you can. And it is such a different feel of play. It's insane.
Yeah, but like
it's amazing.
But I don't know. I have two questions. I don't know if it ever will come back. I don't know if it ever should come back. Maybe it should come back. But I remember I had this conversation with what's his name? Gentleman Thief, who's like maybe the best Virtua Fighter player in America or the West. He's hella good. He was at the World Tour Finals in VF. I remember talking to him about like why he got into VF and not Tekken. I remember him saying that he didn't like the movement, which is very interesting because he's not some scrub. Like he's a world class fighting game player. If he likes the game, he can get good, right? But he was like, yeah, the movement. He found the movement engine to be really floaty and hard to make. Like okay, I'm plus now. What decision do I make here? Like there's so much room between the choices.
Exactly.
That it was hard to make a choice, and that was a choice, right? And like the people who loved Tekken loved that, and the people who bounced off it, right? And there's not a qualitative thing. I find that really interesting because he observed that. And my question is, given that 7 is the most successful Tekken that we've had, and Tekken 8 has sold really well, will they, and perhaps even more interestingly, should they look to move back to versions of Tekken that were, by all accounts, not economically viable? Like, I don't know that they should.
Tekken 6 was very economically viable. So
sorry, you're right. Viable, not right. Yeah, but I mean like successful.
But I know what you mean. I mean, they are changing direction. It's fine. I'm not saying you should make another Tekken 5 or another Tekken 6. They are different kinds of games. I'm just, for me, very super personal bias perspective. That's my favorite. Tekken 6 is my favorite form of Tekken. my favorite form. I think Tekken 5 even overdoes it with how crazy.
But I'm
good
not. But
backpackers
hear me
are.
out. I'm not shooting down your point. I'm actually questioning, like, because there's a version. Maybe if they release that version, maybe the current audience, many of whom, maybe even most of whom at this point, are new and didn't play 6. Maybe they would actually fall in love with it. Maybe they took the wrong lessons into 7. That's what I'm trying to ask. That's a thought experiment that I'm really
I only
interested in.
have one, how do you say this, anecdotal example, which is Defi, right? He's also in your chat, I think, sometimes. And but Defi, he started with Tekken 8. He's like 19. He started with Tekken 8 and got like really good, like leapt all this shit, like got good at Tekken in Tekken 8. I'm not kidding. And he just, I was like, if you can play Tekken 8, you will find your way in Tekken 6, like no problem, right? No, it's Tekken. It's still, at the end of the day, you have all the Tekken fundamentals there, like down forward 1 and all that shit. And he plays Tekken 6 with me, and he loves it. Like, it's for him, it's like, how did I even bother playing this shit? It's like it's kind of like this. You learn cooking in Tekken 8 with like dog shit cheap ingredients, and then you cook the same recipe in Tekken 6, but with like premium, with the best ingredients ever. And you're like, wow, this is actually it. Like, this is it.
No, I hear
even though it's the same recipe.
But I think this is the irony, right? Because again, to go back to what I was saying with Gentleman Thief, like, the irony was he found that the decision-making space was too big in Tekken, right? Because there's just so much that could happen. What was ironic is that, but the irony is that by Virtua Fighter 5 Tekken 8 now, Virtua Fighter now has a bigger decision-making space. And it's really fun. And he observed that. And that's what I found so fascinating, right? Because like, actually now when you're -6 in Virtua Fighter, you still have plenty of options. Do you know what I mean? Like, and so it was just really fascinating to be like, I really disliked. Once upon a time, I disliked this franchise because the decision-making space was too big. And ironically, that franchise that was known for that and was loved by the people who loved it for that now has a smaller space than the game I came to. And it was just like he and Virtua Fighter 5 is a really useful measure to see what was happened to the decision-making space. I just thought that was just super interesting. But yeah, you're right. Because I've only briefly played 6 in more recent years. And like, but even then I remember it being, I think an ungenerous person would say floaty, but I would just say more free form, depending on, which adjective you want to use. But yeah, it makes decision-making a lot harder, but infinitely more interesting. Because you cannot just flowchart.
I just want, you can't. You will get
You just get blown out. If I know what you're going to do. Again, and that's for me, that's a sign of a good 3D fighting game. If I know what you're going to do in the next 4 frames, I should be able to kill you in the next 8. That's my true feeling of the game. And that there are so many situations in Tekken actually where it really frustrates me. It's like, I know what you're going to do, and there's nothing good I can do to stop it.
I was just watching. There's sorry to interrupt, Chad, but to your point, I have a thing in the background playing right now where it's just the online tournament that just recently happened, Tampa, whatever it's called. And it's Chow Yu versus Brian, and so what happened was Chow Yu gets the launch, takes him to the wall, does the forward 2-1-2 wall combo, does a mix-up. Brian gets up, Chow Yu immediately heat smashes. So everything from that wall combo into the heat smash is already a flowchart. And then the next thing I'm thinking, okay, Chow Yu's going to do Hypnotist 2 now. Obviously, she's going to do Hypnotist 2 because she's got the health lead. No reason to do a low here. Brian's going to be minus anyways. There's no reason. And sure enough, she does Hypnotist 2. So this is all flowcharted. This is like...
That's what I mean. It's not interesting, is it?
It's not, because you would see this...
And it doesn't matter if you're watching Peeling or
it's just exactly. And I just thought it was funny because the moment
is going to play out.
Exactly. This is the moment you're discussing this. You're saying this exact thing. I'm looking at this match thinking, holy fuck, what he's saying is literally coming to fruition right now as we're fucking.
You mean what we talked about like an hour ago, the link flowchart or the sequence.
100%. There's lots of situations like that are just really
because it's optimal. Because it's fucking optimal.
Because it's optimal, of course, exactly. Yeah. I think that's the tragedy. That's the correct way to play the character. Like I was saying, like I can't. I played Leo for 8 years and I cannot stand Leo. I can't stand playing Leo. I can't stand fighting against Leo. Just because, like I said, I'm able to now just do. Like, let's say round start, I do a single jab, make you block the jab, and I'll just go, okay, cool. Here is the flowchart I'm going to do for the next 40 frames. Like, I'll just budget it in. It's not like I'm doing a thing, seeing what happened to you, reacting to the game state, making a choice. No, I'm just licking off this frame, this setup. Forward 4 into KNK 1-4, Bok 3 into forward 4. I've decided it, right? And if you do the right thing, you survive. If you do the wrong thing, you're going to get hit by one of the options in this sequence. And the sequence is framed in such a way as to be plus on block. So if I do the sequence and you are standing up, okay, cool, well, I'm +6. Time to run a new sequence. It's like, oh man.
This is the game in which you're right even when you're wrong. Sometimes yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's
it's
very
I
dumb.
think the biggest thing isn't that the biggest shift in philosophy from like any other Tekken game? The fact that in this game, previously when people said, "Oh, you need to learn how to defend," the answer most of the times in Tekken when people said you can defend against this, and what they meant is movement. That's why we are playing a 3D fighting game. Your main defensive tool is the movement. That should be like your main defensive tool. But how often, and Duelist made so many videos about it, Duelist calls it our Lord and Savior. Our Lord and Savior. What's our Lord and Savior? The dick jab. The dick jab and the power crush is our Lord and Savior.
Yeah,
because this game wants you
It's
to
our
do
new
the
defense
active
mechanism.
defense bullshit, and be like, oh, you should press here. But the thing is, we are playing a 3D game. In 2D games, that's valid. Like, that's valid because I can't escape. Like, I need to even, I can't let you get in. I need to stick buttons out. But in a 3D game, we have the movement system. That is the main defensive mechanic. And I don't like how they are going to. No. We want this to be like a 2D style, kind of active RPS situation. Very easily also enforceable, which makes it even more perverse. That to me is like, what are we doing?
Yeah, it really does suck. And like, and I think is like, again, to go back to, I don't, there's a maximum level of cope I can ever have. I am under no illusions that Tekken 8 will be an all-time classic Tekken game. Like, I'm under no illusions. Like, I just don't. I think this can be a fun game, right? I think this game can be a legitimately fun game that you enjoy for years. I think they can get there if they want. I just think like Era said, I think what Tekken means is going to change, and there's going to be a whole new generation of people for whom Tekken 8 is Tekken. What are you talking about?
I have.
They'll talk about Tekken 7 the way we talk about like Tekken.
You
2.
think we're getting replaced then? We're getting replaced.
I think if anyone is being, maybe I'm being too much of a doomer, but I think if you look at the community and the commentariat, the way people talk about this game, it is clear that we are in the minority and a shrinking minority at that.
Yeah.
And so,
but then I want to ask you, why are they now trying to please this minority then? Because in the last
because they have more money. Like,
No,
you
I
always
think
appeal to
it's not-
20
I think it's
somethings.
not working out. I think that's not working out. The elitism and the traditionalism in Tekken. I'm really proud of this, by the way, that our community is like this.
They're very
the
vocal.
elitism and the traditionalism in Tekken in the community is so strong. Like, we are still like, go into any chat, talk shit about me, and you are for sure like getting 10 people will swarm you immediately. Like, the traditionalism is so hard that people get like converted. Like, they come in as like Tekken 8 like scrubs, and they will, you know what I mean? Like, they will be formed into a traditionalist. And I like that. I think we are having a good barrier against it. We are fighting this fight, which is why we achieved it. That in season 3, we are winning. We will win. Trust me on this.
I think maybe you're right. But I think I also want you to consider that you are seeing a slice of the population that vibe with your shit. That will inevitably be the people that agree. I think if you instead go get a slice of the Moonsault Slayers comment section, or just Twitter in general, or if you want to be really horrified, just go, as this whole conversation started, go read the Discord. And I think that is the majority. And what you have is a slice of minority that are fighting the good fight, fighting a losing battle. And there's something to be said for that. But like I do, because I think more than anything, it's the shift in the community that because like Tekken used to be a place that, I mean, to be fair, I'm lucky. I have followers and a fan base that I really enjoy hanging out with, and they were the ones I missed the most when I started playing Tekken 8 for like that couple of weeks. Like, they're the reason I'm still playing. So even if the game's in a bad state, I'm grateful seeing them and bantering with them and having a lot of fun. But I'm under no illusions that like my slice of the Tekken 8 fan base is the majority. Like, it's a self-selecting crowd, right? And I think when I intentionally leave my bubble to listen to, okay, what are the majority of Tekken players actually saying? People who care enough to join a Reddit and talk about it, and to join a Discord and talk about it, or to comment on Twitter. I am dismayed. I am dismayed.
I think the issue that they're doing, the devs that they were doing, the reason I think that you guys are right in your assessment that it's just not working out. The direction that they were trying to go with with this game. I've heard so many people try to play devil's advocate in podcasts and in YouTube comments and whatever for the company themselves with the vision that they have in mind. Yes, I understand there is a vision there. They want to hold to it. They want to attract a new audience or bring new people in, but they're doing it completely wrong because this is a vision that is so far away, so far removed from what Tekken has always been. I mean, there's always been additions, right? In Tekken 3, we got 3D movement. In Tekken 4, we got walls. In Tekken 5, we got the crush system. In Tekken 6, we got bound, rage, fucking stage hazards. Tekken 7, we get fucking rage arts and rage drives. And now Tekken 8, we get heat, right? So
and power crushes as well. Right?
Power crushes as well, yeah, in fucking Tekken 7, right? And in Tekken 8, we have heat. But heat is the most divisive mechanic that we have ever experienced from any Tekken iteration in the past whatsoever. It has unlocked the true potential that wasn't even there to begin with from completely scrubbed players, right? It allows them a completely new power level because of the mechanics of the game. And it's kind of shifted this game into a direction that doesn't really resemble classic Tekken anymore. So so the vision...
No, it's oh no, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. Continue.
No, the vision is wrong. What they're doing is not to the correct franchise. You know what? This is something that maybe Virtua Fighter should try to implement.
How dare you?
Hey?
How dare you?
I'm just saying. I'm saying because Virtua Fighter has been
no better. Don't you dare.
He's disrespecting your main game, chat.
My love.
No, I'm not even trying to disrespect. I'm saying they should try. I mean, they should try Virtua Fighter. Virtua Fighter should try to. I'm not saying don't do heat with Virtua Fighter. Don't ruin your franchise. I'm saying if you're going to change a franchise this drastically. This late into the franchise, it makes sense for Virtua Fighter to do it because it's adding something completely fresh and new to an otherwise dead franchise. But Tekken...
Oh, no, he didn't. No, he's right, though.
I'm right.
No, he's right. He's right. No, here's
Tekken is a legacy franchise that has 30-plus years behind it, that's been consistent throughout, and now you're going to turn that entire concept on its fucking head and throw all the fans that have been here the entire time, putting fucking food on your tables? You're going to give us the middle finger because you want a new audience all of a sudden? That's the problem. That's why they're backtracking, because they know this shit doesn't work.
I hear it, but like I have an alternate view, right? Because again, I'm not a master in any of these games, but like for the past few months, I have been playing I go play Virtua Fighter, I've been playing DOA, and playing different 3D fighting games has given me like this really interesting insight into like the history of fighting games, right? Because it's like looking at all the Romance languages. And be like, oh wow, like you can see the common root. And what's really interesting about all 3D fighting games is they actually all follow a very similar trend. Once upon a time, you create this system, whether it's we can go back to let's say Soul Calibur 2, we can go to Tekken 5. VF5, and let's say Tekken. Where do you want to? Well, Tekken 5, I already said, right? And what happens is you have this core 3D fighting game that's really good and people like it. And it's like, okay, we have to justify a budget for a new game. So you add a thing on top of it, right? And it's really, oftentimes the thing that's beautiful was already done. So for example, Soul Calibur, the last Soul Calibur had basically this heat system that was complete trash. That was just thrown on top of what was core and beautiful Soul Calibur. And like heat system, I feel similar. You have this core Tekken game, which isn't perfect, but it's a core Tekken game, and then you have the heat system thrown on top of it. Like there are these systems, you have these immaculately created systems, and then you put this newfangled thing on top. Do you get what I'm saying? Like this new ingredient. And it's like, and people who love the system are like, no, get rid of that thing. Get rid of this bullshit thing from DOA had the same thing. People love DOA. People love the four-way hole system, right? Once upon a time, the three-way hole system, then it became a four-way hole system. People love that core thing. And they're like, okay, but how about we add meter? And everyone's like, stop it. Like, I'm tired of them adding these new 2D-inspired elements to these 3D systems. Stop it. Like, just have the confidence to have our quote-unquote boring 3D system. But the problem is, I think, is that all of these developers realize that 2D games outsell, well, mostly Street Fighter, but like 2D games seem to outperform 3D games. And then it's like, how can we take some of that special sauce? So they take different ideas. How about meter? How about installs? How about this? And it's like, and I get it, because you need to make money. You got to invest, convince investors to invest. But the direction they go in is just so tragic. And as you go back and you play a Virtua Fighter 5, or as you play a Tekken 6 as Finn is discovering, or you play a DOA, the last DOA 6, and then go play DOA 5, and you go further and further back, you'd be like, oh, wait, there was a core system here that people fell in love with, that the fan base is here for. And over time, more and more shit gets added on top. And sometimes you get away with it. 7 added the Rage Drive, which was its whole, and armor, right?
Yeah.
And
Rage Arts.
And Rage Arts. And it was really popular. So what lesson do you take with that? The lesson you take away from that, you shouldn't, but the lesson you take away from that is, okay, add more shit. And then like he is like, oh, it's too far, right? And which is they're taking the wrong lessons because they're trying to chase sales. But again, if the sales go up as they have been, it makes sense why you'd be like, okay, add more shit. And I think what they have found is that they have pushed it too far. Hopefully they will realize, okay, Heat was a step too far.
Sometimes less is more.
The hard way. Oftentimes less is more.
Oftentimes,
a core system. A core, you need to nail a core system. But as you just said, like jokingly, but also very accurately, VF5 is a consequence of what happens when you don't do this. Because VF5 is pure.
Yes. Very basic.
And that's why 6 people play it. Right?
Yeah.
So it's like, because it doesn't matter that I can tell you that the system's great and I can describe it to you in words. Okay, but does it excite you? Do you lick your lips when you see it and you want to play? No, right? But if I show you this slow-mo thing, if I put a Kuma in it, if I put this fucking, he goes fucking Super Saiyan mode, okay, the Gen Zers perhaps, or a higher number of Gen Zers are perhaps interested. So I understand the forces that go into this poor decision, but it's really tragic because you have these games that have these gorgeous systems in it that just get overwrought, which is
and I want to make it known that I have nothing but respect for Virtua Fighter, and I wasn't meaning to say that.
We're joking. I know what you mean.
No, I just know that there's going to be some dumb fucks in the comments down the road, saying something. So I just didn't make you guys aware for people watching this in the future that are going to rip my head off in one of my streams down the road.
Lol.
I'm not fucking. You're going to do it anyways, but I'm not ripping into Virtua Fighter. I think Virtua Fighter could genuinely benefit from having a change as drastic as Heat without all the bullshit that comes along with Heat.
I want to modify what you're saying because I think you're right. Virtua Fighter does need to add something, but I also understand that Virtua Fighter fans look at what happened to Tekken, look at what's happening to Soul Calibur, and go, please don't give us a bar. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Please don't give us an install because they've seen where this goes. And like the one good thing Virtua Fighter has going for it is like, but our system is fucking godlike. No one who has truly engaged with the system and has learned it to a decent level can dismay the system. You might say I prefer System X to Virtua Fighter system, but it is so well designed. And so like people are terrified that but what if in the pursuit of their money they're going to give us Heat or they're going to give us fucking Super Drive or the Nova thing. So you're right. You are right to say that they should add something, but I think VF players who will get very defensive are right to be like, okay, but like if we're not careful, we'll end up in your situation where we have Heat, and you shouldn't just add something to add something. You shouldn't add something so you have a bulletproof to put the bullet point to put on the back of the box. But they do have to add something, so it's a difficult line to walk.
Virtua Fighter almost
because one thing I need
to
introduce someone because I just got Koenji with us. Which obviously some of you know because you probably downloaded his mods. And also one thing, Koenji, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I need to ask you something.
Hey,
Did you make a overlay mod for Guilty Gear Strive as well?
An overlay mod for Guilty Gear Strive?
Yeah, it said your name on the
I did like UI stuff for Guilty Gear Strive, but it was mostly
the UI.
Yeah, it was mostly to take over from a friend that was basically updating it before.
Because it desperately needs an update. People want an update. I'm just telling you.
Oh, I mean, I've been chilling from Guilty Gear Strive, but I was hearing the conversation though. I came in mad late, but yeah, I've been just trying a bunch of different games, right? Because I just can't be bothered to play Tekken. I stopped at the start of season 3.
What's your take? What's your take on the whole thing? With season 3, the patch, what do you expect? Like, what do you expect? What's the worst case? What's the thing you think is gonna expect? What would draw you in again? Tell me.
I think honestly, like I think what season 3 has kind of showed me is that I'm just not the target audience for the game. So
Well,
Yeah,
even though you're
it's
doing quite well at the Foundry, right? Recent win against Cloud, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah, I've played. I mean, I've played against Cloud a lot of times and Richie. I tend to get like I'm able to kind of like take games off of Cloud. Richie obviously is a whole other story, but even that I've stopped playing at my locals as well.
It's quite funny because the commentators said like the way you play that you have a really good. Well, they didn't say you're the target audience, but they said you can play this style really well.
Yeah, I try and play a style that's quite defense oriented in T8, but like the problem with trying to play that sort of style in T8 is that you need to really sort of like understand where you can, for example, like step and all that stuff, and obviously that game doesn't really give you a lot of opportunities to
You a Kazuya
move
main?
and all that stuff, or like opportunities where you can like, for example, like mash in a situation where it's not going to kill you, it's not going to explode you and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, you have to really sort of be on board with like how you pick apart these situations and lab these situations. But there's just so much stuff in the game where it kind of feels like, again, you're sort of like guessing in these situations, and it's just very unfavorable, or like, again, just really sort of odd balance decisions that I'm just there like, yeah, I just I can't really be bothered to play this game anymore.
Are
So
you a
it's
Kazuya
it.
main?
No, I played Miary, so
Oh, Miari. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
I mean, you
what do
played
you
a
yeah.
think about
bunch
Miari?
of,
I
of,
don't
of, of
know. I
shit,
don't
right?
know what is compared to Miari look like. I have not seen. What is that? What is compared to Miari?
Uh,
What?
a lot of down forward 4, and
Nice,
yeah,
nice.
Yeah.
it's a button that does everything. It basically it's really good against like if you're playing against Oscar as well, because it comes out in like sort of like immediate timing situation. It can just basically just kill all of like her sort of parry options that she might
Mm-hmm.
have to like use in a
Mm-hmm.
situation. So it's like it's very powerful against like certain things.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's just down a lot of down forward 4, um, sidestep 2 depending on the play style. While running 3-2, you can use it for space control or for pressure as well. So like that's kind of like the thing that's really cool with the character. You can play her in. There's like a couple of different ways you can kind of like pilot her.
I
So
have a question regarding that. Then sidestep two. I thought initially when I saw it in the trailer that move was going to be godlike because it's like +4 on block mid comes out of a sidestep, has
yeah,
initial jab. You can beat out some jabs depending on the character on the initial hit. Great fucking move, but then I labbed it and sidestep left duck blows up the entire stance on follow-ups no matter what, even if on certain moves, even when certain moves are delayed. So how
yeah, it's quite
what's your take on that?
yeah.
Like when somebody has that been applied to you in competitive play before? How do you deal with that?
The thing with sidestep 2 in general is that you can, even though it's a sidestep move, it's like you can step it as well. But it's like it is one of like, if you're trying to play her, I guess more, you're trying to do like the T8 philosophy of aggression, right? It's one of the better moves to stance, like use like kind of like the stance stuff afterwards, because she is like plus for the transition for it. Whereas down forward 4, which is the move that I prefer to use, is not. So you have to, like, if you're using down forward 4, you're mostly using it for, you know, you're kind of playing against someone that is quite passive and doesn't want to really press into the stance, or you're using it for like the space control aspects and all that stuff. But you can use it, like you can use sidestep 2 in a way to, like, again, like with like the follow-ups and stuff, you can use it to catch like if people are stepping in a certain direction. So like more 1 and more 2 track in opposite directions, so you can use it like that. But
Yeah,
it's
more
like, yeah,
two tracks to sidestep left duck, right? So
yeah.
yeah.
But if you're doing more 1, then yeah, if you sidestep left, it will just make that whiff.
Blow you up, yeah.
um but yeah, a lot of people are like, oh yeah, she's bad, blah blah blah, all that stuff. But she's one of the few characters, and it might be like maybe just like main bias or whatever, but it feels like one of the few characters in the game where like you can sort of like pilot, like there's sort of like maybe like a little bit of identity present in terms of like how people like pilot her. So like, and that's kind of like one of the problems I have with T8, right? A lot of like, a lot of these characters, right? The optimal way to sort of like pilot these characters is to just push the aggression, right? For a lot of these characters, right? And
Yeah.
it's like you benefit from doing that, and especially with Heat, right? It's like you're kind of just further pushing these sort of buttons to like kind of like force like maybe like a scary immediate timing situation. If they press whatever, they just explode, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And stuff like that. And I'm just not.
True.
And yeah, and that's like the optimal way of playing it, right? And it's just like I'm just not a fan of
But
that.
I feel like Miary can't play that way, which is why I find her quite interesting. And all the characters that
Yeah.
I find interesting in this game are like, yeah, I can't just do plus framing to guess between the mid and the low. I can't just do that.
So that's where, yeah, exactly. And that's where that sort of nuance of, okay, so what is the way to play her, right?
Yeah.
So you kind of try and, figure that out, right?
You got to
And
poke,
it
right?
would, yeah, basically. And it's like, it was, what was his name? Can't remember. Sesujin, there we go. And Sesujin was doing like while running 2-1. Because I was using it as just, you do the while running 2-1 and you push forward and it's like, okay, yeah, you continue your aggression, right? Because obviously it's like it's plus into more, right? But she has one of the few, like she's the only character with a while running 2, or like with a slash kick style move where you can actually use it as a space control tool. So you do it, and if you don't transition into stance, if they try and jab, you blow them up because the jab is not. They can't. The jab doesn't reach you basically. Like it puts you at like a distance where
Okay,
you just don't
I
get
see
hit.
what you mean.
Yeah, so it's like you can, if you're wanting to play that style, right? Again, you can do that. It's just that she has like a bunch of tools where you can kind of pick and choose what sort of play style you want to do, right? And like all the Tekken games, sort of had that, right? You had characters that were sort of geared towards, playing sort of one way, but if as like the player, right, you could pilot these characters in all sorts of different ways, right? You could express yourselves with these characters, right? I think
How
like,
much success have you found with her demon paw? Because I know she's got her 442.
that shit's strong.
Yeah.
That shit is very strong.
As
And
I've heard so many comments, I was just scouring the Discord the other day. So many people are bitching about her demon paw being super linear, and I when I tested it, it was no more linear than like Devil Jin or Kazuya's. So
I think the reason why they kind of like scream it's linear, it's like the tracking feels similar, but I think she takes longer to recover if it whiffs. So like, what I mean? It's like it's one of those things where like when it does whiff, it's like, oh my god, it feels so bad because they just kind of explode.
Yeah.
The fact that it whiffs, but like
enough of the Miary so glazed. I need your shit about season 3.
I was enjoying the Miary. I'm just curious because I like learning about characters. But yeah, Glaze season 3.
And no one like outside of like a few players, not a lot of people play her as well.
Yeah, that's my point. I know nothing about this bitch.
Yeah. But no,
that's
for
true.
season
No one in the tournaments even stick with her, right? CBM tried her out, but I don't know if he wasn't like it didn't stick with her, right?
Kira still plays her, I think.
Her movement is god tier. Her movement is god tier from what I've seen.
I mean,
if you're not
backdash is bad. Yeah, exactly.
No,
the sideways movement, but backdash is terrible.
Her sidestep and her built-in evasion is fucking god tier.
That's pretty good, but I'd value a backdash in this game. Not that any backdash is good enough, but fucking you don't want a bad one. You definitely don't want a bad one.
She has situations where like other characters can backdash out of the way of like kind of like certain strings, and then she's just kind of stuck in the mud, right? Yeah. So like it does make a difference, but like for like season 3, like I went to my locals, and I played like one tournament of it, and like it's one of those things where it's like I was playing and I just wasn't having fun. That's what it boiled down to, right? It's
Yep.
It was one of those things where I read the patch note on the day, like when they released it, I saw the changes, because obviously, they promised they're gonna do all these things, blah blah blah, and all that stuff. And then when I read it, it was like, so many of these changes are just stuff that, people when you think of kind of like the main sort of like community of people that are complaining about we want this and this changes, blah blah blah, and all that stuff. It's like none of that was really like addressed basically in the patch, and then at that point I was like, yeah, this game is not for me. I am not the target audience for this game, and a lot of like the changes and some of like the balance changes that they were doing were just actively kind of like for me anyway, like what it felt like it felt like it was going against the people that were spending time with the game, which is like really weird. So like there was just some really just sort of just questionable changes from that sort of perspective, right? So I was just like, at
The
that point I
initial
was like,
season
yeah, I'm just
launch
gonna
patch.
That's a really good point. I don't understand why. There are lots of people who have been defending the game for the longest time, and like, why aren't they angry at the new patch?
a lot of people that wait, what do you say?
There are a lot of people who are like defending this game for the longest time. Like they're like, people like us were just dooming or whatever. I'm like, I would expect them to be angry at the current patch.
I mean, I don't want to say I was part of like the defense force for
No,
this
not
game,
you, not
but
you.
like
I'm
no,
curious.
no, yeah,
In
yeah, yeah.
general.
No, yeah. But like, I was gonna say like during season one and stuff like that, I was in sort of like the position of like, oh yeah, like the camp of oh yeah, they're like it's like the first sort of draft, it's gonna change, blah blah, and all that stuff, and it's
Mhm.
just, you know, season two, they go with the direction that they wanted, and I'm like, I don't really like this direction, blah blah blah, and all that stuff, but it's like, I had a little bit of fun still playing the game. And the other thing as well was like playing the game offline was still fun as well. Playing the game online and like online and offline are like two completely different environments, for this game. And I feel like, when you're not playing with delay strapped on your legs and all that stuff, you can potentially play a little bit more effective defense as well. So that's why I kind of enjoyed playing the game offline. And then again, season 3 rolls around and it's like we're gonna give Victor like this new move where he forces you into a stance and you have to guess for your life and all that stuff, and it's like again I couldn't be bothered. So I was
But
like,
what
this is not
about
for
the
me.
recent patch then? Did that do you does that give you anything? Do you have like a little bit of hopium in you?
Well, it didn't get me back on the game, so not really.
But
Like
what would be needed to get you back into the game, or to at least produce a bit of hopium in you?
um when they say they're gonna do certain changes like back to basics, it's kind of doing. I mean, here's the thing as well. When they say back to basics, they could mean a lot of a lot of Tekken games kind of like play differently as well. Like there's like certain aspects of it where I'm trying to think of like the best way of like kind of explaining it, right? But like Tekken 5 is like, it's like a very different feeling game to like
Oh yeah,
T7, right?
yeah.
And stuff like that. So it's
Even to
like
T6 actually, yeah, you're right. Like
yeah, even
even
to
to that, yeah,
T6,
yeah,
right? Yeah. They're all kind of unique in their own sort of part, but like in their own sort of ways, right? But like
yeah.
they have sort of like in terms of like how they sort of execute on the vision for like those games, like it ends up being something that is, enjoyable and something like, you can express yourself in and all that stuff, right? They would need to have that sort of direction back because like I feel like problem with this game currently is that they just don't know what they're doing in terms of balance. It feels
Yeah.
like they have, you know, they don't have any sort of direction of what they want to do. And it's like I think it was like the
Yeah.
conversation we was having before, right? The fact that they even had to make a portal in the first place
Yeah.
when they've literally had like 25 years of balanced like experience, right? Like I'm talking like not even like, Tekken 3, blah 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 and all that stuff, right? But like, you look back at like Tekken 5 when they did the PS2 version, they're like, damn, we fucked up on some of the
Yeah.
balance
Yeah.
changes for this. So we're gonna do, T5 DR, we're gonna remove a couple moves, blah blah blah. We're gonna make this a more balanced experience. Like I'm talking like since then, right? They
Yeah.
have like a track record of like 2 decades worth of like knowing how to balance a game and make it somewhat playable with all these different sort of amalgamations and experimentations of different types of Tekken. and they couldn't come up with anything
That's why I'm
For
kind
some
of.
reason,
in
it
house.
feels for this.
That's
It feels
why I
weird for
genuinely
this game. It
believe
feels-
that the team that implemented all the changes for Tekken 8, they haven't been around since the old days. They were new
They're
guys
not.
on the team.
They're new.
Yeah,
They are very much
they,
new.
they have to
It's
be.
very.
There's
It's very
no
much
way
evident.
around it. It's so evident. So
It's
Yeah,
it's
it
very
feels because
much
it
they're very
feels.
much new. Yeah.
It feels like for this game, the previous team, like let's assume it's a new team that made this game, which is probably correct. Like at least when it comes to the balancing, it feels that previously throughout their development experience, there was certain rules formed of like we don't certain fail safes, like we don't go over this power level, like we don't
Yes.
step over this door,
Exactly.
and
Right.
this
And
limit didn't exist anymore.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
like there's I don't know, I was gonna make a YouTube video about it months back. There's a video that really makes me understand how all decisions it was made. It was by Lord Speedkicks, of course, and he was doing a
That's
video of
Speedkicks?
him against a Dragunov player, and he was
Mhm.
showing how to shut down high level Dragunov.
Mhm.
And it was like, and he was just talking through it as he was doing it in slow motion. And I was like, Dragunov doesn't have an option to make me guess here, basically, and because of that,
Mhm.
I'm able to shut him down. And it was very fascinating because obviously I'm not at that level where I can just shut down a player like that, but he was, and I was like, huh, interesting. It seems to me that it's like, oh, the way you counter this character in the past was this way, so we'll give them really strong options that stop you from doing that, right?
Yeah.
Like whereas before the weaknesses were intentional. Because it's like, okay, well, we want being able to defend against everyone to be a bearable thing, and like
Yeah.
as I've consistently said since season 1, their goal was clearly to make everyone irresistible. If your option against this character is to step left, we need to give them really powerful options that will kill you for stepping left. If your option here is to be like, well, you can just stand block because they don't have a good low, we need to give that character a really good low. Like whatever the weakness was, we need to make it so that you cannot do that defensive counterplay. They were specifically attacking defensive counterplay with the goal of it being, well, if you cannot defend safely, you must attack, and that'll make the game more engaging to watch. I think was probably their premier concern. Like they want the game to be engaging to watch. That could lead to that might lead to better sales in the future. That might lead to better esports or whatever. Like again, I don't know, I wasn't in the room, but that is the thing that makes the most sense to me. Constantly trying to make everyone irresistible to defend against, which had massive balancing repercussions, had massive way on just the way the game felt, and the amount of like stress you just constantly felt that you were in, unless you were constantly attacking, constantly skewed what the game rewarded. And the question has always been since season 1, okay, are they going to walk that back? And this last patch, honestly, was the first patch in a long time that has indicated a willingness to walk it back. But again, a willingness. Yeah, they always could. But do they want to? And like you often pointed out, it's like, oh yeah, we'll give you this nerf, but then we'll give you this compensatory buff. Like, no, just create a hole and then don't fill it.
Do that. They
just don't fill it.
always do that. Yeah.
Yeah, Chad,
here's this stance. This stance is unusable because everyone ducks the high. So we'll add a mid, so you can't duck. It's like, oh.
Yeah, Chad, do you think that they'll ever remove block 3+4? Do you think that's ever going to happen?
I don't think they will in this game. Yeah, exactly. And this is my point. There are some things that you can't take the genie out the bottle. There shouldn't be a low from the stance. Bok is allowed. Okay, a block is allowed to have a safe mid at a plus on block high because there is no low. that's the thing. So you can stand block and there's no risk. The introduction of a low makes the rest of the stands really unfair. All of a sudden, that safe mid is really problematic. That's like really, really problematic. Because before you could just stand block. Now you can't just stand block. But I'm not. I'm going to duck on block. Like what are we doing?
Can't even step the low either.
It's crazy.
And it adds to that stack, right? It's one of the moves that because obviously
crazy.
I have to verse,
you got to deal with Leo. Yeah, you got to deal with
Leo religiously.
You have to deal with the Leo. Yeah, exactly.
I can't lie. When I was like proper like when I had that drive, it was fun. Like honestly, even in season 2, I enjoyed it. Right. Which is crazy. Yeah, I know it's crazy, but that was like when I still had that sort of competitive drive. Obviously now it's like, I'm tired, right? But like, it was one of the things where, like, because of that move existing, right? And this is the thing, right? Like the way how Bandai Namco is like, okay, we've put this move in, and for some reason they're like, we don't want to delete this move, for whatever reason, right? And it's like, they would rather like sort of like tweak the numbers on that situation. But as you said, the move shouldn't
No,
even
it
be
shouldn't
there in the
exist. The
first place.
existence of it is the problem. Exactly.
It's
Exactly.
like it doesn't matter what any sort of tweaking they do on it, right?
But
It's just,
I knew this was coming in season 1 because they gave one of Leo's precious heat engagers is the power crush from Stance. And I remember looking at them and I'm like, who's gonna mash into Bok? Like no one's gonna. That's a bad move. Like that's a bad. Like that's this is a bad move. Whoever designed this is an idiot. Like I remember thinking that. Like this is a bad place to put the power crush because there's no reason to push a button here because there's no low. Just wait, right? Like there's I just didn't get it. And like now they're like, we hear you, Chad. I'm like, okay, cool. So you're gonna move the power crush and put it somewhere else? No, we're gonna add a low. Like that is not the solution to that problem. That is not what you want. But you can see where they were going with it. It's like
well, the power crush. The power crush was initially implemented to beat out dick jabs because dick jabbing was a reasonable thing to do because of the plus on block high, right? It beats out that plus on block high, no big deal, and then you can still whip punish after that. But then it would also beat out every other option too, so they kind of had to give the power crush. But it was, I agree, it was a wrong move to implement. I think there was a purpose for it because you dick jab, you eat the power crush. But
even that, I'm like, are dick jabs so scary that we need an option wholly built to defeat it? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I still think
they're pretty scary.
I think it wasn't needed. So,
pardon?
In the past,
in the past it wasn't needed. That's my point. So I'm like, so I still think if every character is only going to have 4, like, let's say power crushes. Oh, sorry, heat engages. To waste one on this like armor move that the character does not need. Like you're right. That I understand. I think your reason is correct. It's like, to stop dick jabs. I'm not so scared of dick jabs that you need a move to have it. Let the stance be weak to dick jab. But just let that rock. Just let that rock, and then force me to have to deal with the problem. Let me you know what I mean? Let me not go into block, baby. Do you know what I mean? Like, let me get around it. Exactly. But it's like,
that's where your characteristics show and how you adapt to that, right?
100%.
But they're like, no.
No. We need a button to deal with this situation.
Yeah.
Like, okay, cool.
No, I appreciate that your mentality, Chad.
Or like the button that you're like the key buttons that you're already using. It's like, okay, you have the option sort of baked into it to beat all these things anyway, and it's like, okay, cool. You know.
One thing, by the way, I want to highlight about this again because it's my favorite anecdote about this character. For people in chat who don't know this detail, which ties into what I meant with the experience previously forbade them from doing certain things. In Tekken 6.0, Leo had that move.
Yeah.
That low out of
BOK.
BOK. And for BR, they took it out because they were like, that is too toxic. The stance shouldn't have this kind of mix-up. And now, I don't know how many years later, this barrier was basically greenlit, and they were like, "Yeah, you just fuck it." Like, give season 2 launch, give him this low, give Kazuya up forward 1 homing at that time. Like, yeah, go off.
18 years,
what are you doing?
18
but
years.
I think it's deep. But I think it's deeper than that because I think I've said this before. I think Fen was the one who I'm pretty sure you're the first one I heard to say called Leo the canary in the coal mine. Like,
no, you
did. One of us did. I remember hearing about it in a conversation with you, just being like, with Leo, I think the introduction of 3+4 from K&K is like the beginning of the end. The reason I say that is because, like, if I make you hold forward 4, I've not done anything clever, right? So the mix-up I get from it should be kind of weak, right? Like, that's a reasonable thing. The options I get out of it should be kind of meh. And, like, again, K&K 3+4 is not the most dangerous move in the game. But the introduction of a hell sweep from that stance, I always thought was, like, super problematic. Right? And it kind of issued in this sense of like, I have this sense of like mixes have to be earned, and I have a sense of how strong things can be. And again, this could be a subjective thing, maybe I'm wrong, but I remember just watching like this sort of like slop creep. if you track Leo's stance over the course of Tekken 7's life, you see it happening. Once upon a time, the most scary low out of stance was 4. Right. And even as a counter hit, it didn't give you much. Do you know what I mean? And then over time, we added more and more. And now we're at the point where K&K has a plus on block, admittedly high, but a high plus on block option that leads into block potentially, or not if you don't want to. And then also, the Hell Sweep Low, which was introduced in like I think season 4 of Tekken 7. Yeah. Like you just watch this happen. Like so, Leo really is like you can just track the degradation of Tekken through
so
Leo and just being like, it's so funny.
Like as if
Leo is Horan's another one, yeah.
Wasn't good enough. Like that wasn't good enough. Like give him a mid that's slightly advantageous, but even like it is covered by the frame advantage on hit. Like what I like. Oh, all right, like it's not enough. Like it's never enough. It's never enough. Down forward 4 is my favorite move out of Flamingo. Like it's my favorite move because it's like so good risk reward. Like you're plus on block, it's a counter hit launcher, it's fucking +8 I think on hit. It's so fucking good. But no, it's not enough. It's not brain dead enough. It doesn't cover enough options because hey, God forbid it could lose to parry. Like oh my god.
Yeah,
Like,
and it's
I don't get it.
but I think the question is, are they going to reintroduce holes that they have worked so hard to patch out? And because you're right, it's not enough to just be like, okay, we'll make the low from box stance not as advantageous. No, it shouldn't exist. So now what are you going to do?
Not exist.
Now you have to make adjustments to the mid to make it work. Do you know what I mean? Or to the high. You have to make adjustments elsewhere in the kit to make this work. You fucked it up. You fucked up you had a perfectly good triangle before. Now you fucked up one of the angles. So now you have to touch the others. And
there's a pretty easy way. There's a pretty easy way to nerf the entire stance by deleting the tracking on Buck 3+4 altogether, and then because Buck 3+4. What else does he have? Buck 1, Buck 2, Buck 3, which is just the low sweep, right? Oh no, that's not the low sweep.
Buck 3 is the high.
Buck 3 is the high sweep. Sorry, high +5 homing move. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So you have that as the tracking option, and
so, but that's the thing. It's a slow move, so I think a perfect way to
sidestep block.
Just sidestep right, duck, and you beat the entire fucking stats. What's so fucking hard about that? Like, just delete the tracking of the low, sidestep right, duck, or sorry, I guess it's buck stance. So sidestep left, duck beats the entire fucking stats. What's like that's not hard.
They made it work in Tekken 7. I recently rewatched his Golden Letters run. Like he made that shit work. Like it's not like you couldn't it's not like you couldn't use the stance or like options.
No, you had to. That was the point. Yeah.
But if you were you just couldn't use it just straight up as a fucking mix-up stance, like immediately, right? Like even out of neutral, I go, how many Leos do this now? Where they go like into block because they're like, yeah, motherfucker, like and he's just using the low as a low poke, like almost out of neutral. Like it's fucking dumb.
Leo has always been a poor stance dancer because you don't have the frame to just do the harangue shit. Whereas now he can actually do the harangue shit, where I just go plus into plus into plus, and you have to decide when you're going to push a button. And good luck, because if you are wrong, you just die. And like that's no bueno. Whereas before, if you wanted to stance, you would have to frequently go into minus to do it. So you're pretty confident they're not going to push a button. Whereas now, there's so many plus and block options. I just hate plus and block options from stances in general. I'm just really not a fan. But again, it's a philosophical thing that they are just not about. So we're going to see what they need to have a philosophy of what they want the game to be. And it's clearly not the old philosophy. And I'm not really sure that I like the new philosophy. And they keep flip-flopping because they keep being like, oh, you're right, guys. We'll go back to basics. And then they don't go back to basics. But then they do? Question mark?
They don't
and so,
it. Yeah. But I think, I mean, ultimately... Oh, sorry, I was going to say, I think ultimately they do just want to make the game that they want to make, right? So, in terms of listening to, feedback and all that stuff, they'd be like, okay, we'll tweak a couple things, but we still want this to be like this, so that's what it's gonna be.
Well, hold on, that's what the start of the season 3 patch looked like, but this last patch that came out looked like an actual, like, okay, no, we have to go back. I think that's why it's giving a lot of people more hope than anything before, because the start of season 3 patch was like, the back to basics patch, quote unquote. It was like it was a ton of buffs, and like the only nerfs were like only nerfs to the people that were like obviously needed nerfs, because like you would have had a riot in the streets if you didn't, right? But like it didn't speak to like an actual philosophical belief. Like, no, we agree this needs to be addressed. That's why I remember saying it in my video when I was watching it. Like the first person I'm going to go to is Fuckaram, because I think people aren't talking about Fuckaram, but I think Fuckaram has issues, and I'm like, and I think. And I'm curious to know if they have a philosophy about the character. But lo and behold, the character is pretty much untouched. So because people aren't complaining about it on Twitter, they didn't change them. But I want them to have opinions.
No, I don't. You think so? Because think about Devilgen. Everyone is like, oh, like come on, he needs a down forward one, like come on, like all these motherfuckers, yeah, and like, oh, you can't nerf him, top, bottom one. Oh, we hurt you. Lee is a problem. We are nerfing Devilgen, like all these memes, right? And they really like. They slept him. Like they said, okay, back to free, no launch. And Morning Crow 2-2, no launch. And the heat change affects him like a lot, right? Because he like the launching helps you when heat dependent. So I think they don't actually care that much about what the player base thinks about who should get nerfed or who is bottom one. Like I don't think they care about that shit.
I have to agree with you. I think you're right. For the most part, they don't. But I think they also know that there are certain high consensus characters which we have to give a token effort. We cannot release Season 3 patch and not do anything to Anna. We actually just can't. We'll just die. Right? You know what I mean? Like I feel like those were begrudging changes done, but they wouldn't have done it on their own volition. That's what I'm trying to say. But so I think that's what I'm trying to say. I think you're right. They have their own vision and that they care about mostly. But I think there are some that are so egregious. So like everyone was complaining about Asuka. Fucking everyone. Everyone was complaining about fucking about Anna. Everyone. Yeah, so it's like, and then there are others. Oh, go on.
I don't know, man. Like, because you know how much people complained about Akuma. It would have been really fucking easy to like give the people what they want and just honestly remove the full launch out of Down 3. They never did that. They knew that was the thing about them. They knew this is the thing, or Down 2 into full launch, right? They knew this is the thing. And they said, no, the character is a bit too strong. He is top 1, definitely, right? He is top 1, but this is the character design we wanted. We actually put some thought into that, and we like stick with it. But you know what I mean? Like I think they have more authority over that shit than people think. I don't think they are getting swayed that easily, because otherwise you can't explain Devilgen to me. They really got in. Like they got in. They said no exceptions. you will suffer. No exceptions.
Yeah, but Devilgen is toxic as fuck. Like
Devilgen
is such a weird spot, because he's like, in terms of actual Tekken, he's really in a bad spot. But he's so toxic, you can't make him strong. Like it's like I don't know what you do with Devilgen. I actually don't know what you do. Like he needs a rework, like a full rework, not like what we call a rework in this game. I mean a real rework. Back to the drawing board.
As someone who's played Devilgen,
they're probably gonna compensate buff him. No, they're probably gonna do it. They're probably gonna compensate buff him again, right?
But buffs, nerfs, it's all irrelevant, in my opinion, to Devilgen, because the character design as a whole is a fucking joke. I hate this Devilgen. I fucking hate. I've been playing Devilgen pretty reasonably high level since Tekken 6, and he's been one of my all-time favorite. I'm a Mishima main.
You should hate him in that game definitely more.
Oh yeah, he was fucking busted in that game. But it's... like, there was no reason to play Kazuya or Heihachi because Devilgen was in that game, right? But
he was ridiculous. I mean, like, his whole sort of like design direction now is like, I mean, before he was like, okay, he's like T3 Jin, but you know, like built on like as like the foundation, right?
Yeah.
And that was kind of like the basis for him, right? But it's like in TA, it's like, okay, he's like a devil, you know, so we're gonna make him fly around.
Fuck! That's my point. The Morning Crow fucking stance makes him look like a fucking clown on the screen. He just looks like an idiot all the time.
Like, Morning Crow 2 is like one of the scrubbiest bullshit probably in this entire game. Like, just this one move is like, you look at this move and you like show this move to like a Tekken 6 player. Or like a Tekken 5 player.
They'd be like, huh?
It's bro.
Like, that's not Tekken. You're not from the future. Get the fuck out of here. You know? Yeah, that's...
Just full screen homing mid-save and...
Bro, imagine you could go back to like that time, like in the arcade days, where you're just playing for pride and just be like, "Ooh, I'm the ghost of fighting games future. Invest in Street Fighter. Trust me, it'll be worth it in the long run. Invest in Street Fighter." Like, that's the advice I would give. It's such a shame. Don't give your life to Tekken; they won't respect it.
I can't lie, Devilgen was so cold in T6, man.
Like, dude, the white eyes. Fuck.
Yeah.
Pale skin.
I mean,
dude.
I mean, even just play style as well. I liked how, you know, like his CD4 worked, right? It's like you basically had so much confidence that you was going to hit this motherfucker with a low.
Yeah.
That he was like, I'm risking my life every single time I do this, and I'm just gonna bam, power low.
Yep.
And it's like that shit is cool, right? It's like if you watch like Tekken Crash gameplay, you know, how they use
Demon Paw Hell Sweep.
Like it's super cool. Yeah, it's like. But now
I
it's like you just do it and you get launched.
That in this game, like when people in Tekken 7, up forward 4, like we need to talk about that shit. It gets hammered in Tekken 7, yeah. But when you think about in Tekken 6, he has full prime up forward 4 intact and back 4 normal hit, just full knockdown, wall splat, guaranteed follow up, counter hit combo. It's so fucked up. Like this, it's so fucked up. It's just so fucked up.
Yeah,
Back
he's a
back
funny
four.
character in that game, but he's so dope. He's such a sick character.
Back four is the steel pedal though. Which
Yeah.
which
And
move are you
that
talking
game,
about?
It's in that game it's normal hit, knockdown, back four, just.
Oh, in that in that game.
It does that like yeah, like your chin
It
goes
doesn't
up
do
like,
the hit.
and you
It's
just
like
fall over.
normal hit,
Yeah.
full knockdown, guaranteed follow up. Tekken 6 Oki, by the way.
Right,
It-
yeah.
and
Oh, yeah, real
it's
Oki. Men's
like
Oki.
back 1-2, best 12 frame position in this entire game. But it's sick. Like even in that game, right? He didn't win like far from it, right? Because it's Tekken 6, like the damage is so high. If you play any motherfucker and they play like I don't know neutral correctly and get the biggest reward, which is the launch, they will fucking kill you in that game.
Yeah, you just die.
Yeah, you just die. Even Feng with the right combos does like 60-70%.
Better get upright too.
Yeah, what was the maximum
you're
health
losing
in
the rest of it.
Tekken 6 was 180 at that time, right? That was the
You
first
had
game.
180, but shit just did like fuck ton of damage. Like
Rage
shit
did-
just insane damage.
Rage was
Rage
even
was
stronger
unhinged.
too, right? Rage was 20% increase, not just 10%.
I think 30%.
30%. Holy
crazy-
fuck, yeah,
it
you're
was
right.
a crazy increase. But like the thing is that like you could, it activated so low. You could
the
like
Dante point, huh?
you could
yeah.
basically punish someone and like it would basically just like they would die just basically from like a basic like 12 frame punish or
Yeah.
something. Like it just would not activate. So
It's
like
true, it activates at 11%. But the thing about this is, it's a bit crazy that Rage is so kind of scary in that game that it forces you to like passively play around this, just the existence of it. That I maybe actually need to cut my combo short here because this guy is not gonna die, and if he hop kicks me and I'm wrong, I'm fucking
Yeah.
dead. Like even
I'll
like
just explode, yeah.
if you eat like a Devil Jin Hell Sweep in Rage, you're like, what the fuck just like you eat 2 of those, 50% gone
Yeah,
immediately.
as I say, actual car
But this is
crash,
but this is what we're talking about. Like this is like where you have this core game and then you introduce this new system that's just like, oh man. I mean, it's definitely dramatic.
Yeah.
It's definitely a dramatic feature, and I don't know, and I think a lot of players understandably weren't fans of it because it's like, oh, it shifted everything. But like, yeah, who knows? I mean, my views on the things I like about Tekken are very much grounded. I'm old fashioned. I'm like, I would get rid of like fucking corkscrewing combos. Like I'm just like,
Oh, interesting.
I think the combo game of this game gets in the way of what is real Tekken, which is decisions on the ground for me personally. But like that's such a minority position because like combos have been a core part of the game since 6 now. There's a whole multiple generations of Tekken players.
You could argue since 5 even, or Tag 1.
Potentially since 5, but I've always found the combo game the least interesting. But again, I'm in the minority here.
I think.
But again,
I think,
in terms of my identity.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say.
go.
I think no, I agree. I definitely agree with what you're saying. I think like the main thing. I mean, multiple people have brought it up. Right? Is like the length. Right? Is the issue as well. Like is like part of like the issue for it. You know, in these games, right? Like in these older games, they were a lot shorter, right?
Yeah.
So, you know,
It is. I've checked it. It is. I've done
No,
the
it is,
averages on that. Yeah. I mean,
No, but
obviously,
it's-
every one of us knows it is, right? But I
Yeah.
went actually to check. Okay, give me like and you know Bruce has a big combo, right? I did the
Mm.
Bruce
yeah.
combo with like the full wall carry, right? Forward 3, blah blah blah, yeah, or standing 3, yada yada. And you were evening out at like 8 seconds, and that was a long combo. That's a long
Yeah.
combo for Tekken 6. That's a long combo. 8 seconds maximum. And in Tekken 8, it's no problem if you do your heat dash combo. That shit lasts 13 seconds.
Yeah.
There was a really cool video. I'm sure all of you guys have seen it, but anybody who hasn't, it was Tekken 6 combos versus Tekken 8 combos, and
I think I've seen the old version of it. Yeah.
it's so it's Lydia. The guy's using Lydia in Tekken 8, and then he does
It's Merlin, yeah.
3 or I think four different characters with 4 different combos, including Bruce with his long ass combo. And in the amount of time it took Lydia to do one combo that included Rage Art, it was all the stuff, but Rage Art was the finisher. In one combo for Lydia, that was the amount of time it took for 4 characters to do 4 combos in Tekken 6. Fucking crazy.
And I thought that's the super extreme case, right? And I thought like, okay, let me check like the average like bread and butter shit here, right?
Yeah.
And even if you go like super realistic, like super tolerant, right? Super low ball.
Yeah.
You're looking at an average difference of like 5 seconds on
Yeah.
average, and 5 seconds is a lot.
In a
and the
fighting
thing
game
is,
like this, yeah, it's a lifetime. So.
And the thing is like, you know, it's probably going to be like a scrubby take, but as someone who's been playing multiple other fighting games, like I find that the combo element of every game I play is like the least interesting element to me personally. But it's a tax you must pay, right? Because if I tag you with this thing, I have to be able to cash out 60% damage, right? And so certain games are like, okay, if I tag you with the thing on the ground, you just press these 6 buttons and you get the damage, and I will back to the game. And for me, I prefer that. I find the combo game to be the least interesting. And when I go to anime games, like, okay, no, you're gonna have to sit here for a few hours, like far more than even Tekken or 3D games, where you actually have to learn this combo because it's legit quite intricate. It's like, ugh, I just find paying that tax really frustrating. And what's really funny is that Tekken 8, they wanted this game to be more approachable, where you get into the actual meat of the game faster and you play more. And yet so much more of the game is just spent watching cinematics and dealing with stuff that I think isn't core part of the game. And to go back to what we were looking at earlier, it's how you can end up in this situation where you have a Tekken, a God of Destruction 1 Lily, who, okay, they've mastered their Lily combos, right? And they know their frame traps enough and enough setups that they're now able to fight their way all the way up to like these super high ranks because they're able to integrate, they're able to avoid the actual Tekken game and just be carried by the non-Tekken game, which for me is like the combos and these fucking setups and what percentage of the player base knows how to deal with this string. And again, that is always going to be part of the game. But I'm like, so much of like what passes as Tekken isn't Tekken. And I know a lot of especially new players get really frustrated when people are like, oh yeah, real Tekken starts at Tekken God or God of Destruction or whatever. But it's because up until that point, everyone's kind of just knowledge checking each other or doing like everyone's just kind of pretty much knowledge checking, and then eventually you will reach this beautiful point where you can reasonably assume that your opponent will know the matchup and you'll know the matchup. So now you're making choices, right? Now you're actually now it's player versus player, but it takes so long to get to that point in this game, far more than most other games. And and I'm just like, I thought that what they would focus on is shortening that, limiting the amount of that stuff, so you can just focus on the actual player to player stuff.
Funny you mentioned Lily.
Go on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just funny you mentioned Lily, God One Lily, because I think I just recently saw a video of from K-Wiss where he was.
Exactly. That's what when you went to get a drink, that's what Finn showed me. That's why I'm referring to. Yeah, that Lily player who didn't know how to deal with that basic ass string.
Yeah, back 4-2. Oh man, that was in God One rank.
It's embarrassing, but the point I was making is like, okay, but like, you don't have to play Tekken to rank up in Tekken.
No, not in this game. Not in this game. In other Tekkens, yes, but not this one.
And to be fair, that's always been the case. That's what green rank Tekken was like in early games, right? The green rank hell, because no one knew how to deal with everyone's shit. So there's always a ghetto, right? That's always been the case. But like the whole point of playing Tekken is to get past the ghetto, so that now you're not just gimmicking me out with lore shit, and I'm not just gimmicking you out with Leo shit. We're actually making informed choices. But it takes so long to get there, and it's harder than ever, I think, to get to that point in this game because there is so much of that horse shit. Even though we have the best replay feature ever, and maybe the best training feature we've ever gotten, it's harder than ever to get there in this game.
Nobody uses that.
It's super frustrating.
I was gonna say you are 100% correct on that, and it's also again the reason why I've just kind of said, yeah, I'm just not doing it anymore, because not only is it like hard to get to that point, right, but when you reach that point as well, it's like a lot of these situations. Wait, what do you say?
You still have to guess.
Yeah, exactly, right. So a lot of these situations just boil down to you being, again, like the people that are really good at doing it will put you in situations where you just have to guess, right? And it's like, do I pick the option that is going to blow my legs off, or it's going to blow like my chest open, right? In a situation, you know, and that's
one thing, guys.
It sucks.
Because I want to, you can obviously continue to talk about the Tekken shit as well after it. But I think because we kind of like reached the point where we even talk about Tekken 6 now, I wanted to get one topic in there as well, which we at the beginning glazed over. But I even have a tweet from Koenji archived for this part, for this segment, which is because I think this should be of importance to each and every one of us as just fighting game players. DOA 6. DOA 6, yes. So yes. Now I put it. I can put it also in the group call here. Like I'm first this and this, then you have the information, which is also what I'm going to put on screen. Now, how do we introduce this? Well,
I mean, I can introduce it quite.
You introduce it, okay?
Quite simply. Like, okay, Dead or Alive 6 came out how many years ago now? The original run.
2019.
2019. So it's been a minute, and
still in uni.
it launched in a poor state. You couldn't even do lobbies originally. That had to be patched in. There was no crossplay, still no crossplay. There was no what's it called? Netcode, good netcode. Rollback. There was no rollback. Really bad state, and it died pretty much after a year. They stopped supporting it. But the DOA fan base, being the hardcore lovers that they are, stuck with this game and have tried to keep it alive in their own way. They then announced, earlier this year, or was it late last year? I forget. But they announced that, okay, there's not only is there a new Dead or Alive coming out, but we're doing a Dead or Alive last round, which is often the name they give to like the Ultimate Edition, right? Or their VR, like it's going to be the new and improved version. And they didn't announce anything. When they first announced it, they didn't really show anything. All they showed was a new photo mode. And they also said, unfortunately, that the KOF characters who were in the game were no longer going to be in the game. So there was a lot of mixed feelings. Like, okay, but is it going to have crossplay? Is there going to be new features? Is it going to have, what are they going to give us? Is it going to be worthwhile? And there was a lot of debate at the time, whether it's going to be a cash grab or whether it's going to be the real thing. And for me, I really like the DOA community, at least the fighting game part of it, not the Guna part of it. But the fighting game part of it, they deserve a win because they've been getting fucked for the longest time. And a couple of nights ago, the opening night of Evo Japan, or the night before, they booked out a 30-minute segment on Evo Japan. A 30-minute segment on Evo Japan where we're going to talk about the future of DOA. We're going to give you more details about DOA 6. And so people were up. Emery Reigns was up. The fucking
I have Emery Reigns on screen right now. Yeah,
right. People were excited. They are ready to hear some news. Maybe rollback. We're praying. Maybe crossplay at least. We're playing. Maybe new characters. We're praying. Like we're something.
Yeah, let's see what's up.
They get up on stage and they say, "Check this out. New trailer comes out. Those KOF characters who we were going to get rid of because the license ran out. Good news, they're still in the game. You're gonna have to pay for them again though. But they're still in the game." Okay. And also Ouroboros new update to the lighting engine, right? So the game's gonna look slightly prettier. And we're like, okay, cool. The trailer ends and he starts talking. They're on stage, right? And then the trailer ends and they're like, okay, and that's what we have to show. This is really cool. And get excited, those characters are going to be back. The game's gonna look great. Okay, cool. And they give each other handshakes and they bow and they walk off. And like, wait, what? And this whole thing I described is 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes. So they booked out 30 minutes and they told the DOA fan base that there's a 30-minute segment. And it's like, wait, you've just shown us that you're going to do a lighting engine change. Characters that were already in the version of the game will be in this new, quote unquote, new version of the game, but we'll have to buy them again. And that's it. Nothing about the netcode, nothing about new characters, nothing about new stages, nothing. This is it. This is it. On Evo Japan, the biggest stage, the biggest moment. You get us all to stay up to watch this it. And that's all you tell us. To say that the DOA fan base feels betrayed is an understatement. Like, forget the feeling we had for season 3. Because they have been in this state since 2019. It is atrocious. I'm so sad for them. I'm so sad.
Yeah. This is because, like, funny, like chat a little bit more than me, definitely. We dipped into DOA recently. Like, I go into the shit, right? I read Free Step Dodge. I read like the art, like how to learn this game, like what's going on here, and it's a really, really cool, fantastic system. It's obviously like the straight up like kind of RPS system, but it's like super cool, right? Like this game deserves just to be playable in a good way. And the thing about this is this what they do here, well, what they have done with DOA 6 already, with normal DOA 6, is one of the most egregious things that would, if the game would have been slightly more popular, what they did in that game when it comes to monetization would have gone viral. If the game would have been more popular, this shit would have been like a viral thing where, like, mainstream gaming YouTubers would have like reported on. For example, the hair color change. Like, Koenji probably knows exactly what I mean. Where they wanted to, they said you're gonna pay $1 to change your hair color, and you even to then change it to a different one need to pay another $1.
To change it back, to change it back. So if it starts off as black and you want to go blonde, you pay $1. If you go, you know what, I want to make it black, you have to pay $1 again. You don't unlock blonde.
They did change it to a certain degree, but that's the level we are talking about here. The level of monetization is mentally ill. It is like we have not seen shit like this done by like EA. This is mentally ill what they've done. And the thing is, the really bad part about this is this game, especially how the community thinks about it and the people who really love it, they love it so much. And this would have been the chance to deliver like, and they want so little. This is what really makes me angry and should make, this is important for everyone, because if we have rivalry in the 3D space, every game, every player, every consumer at the end of the day profits.
And yeah, we benefit from it.
We benefit from it. And what is going on here is so atrocious. It's so, like, every detail of this is so bad. Like, even the DLC character stuff, where we don't even know if they had to renew a license. We don't even know that. We assume it because the alternative would be even more scummier. It would be even more scummier. But even then, they let you. Sorry, go on.
No, I was gonna say, well, this is the thing, right? People are kind of throwing this around like, oh, they had to renew a license, blah blah blah, and all that stuff. But if you go on Steam, you can buy both Mai and Kula right now on DOA 6.
Which means
so like, and I think, and that's like that's the thing that, like, I'm kind of just baffled by, because okay, you can buy these characters in this game already, right? They already have like a system of, okay, some of these costumes are going to transfer over, right? And I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever, right? But it's like, it's just the licenses for those characters in particular and their costumes do not go to last round. You have to buy it again.
Okay, I guess we need to, because someone is asking, okay, so Kula Diamond and Mai Shiranui, they were collaboration DLC characters for DOA 6, and Mai was already also a DLC character or part of last round in DOA 5. In DOA 6, these were two DLC characters. They were DLC, Mai and Kula Diamond. Now, they are going to release what should be the definitive edition of the game, DOA 6 last round. We are so to really drive this point home, this should be the definitive edition of the game, and people actually they don't even really care. Like, the diehard DOA fans don't even really care about this now. They just want the basic features like rollback, good online features, maybe a rework of the lobby, and honestly maybe a 2.0 thing, Strive kind of style for the meter system. That's all they want. But even when it comes to the DLC stuff, which should be included in the definitive edition, they are ripping you off. It is not even funny. So these two characters, now in the definitive $40 version, which you will be able to buy like next month. It's a $40 version, should be the definitive one. These two DLC characters are not included, even if you had them previously. You need to buy a new license. It is specifically stated in fine print. You need to buy these two characters again. And even worse, even your collaboration, your costumes for these characters, you also need to buy again. Like, it is unbelievable.
It's a cash grab, and you know what's in it. And I knew it would be like this, because again, I dipped my toe into the DOA poll, and some people kind of thought I was being like, because I was there, and you're already here being negative, bringing that toxic negativity. Because I was like, yeah, this is a cash grab. But I remember saying, like, look, they've announced that they're releasing some new costumes for certain characters, right? But they have announced that only the most popular 5 female characters are going to get costumes. I'm like, hang on. It's been however many years. Surely everyone should get a costume. That's not enough. Like, you, like the.
That was the case. Like, that was the case with 5LR as well.
This is what I'm saying. I'm like, at every corner they are like skimping. At every corner, I'm like, okay, new costumes. I'm like, okay, new costumes. Okay, it's not much, but something else. Well, actually, new costumes for the 5 most, loved characters, i.e., the player base who spend the most money on our game. Like, okay, what? And for this whole time, they've not announced anything gameplay related. It's all been lighting engine, it's all been DLC, female characters in the game, and it's all been photo mode. Like, they've not been like, here's the frame data changes that we're doing, we're improving the training mode, here we're improving the netcode. There hasn't been anything about the combat system at all talked about, which tells you everything that they think about their player base. It's wild. And when I pointed this out, they're like, you're being negative. It's like, I'm not being negative. You deserve better. Like, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. And I just want to point out what Safe the Creator said, because I was thinking this too, and he's correct. Just because you can still buy Kula and stuff in the old game doesn't necessarily mean that they're lying about the license. Maybe they are, but of course, licenses are typically for the set product. So, for example, a song might be licensed.
Know that.
You're right. We don't.
The fact that people jump to like already make like excuse. Sometimes we get in this mindset, right? We are on Twitter and you kind of just want to find a reason why it could be a certain way. I get that thinking. But honestly, in this case, I don't think it's appropriate. Like you should even ask, like, did you need to renew the license here, or are you ripping me like really bad?
And like the main sort of like, because like again, the main reference point I'm having for this is how other games sort of like handle like license renewals, right? So like for example, you got like DBD with like the Stranger Things stuff, right? So you had like Stranger Things collaboration stuff, and they took all that stuff out, right? For it was like a good couple years, right? But when they wanted to, when they obviously when Stranger Things had like its new season and all that stuff, they were like, oh yeah, we're gonna renew this license and all that stuff, because we wanted to do a new DLC. But like you could buy, that content again, right? It was like they just kind of just made it available for people to buy, right? So it's like if they wanted to go the route of like, okay, you still have to buy these characters or whatever, right? Why can't I just use the license I have already, right? Like, where is like, what business deal did they make where
No, you're correct.
like a double license had to be created? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. You could as a sign of goodwill just be like, if you own this DLC character from this game, we'll give it to you for free.
Like,
so even if worst case scenario, people who bought the game for the first time now have to buy the new character, we can at least acknowledge, okay, but if you bought Mai Shiranui in the old 6, we'll give you Mai Shiranui in the new 6. You could at least do that, but no.
I mean, it's like, to even go through the mental hoop of believing that the company who previously already did a last round version for a game would not consider that when they initially talk with SNK about the license. Obviously, you would say, yeah, we might think we may at some point gonna do a last round. Can we you would obviously already cover that.
But it tells you everything you need to know about where they're positioned in the game. They are not trying to make a fighting game for fighting game fans. This is for DOA fans.
Yeah, but to me, it's
not correct. But
it's not correct. But it's not correct. But even from like this standpoint, look, for the people who don't know, there is, let's call it for what it is. It's a porn game. It's called I think it's they have weird titles: Venus Vacation, Extreme Venus Vacation, and that game has as many players. It's free to play. It's a free to play gacha kind of porn game. It's fine. But that game has as many players, as hard as it is to believe, it has as many players as Tekken 8. And this is where kind of their focus shifted with the DOA IP. But to be honest, it's unbelievable. It's honestly, this shocks me because the player base is expecting not even the bare minimum. Like they're expecting like the absolute bare minimum. After 6 years, they are willing to pay. They don't even cry about the $40. They just want the bare minimum. Like,
just want the bare minimum, bro.
Can we have a bit of crossplay in 2026 and a bit of rollback? Like, that's all we want. Like, that's all we want. And it's
like
it's disgusting.
Like I've said it a couple of times, but like there is no reason for them to do like we're doing like a full re-release parade, blah blah blah, and all that stuff if you're not doing like.
If there's no crossplay and there's 100%, it's insane. Because this isn't going to be a better version of the game. Like this isn't a better version of the game. Like especially if you've already bought the DLC. Like crossplay minimum. Like minimum. Because at least then you have a larger player base. Okay, that's a sales pitch.
No. How much of a wasted potential would it be? Let's say the game comes out and balance-wise, they actually did like kind of like this, the DR stuff and this Drive 2.0 stuff. And it's like, wow, like you holy shit, like you got rid of the meter, you changed brake hold, you check blah blah blah. And it's like people are like mega happy. And then think about and then you have a really good DOA 6, and then you have no crossplay and rollback. Like how much of a shame would that be? It's like it's insane. And that at a point where they just now announced we are working on DOA 7. It's like, it's the same what I didn't initially get, and Virtua Fighter also needed a bit of time to get the good version out with like full rollback and crossplay. But it's like you are paving you are now laying the groundwork for people to
For the
come and say,
future.
what is this DOA?
Yeah.
For DOA 7, you are laying the groundwork. You should really like make the street, if we envision this as a street to the DOA 7 release, right? As a street, you should make the street as pleasant as you can, especially with how DOA 6 performed.
Yeah.
It's
No, but like
the disrespect is and every
yeah,
fighting game player
that's
should
that's the word I think is the key word. Is disrespect. It's super disrespectful.
It's super
Like
disrespectful.
it's
Yeah.
because they know how hungry their admittedly small but incredibly passionate fan base is, and they are banking on that. Which when you make a Dear Alive last round, like you are appealing to that crowd, or at least trying to maybe reach a mainstream audience through that crowd's enthusiasm, right? Using them as a beacon, and like to not really give them any of the things they've been asking for. It shows,
Bro.
it's super disrespectful, and in a way that just
level up your
makes me
happiness,
mad.
Tecmo. Fuck off. Like their slogan, level up your happiness. Bro, I can't. This is and the fan base, they because I went back and watched a lot of content, right, about like they had like one world tour, and they got, since I don't know how long now, they get treated like absolute shit. Like the organization of that one world tournament they had with the launch of DOA 6, complete catastrophe. It's and they always it's insane. If you ever think like we have it like really bad in Tekken, like remind yourself that DOA exists and how these players get treated. It's insane. They just don't want to get ripped. They don't want to get ripped completely out of their money, completely, and have a bit of rollback and crossplay. That's all that they expect.
I mean, you know what's funny? DOA 5 famously had tag matches.
Yeah.
As a mode, and in 6 they couldn't because I think for RAM issues on the console. At least that's in terms of the graphical fidelity. And they had that's what they said. And we'll take it. They will. I'll take them on that. Like, okay, fine. They had RAM issues for the PS4 with the graphical fidelity. And okay, cool. Well, tech has moved further along now, and we're on new hardware. So, are you going to give us like? There are things you could have done to really justify this. So many things. People have asked me since 5, and to do the bare minimum. It's crazy. It's man. I made this video.
I made this video that really pissed some people really the fuck off, right? Where I said like DOA, and then I in parentheses fans are fucking disgusting, because it's like if you're a DOA fan and you care about the Guna shit, like that's fine, right? Like that's totally fine. But the amount of people I have seen that I don't really know how to describe it. They're like, oh, who cares about rollback? Who cares about crossplay? Who cares about like the balance?
Yeah.
Like, I'm like it's to me it's like I can't even understand sometimes. I don't really get it. And I'm talking about the fans, not the players. Some people misunderstood what I was saying with that video. I wasn't talking about the players. I was talking about the people who act like they're like the fans here, but they probably don't even play the fighting game, which is fine.
But you
want your brothers and sisters to be like happy there.
But this is my point, though. I think this is actually a cautionary tale for every fighting game franchise, because the truth is that like the extreme fans, the fans of DOA, Extreme, or Volleyball, whatever their porn game is, like those are the moneymakers. They set the terms, not the fighting game players. They actually set the terms. And so when the fighting game players start saying stuff like, and again, I'm with the fighting game players, but when the fighting game players like, hey, can we have fewer boobies, so that the fighting game scene can take our game seriously, and we can like, we can stream it without, being monetized. So I don't have to be a +18 stream in order to, you know what I mean? Once we have these conversations, all of a sudden the DOA Extreme people are like, no, we like DOA because it's one of the few franchises that has the balls to be shamelessly sexy. It's just like they have created this mess on their own. And so it's like, it's again, I'm not agreeing with them. I stand with you on this, but like the fighting game players are caught between a rock and a hard place, because the people who control the destiny of their franchise are not the fighting game players. We at least don't have that problem. Tekken is a fighting game franchise. They can make a movie and it doesn't matter. But DOA is no longer a fighting game franchise. That's what's really fucked up.
But to me, it's still weird. It's still weird when I see the DOA Extreme community, or like the volleyball fans, which is like totally fine. When they are actively, I don't even know how to describe it, where oh, who cares about this, or like fuck rollback, like blah blah blah. It's like
I
it's
want
like
more boobies.
yeah, and I mean it's fine. And
Jiggle
the thing is,
physics.
one side, the like fan side, we have the fans and the players, like Emery and Zachary, like these are the players, right?
Yes.
And they are always saying, bro, you can put as many. They are so tolerant. They're like, we know it's the identity, we know it's part of the series. You can put as many titties and ass in there as you want, but can we have the basic basis of a
Basic
fighting game cover?
features.
But you want to know? But you want to know why it doesn't matter? And this is like my final thing on this topic because I gotta go because like past midnight here. But like, I was really depressed watching that. Genuinely, even though I was literally in the DOA community for maybe 2 months. But those guys are the best. I mean, the fighting games, fuck the Gooners. But the fighting game people are the best. The second you show any legitimate interest in their game, they crowd around you. They will give you all the information you want. They will recommend videos to you. They are like the best of the fighting game community. So I was really rooting for them, right? And like, so I went to Zachariah's stream, and I wasn't trying to gloat or start memes. I was like, "Hey, man, how are you feeling?" Man? And he was a low energy stream, obviously. Like, I wasn't very happy, and I said, "Hey, but buddy, like, what do you?" Okay, well, it doesn't seem like there's anything really good about the new version of the game. Like, where do you think the community is going to be? Are they going to play with the old one and the new one? He's like, honestly, I feel like if we want to keep playing, we're probably going to have to get the new one. And I went, there it is. It doesn't matter what they put in the game because these 200 or so active players or however the number is, those motherfuckers are over a barrel. They will pay 40 quid no matter what you put in that game because if that's where the player base is, that's where you have to go. So why bother adding a new training mode? Why bother adding new characters? Why bother doing all the stuff we went? Because if you care, you will pay the full. And when he said that, I felt so bad because he didn't say it like, yeah, I'm gonna buy because I'm enthusiastic. Like, well, I love DOA, and if the DOA games are going to be on the new client, I got to be there, right? And I'm like, fuck, what are you gonna do? Like, he's got them over. So it's like, you know what? From a raw, cynical business perspective, well played, GG. Because basically they're thinking like, how can we get people to spend $40 by giving the least amount of effort possible? They found it.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to say real quick, I just put like a little note, right? So a lot of people, because obviously they're advertising like the new lighting system thing, blah blah blah, and all that stuff, right? So a lot of people, for some reason, are thinking that they updated the game's engine to like a newer to like this Katana engine, right?
Yeah.
To then like utilize the lighting, but like people don't know that the game was already on the Katana engine.
It was only on Katana engine. Yeah, it's not a new engine. They've updated the lighting aspect of the existing engine. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like they've done all these new games on it, right? And obviously they've improved the engine, and it's like it's basically the equivalent of, oh shit, yo, I need to do my work for today. I'm at the KT office.
100%.
Yo, let me just swap the engine version to be the new one, and then we'll make some pretty stages. And even then,
they've announced one new stage for this version of the game, and they haven't shown it, bro.
Yep.
That's so.
Yep.
They haven't shown it, bro. What are we doing?
And it's like, yep, we can't do the other lit stages until after release. £40, please.
It's been 7 years, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy. But hey, look, it is what it is. But like I said, when he said to me, like, yeah, we're gonna buy the game, and I see people in the chat, or at least in my chat, being just like, okay, but like, you shouldn't buy this version of the game. I'm like, no, but again, we had a similar thing in Tekken. It's like, okay, but I'm part of the community. If my friends are here playing this game, I have to go where they are because I want to play the game. Like, and it's like, oh, you just gotta walk away. Okay, cool. But a lot of time, if I walk away, I'm not just walking away from a poor piece of software. I'm walking away from people I've built a relationship with, which is the thing. Which is actually more valuable than the frame data and all that stuff. So it's actually not that easy. Especially, if you talk about Zachariah, like, okay, but he's like a YouTube content creator. So there's some, I'm sure he doesn't pay rent with it, but like he has a certain amount of money he makes from this. And so you can't just walk away. Like, if this is where the scene is, that's where I have to be. Or leaving the scene it's a lot easier to do. I think people who are only slightly invested is very easy to be like, just walk away. He is even more over the barrel than most people. It's such a, I felt bummed out. I just feel bummed out. And he deserves better. The community deserves better. It's like, what are you gonna do?
I was gonna say, you could argue that him and Emery are pillars, right? So it's like they have to represent some sort of like they have to keep a positive face through it, basically. And it's like
I think it's very easy. I think it's like if you're not a content creator, if you don't have like a Discord of people who like will randomly message you like, hey, how you doing, and like care about your opinion about the thing, I think it's very easy. But just walk away. I can just walk away. How hard is it? Just uninstall. I'm like, okay, but you're walking away from a lot less. Like the cost is a lot higher for someone like Zachariah, who is he's like one of the premier voices, like one like if not one, at least two voice in that scene. Like it's really big. And like, yes, you can do that. But it's like, oh, so what? He's gonna do it and become a variety streamer and then have two people watching his shit? Like, guys, and like, I don't know, bro. I don't know. It's very easy to say it.
Like, imagine, like Tekken 7 like flopped, right? Like, imagine it just kind of flopped. But like we four, we are like still the same. Like we love that shit, right? It's our thing, and we stuck with it through thick and thin. And imagine the game flopped, but then they do a paid frame data, right? And we're like, yeah, but like come on, like, yeah, yada yada, and we have to pay for like hair color and shit, right? And then 6 years later, they are re-releasing Tekken 7. They're re-releasing it. It's called Fated Retribution, and they are putting reshade on it. We need to buy Geese and Noctis, and get this. The game doesn't have crossplay after 6 years, and get this, even better. It still has the loading times and all that shit in it.
Awesome. Please,
like, think about this is what they did to them. This is what they are doing to them.
100%. But anyway, look, it's been a pleasure. I've loved it, but it's been 6.5 hours. I gotta go. I
don't know dick about other fighting games besides Tekken. I'm just sitting here getting stoned listening to you guys. Learn a little bit.
Sorry. Yeah, I noticed you went quiet too. Yeah. Hey man, but hey, look, you started playing. You went playing the Souls games. Hey, I think you should have a couple month adventure playing other fighting games. I think you'd have fun. I think it'd be fun watching.
No, I've played Dead or Alive. I played Street Fighter. I played Mortal Kombat. I played Guilty Gear. I played fucking Blaze Blue. They're just not for me. The only fighting game.
We want to see it on stream. We want to see you suffer on stream.
I don't like those games. I hate fighting games. I think they're all trash. I don't.
I think
Tekken.
I get it.
Tekken is the most complex. Tekken is the most difficult. Tekken is the deepest. It has the most intrigue involved compared to like any other fighting game. All of them combined don't even hold a fucking candle.
That's a pretty dramatic statement.
No, it's a matter of fact, though. It's a matter of fact. Tekken is Tekken 8, as shitty as it is, way better than any other fighting game ever made. No question about it.
Damn. All right. Well, on that bombshell, I'm gonna leave you, lovely people. It's always been a pleasure. Great talking to you guys.
I gotta take off.
Yeah, I'll see. Yeah, I gotta go. It's like almost. It's like 12:30. But yeah, until next time, gang. I'll catch you guys later.
It's been a fucking blast, guys. Yeah, much love.
Till next time.
It's been so much fun. Thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it. We'll do this again as soon as possible. Take care, guys.
Good.